Sharon felt happy when he woke up in the morning. He first took a shower with the aromatherapy shower gel he bought at a high price, and then carefully brushed his white teeth. The most important thing was that he spent a whole hour washing his face and hands until the skin on his hands and face turned red. Why did Sharon do this? In Sharon's words, today is the final moment to test Sharon's face and luck. Today is the day to decide whether he will be a non-African or European emperor. What is so mysterious? That involves Sharon's biggest secret. That is, the system that has been with Sharon since he was born and has been loaded for 8 years will finally be successfully loaded today. According to the information obtained from previous research, there will be a novice gift package when the loading is successful. This is the moment of testing. After bathing, Sharon returned to the basement left by his parents, lit all the candles, and sat cross-legged in the middle of the basement. At the same time, he silently focused his attention on the virtual screen in his mind or soul. There was a long string of numbers counting down. System loading 99.99999999999999867. It was outrageous. This was what Sharon felt when he just received the message from the system. The system loading of that company was accurate to more than 10 decimal places. It was simply a matter of mentality. As for why Sharon knew that the system could be loaded successfully today, Sharon said he didn't want to say more. If you ask, it's the result of 8 years of experience. Who can estimate the exact time by looking at such a balanced loading bar for 8 years? Suddenly, Sharon, who was sitting cross-legged, jumped up again and fiddled in the basement again. A small coffee table was placed in the center against the wall. He took out a small hammer and hammered a nail into the wall opposite. Then he took out the 4 treasures of the study: pen, ink, paper, and inkstone, which had not been touched since his cheap father passed away. After grinding and arranging the paper, he wrote a big word Tao crookedly on the white paper. Originally, the filial man planned to draw the 3 pure ones, but he still knew his own weight. Knowing that he was not that good, he did not show off. The filial man, standing in front of the coffee table, looked at the word Tao he wrote, and his eyelids twitched. To call it a word was a compliment, and it was just like a dog crawling. It's empty anyway. This Tao is not enough. You have to add something. As he said this, the filial man wrote Hung Jun Daozu, Laozi Saint, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, Tong Tian Saint, Tathagata Buddha, Amitabha Bodhi Master, on the blank space on the white paper. Staring at the names of the masters he wrote based on his memory, the filial man suddenly felt unsafe and picked up the pen and wrote God, Jehovah, Zeus, Thor, Gaia. He filled in a lot of names in the blank space again. No. These masters are all masters on the big blue planet. Although they are all awesome, what if this is a no man's land tunnel? Let's add some local ones. What gods are there in this world? The filial man who was about to write with a pen said. People are stumped. This world doesn't believe in gods. Finally, after much hesitation, Takato still filled in the blank space in the corner of the white paper with the names of the goddess of the rabbit, the evil god, the sage of 6 paths, 6 paths brother, Jigen, etc. Time is limited, and Takato really can't think of other big guys, so he just puts the big guys in his mind. After writing, he doesn't care about the paper that looks like a ghost painting, and hangs it directly on the nail, and put a few fruits that have not been eaten and are about to go bad on the small coffee table. And then put a small bowl full of fine sand on it, with 3 thin incense sticks stuck on it. My younger brother Hinata Takato offers tea and incense to all the big guys. I hope you will bless me. Whether it is a bear or a dog depends on today. Bless me. After Takato finished nagging, he waited silently in front of the small coffee table, staring at the loading progress bar on the virtual screen, and every second felt like a year. System loading 99.999999999999999. Ding. The system has been successfully loaded. Kneel down and celebrate. The window period of the throne of this world is about to end. With the assistance of the strongest sign-in system that transcends time and space, knows everything and can do everything, you will stand at the top from now on. The system was finally successfully loaded in Sharon's repeated expectations. But before Sharon had time to cheer, he was a little overwhelmed by the system's kneel down. Especially Sharon always felt that the words said by the system were a little obedient. It should be strangely familiar. This, should I kneel down or not? Kneeling seems to be too embarrassing for the identity of a time traveler. But not kneeling, this golden finger sounds pretty cool. Will I be in trouble in the future? So in the end, kneel down or not, this is a question. Mortal, don't kneel down and celebrate. What are you hesitating about? Do you have doubts about the great, strongest sign-in system that transcends time and space, knows everything, and can do everything, mortal? I'm sorry, Big Blue Star, I failed your years of nurturing. I'm sorry, fellow travelers, I lowered your standards. I'm sorry for being born a traveler. The hesitant Shaoran heard the voice in his mind. For some reason, his brain hadn't reacted yet, but his body instinctively prostrated himself. You mention the throne and mortals all the time. Just from the tone and tune, I know it's not an ordinary system. Besides, this is my golden finger anyway. The system's is mine. Kneeling to the system is equivalent to kneeling to yourself. What's so embarrassing about kneeling to myself? Besides, no one would know if I kneeled in my basement, right? Well, good. You have insight. I'm very pleased with the system. I am the great, all-knowing and all-powerful sign-in system that transcends the limits of time and space. I'm in a very good mood today. Mortal, if you have any questions, I'll give you a chance today. Ask them on your knees. Chapter 1. Today is a beautiful day. Chapter 2. The reward of flavor. Kneeling on the ground, the humble individual unconsciously lifted his head, sensing that his system appeared rather unconventional. Mortal, have I permitted you to rise? Damn it. Why has my body suddenly collapsed again? The humble individual was on the verge of madness. Now, not only did he find his system to be peculiar, but even his own body seemed to act inappropriately. Is this what is referred to as the legendary turtle spirit? How terrifying. I wish to inquire, was there a sign-in gift? After a prolonged moment, the humble individual decided to set aside the question of propriety and instead focus on whether there were still sign-in rewards to be claimed. System? Do not refer to me as system, address me as my lord. What is this sudden air of arrogance? Indeed, the system is nothing but an unrefined tool. Should I call you as such or not? It feels so shameful to utter it. Why must my tool be of this nature? My lord, my lord. Speaking cautiously, the humble individual instinctively glanced around, although he was aware that no one else was present in this place. The overwhelming sense of embarrassment compelled him to act so. Mortal, are you so fortunate that my magnificent presence has left you speechless? I shall grant you another chance. What should you call me? Hinata Takahito took a deep breath, his eyes tightly shut, his cheeks uncontrollably twitching. My lord, speak louder. Do not conceal your adoration, mortal. To revere the strong, especially a system as grand as mine, one that transcends the bounds of time and space, omniscient and omnipotent. The most formidable sign-in system is your honor, a blessing accrued over 100 years. No, please, do not continue. The humble individual silently screamed within. Yes, great my lord, you are absolutely correct. Encountering your existence amidst this vast sea of humanity is indeed a stroke of fortune accrued over a century. Ha ha ha. Hee. I am quite pleased. I shall grant you an opportunity to inquire. Speak. My lord. Are there any prizes for this initial sign-in? Yes. Then how should I sign in? What should you call me, mortal? Great my lord. Please bestow your guidance upon this insignificant being amidst your busy schedule. Kindly enlighten me on how I should proceed with the sign-in. Polite. I do appreciate such individuals. I appreciate it as well. It seems that the individuals have roughly grasped the communication style of this system. Mortal, listen closely. This sign-in system follows the principle of freedom. Every day, one may sign in once, except for the initial sign-in, where there is no limit to the number of rewards one can receive. Subsequent sign-ins yield only a single item each day. It is important to note that this item may be tangible, virtual, or even conceptual. Do you understand? Oh, great master. I am grateful for your guidance amidst your busy schedule. Yes, I comprehend. But how should I proceed with the sign-in? Mortal, your foolishness knows no bounds. Did I not mention the principle of freedom? Whenever you wish to sign in, simply recite in your heart, "Oh, great master. Your humble servant beseeches your mercy to sign in." That is all that is required. If you cannot grasp something so simple, I must lament the difficulty of our communication. Were it not for my current state, I would be inclined to express my frustration at this utterly absurd sign-in phrase. You claim it is simple, yet you have failed to mention such a thing before. You speak of freedom, but, "Oh, great master, your humble servant beseeches your mercy to sign in." I have resolved to proceed, regardless of the potential embarrassment or shame. I must achieve my initial sign-in reward at all costs, and if necessary, I shall dismiss this matter as if it never transpired after today. I have heard your plea. Ding. Sign-in successful. 10 minutes later. Oh, great master. Is that all there is to the sign-in? Indeed. It is as simple as checking in. What more do you expect? Oh, great master. What about my sign-in rewards? Oh, no need to rush. Let it settle for a moment. Another 10 minutes pass. Ding. Mortal. Your rewards have been credited. I must say, after receiving my blessings in the baptism of divine sound, you were indeed favored by fortune, blessed with immense luck. Congratulations on your first sign-in. You have received 4 exquisite rewards, each one a true masterpiece. Is that truly the case? Oh, wait. Great master. What about my rewards? The mortal disregarded the system's previous remarks, having only heard the latter part about receiving 4 rewards, each of exceptional quality. Overcome with excitement, they leapt into action, eagerly inquiring without heeding the system's subsequent words. Mortal, kneel. Calm down. Listen to me. The honest body once again mischievously extinguished the trembling hands of the excited Shaoran. Let us first examine the initial reward, pure white half-moon. This refers to the original flavor, freshly removed from Princess Hinata herself. As the system prompted this information, a pristine piece of white cloth fell from the air, perfectly landing atop Shaoran's head. What? What did you say? Half-moon. Who's half-moon? And freshly taken? Does this freshly taken mean it was removed on-site? Hearing this, Shaoran immediately broke down, leaping up from his prone position. He felt as if a colossal red-black character for danger was magnifying above his head. Upon realizing the reward was a half-moon, he had ceased to concern himself. That was not the issue. However, the explanation that it was freshly taken from Princess Hinata, and moreover, in its original flavor, escalated the situation drastically. Shaoran tightly clutched the warm white cloth, which seemed to carry an indescribable scent. Yet, he felt no hint of allure. Now, beads of sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall, and no matter how hard he wiped, it would not cease. As a man, possessing a woman's half-moon is not inherently problematic. However, if it belonged to Princess Hinata, then the stakes were significantly higher. Regardless of how unpopular she may be in the future, currently, she is undeniably a princess. If word got out that Princess Hinata had lost a half-moon here, especially in the manner it was lost, Shaoran believed he would face the wrath of the Hinata clan, and that would be a mild consequence indeed. Chapter 3. Exhausted. Let it perish? No, absolutely not. I cannot let anyone discover that this item is in my possession. It must be destroyed, otherwise, the tranquility I yearn for will become a mere fantasy. Ah, the system can go to hell. With this thought, disregarding the system's incessant chatter, I, K-Rin, swiftly withdrew the torch I had previously ignited and incinerated the piece of cloth until it was entirely consumed by flames. Yet, my actions did not cease there. Fearing that the ashes might attract unwanted attention from the Hinata clan, I meticulously gathered the remnants, mixed them with fish feed, and cast them into the distant stream near my residence, watching until the small fish devoured every last morsel. Only then did I stealthily return to the basement, ensuring that my fellow clansmen exhibited no signs of suspicion. Drenched in perspiration, I collapsed onto the floor, utterly fatigued, yet my lips continued to utter exclamations of frustration. I did not specify who I was addressing. I merely expressed my grievances incessantly. After some time, I finally ceased, my expression darkening as I pondered the remaining rewards from the system. If they were anything like what I had just dealt with, I would prefer they remain undisclosed. Upon recalling the rewards, my irritation flared. Ah, youth, truly lacking in appreciation for Lolas. They are treasures of the world, the system remarked, surprisingly verbose. Treasure? Ah, mortals. The second reward is, without a doubt, a most practical item. Omnipotent sealing technique. One-time usage. Omnipotent sealing technique. What is that? Upon realizing it was not yet another disappointment, I exhaled in relief. After all, the system did not seem intent on my demise. My curiosity piqued, after all, in the world of Naruto. Sealing techniques are among the most formidable of arts. Did not the goddess of the moon, long ago, find herself ensnared by such techniques, now forever suspended in the heavens? I pondered how a sealing technique boasting the title omnipotent could be anything but extraordinary. The so-called omnipotent sealing technique is a form of virtual item, a sealing power condensed from the essence of time, drawn forth by the magnificent system through unparalleled might. This omnipotent sealing technique is a force of sealing. It is deemed omnipotent because you may utilize it to construct any known sealing technique, while also having the liberty to devise a sealing technique that fulfills your desired effects. Thus, it is called omnipotent. Listening to the system's explanation, my eyes sparkled with excitement. This reward was exceptional. especially upon hearing the phrase "the liberty to devise." My enthusiasm surged, and an audacious idea began to blossom within me. It seemed that perhaps the system was not entirely bent on my annihilation after all. "Oh, great master. My admiration for you flows like an unrestrained river, endlessly and fervently. Please forgive my rudeness. But what are the remaining 2 rewards? Hinata, truly, has a nurturing nature, and old Xiao has been around for a while, since you have humbly inquired. I shall graciously reveal to you that the 3rd and 4th rewards are as follows. The rebirth eye seed, which has been extracted from the rebirth eye residing on the moon. Although it is referred to as a seed, it is essentially the very essence of the rebirth eye. By integrating it into your body, you will naturally awaken the rebirth eye over time without any side effects. The other reward is a tailed beast of the 10 tails. This is exceptionally rare, as our system has harnessed unfathomable powers from the unknown realms of the world to capture it. To ensure that mere mortals like you cannot control such power, we expended great energy to erase its consciousness, rendering it a mindless source of energy for your use. Marvel at this, mere mortal, and rejoice. This is not an achievement that an ordinary system could accomplish. As the system spoke, its tone radiated an air of arrogance, as if it were the sole entity capable of such feats. It urged Xiaoran to express gratitude and congratulations. At this moment, Xiaoran truly grasped the magnitude of the system's might. The system is indeed formidable. Just look at the rewards from signing in. The original flavor of Princess Hinata, the all-encompassing sealing technique, the seed of the rebirth eye, and a tailed beast of the 10 tails. Aside from the original flavor, each of these rewards possesses the potential to reignite a ninja war. Even if that original flavor could be surreptitiously acquired from someone, it would still be an impressive feat. It is not an exaggeration to say that the system is powerful. However, as with all things, there is a caveat. This system is not without its flaws. It seems intent on causing trouble without respite. Xiaoran was nearly driven to madness. Can there truly be a system so deceitful? Is there anyone else? Anyone at all? System, I must inquire. With your actions, stripping away the essence of the rebirth eye and forcibly seizing the 10 tails, one tea they come seeking retribution? You must have a way to deal with this, right? Haha, heh. Xiaoran gazed at the 3 orbs of light, each a different hue, floating before him, and involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of bitter saliva before uttering a dry remark. Deal with it? Why should I, a mere mortal, concern myself with such matters? Let me inform you, this system is not a caretaker. They have indeed come looking for you, but what does that have to do with me? The sign-in is your responsibility, and the rewards belong to you. They have already come into your possession. If they seek vengeance, it is you, Hinata Xiaoran. They are after, not my supreme sign-in system. Moreover, Navi mortal, rest assured that I have observed this world. The 10 tails is essentially the pinnacle of combat strength. Under my magnificent guidance, you shall surely master its control. With the power of the 10 tails and the rebirth eye at your disposal, you possess both nurturing and offensive capabilities. Even if you falter, do not forget you hold the all-encompassing seal. What is there to fear? If you cannot defeat them, you can still seal them. Ayubal? At this moment, Xiaoran found himself unable to remain composed. This system seemed to harbor an irreconcilable vendetta against him. Driven by a desire to claim his beloved, it felt as if it had come solely to orchestrate his demise. What exactly is the rebirth eye? It embodies the formidable power of the 6 paths. According to Xiaoran's hazy recollections of the version on the moon, he was aware that it was an advanced evolution attained at the expense of that clan's lineage. Now, the system had stripped him of his inherent powers, and if this were to be transferred to Xiaoran, it would likely lead to his imminent destruction. The system's animosity towards him was staggering. It seemed intent on ensuring his downfall. As if fearing that this alone would not suffice, it had also summoned the 10 tails from the realm of the unknown. Xiaoran could easily deduce that this was none other than the tailed beast associated with the Voldemort-like figure in the ninja world, known as Cixian, leaving no other alternatives. After all, there were only 2 10 tails in existence within the ninja realm. One had been dismembered into 9 tailed beasts by the Sage of 6 Paths, and the other was the diminutive 10 tails that Cixian possessed. Crucially, it appeared that this 10 tails served as Cixian's source of power, much like the outer path golem of the legendary Madara. Now, with the system directly intervening, who would not feel compelled to pursue? Who would not be anxious? Xiaoran was in a state of panic, his strength to stand having dissipated. He paid little heed to the system's insistence within his mind to not be cowardly, to act in this manner, or that to drive away their foes. His mind was engulfed in a haze of confusion, especially as he was uncertain whether it was a mere illusion or reality. Despite being in the basement, he felt as if he could see the bright moon above him during the day, with circles of light radiating outward. Furthermore, It seemed as if a brilliant beam of light was rapidly approaching from the distant northern sky of Konoha. Sharon could even hear the voices of his kin conversing around him, yet it was peculiar that among their discussions regarding the lunar phenomenon, a childish voice lamented the loss of their father's little pants. Chapter 4. A glimmer of hope. Sharon gazed at the three luminous orbs before him, feeling utterly limp like a shrimp washed ashore, as he silently reflected upon the course of his life. Born into a wealthy merchant family on the planet of Blue, his origins were not the pinnacle of privilege, yet his lineage was one that would typically place him at the starting line of success. However, fortunes can be a double-edged sword, and he could not solely blame the affluent environment he hailed from. The crux of the matter lay in his position as the youngest child in the family. In accordance with societal norms, the youngest is often the most cherished. Yet, Sharon was blindsided by an unexpected reality. His family placed immense value on education. This was not inherently problematic, but he was overshadowed by three older siblings. While having elder brothers and sisters was not necessarily a detriment, one might have hoped that Shaoran would receive greater affection in time. The predicament arose from the fact that his three siblings were quintessential wastrels, who squandered the family's wealth, which had once promised a future of prosperity. Consequently, the family patriarch, in a moment of regret, determined that the youngest son could not be subjected to the same upbringing as his wayward siblings, lest he too fall victim to their fate. After considerable deliberation, he resolved to send 3-year-old Shaoran to the countryside for a frugal upbringing, where he would live with distant relatives and experience the rustic way of life. Growing up, he scarcely knew the comfort of a full meal or encountered significant sums of money. At long last, upon reaching the age of 18, Shaoran was poised to reclaim his life, envisioning a return home filled with sumptuous feasts in the company of alluring companions. However, upon arriving at the mansion, he was met with the disheartening sight of his three siblings and their entourage being unceremoniously evicted. After much inquiry, Shaoran learned that his lavish dreams had been shattered. His siblings had squandered the family fortune and left them in debt to the tune of millions. With no recourse, he found himself burdened by the weight of this financial calamity, embarking on a life dedicated to repayment. Throughout this tumultuous journey, he had engaged in various menial tasks, from sweeping streets to residing under bridges, all the while grappling with the insurmountable debt. Ultimately, he was ensnared by his siblings' reckless schemes, leading to a fateful encounter involving stolen iPhones, leaving him disheartened in the depths of a basement. To his astonishment, when he next opened his eyes, he found himself transformed into an infant once more, transported to a realm reminiscent of his beloved Naruto universe. Remarkably, he discovered he was a member of the Uchiha clan, not the main family, but still blessed with an auspicious beginning. Moreover, he was endowed with loving parents and the potential for a rich legacy, and he soon realized that a system was loading in his mind. For Shaoran, this was an idyllic new beginning. Alas, fate proved cruel. His mother passed away when he was merely 3, and at 5, his father returned from a mission, only to be buried with a single leg. Unable to bear the devastating loss, his grandparents succumbed in the hospital shortly thereafter. Thus, the family, once whole, now stood on the precipice of disarray, with Shaoran as the last remaining thread. The beloved child has faced considerable adversity. Initially, it was expected that relatives would step in to adopt the child, who was not yet 6 years old. However, the 3 relatives who took on this responsibility each endured varying degrees of trauma within a year. While these experiences were not fatal, they were nonetheless significant enough to dissuade any further family members from taking on the challenge. Had they known the circumstances on the distant blue planet, it is likely that the family would have been reluctant to provide the child with a place among them. Despite the reluctance to adopt the child, the Hinata clan maintained a commendable approach. The inheritance left by the child's ancestors remained untouched within the clan, aside from some compensation given to the 3 well-meaning relatives. It was established before the clan leader that before turning 18, the child must seek the guidance of the elders to prevent any deceit. Upon reaching adulthood, the child would be free to manage their affairs as they saw fit, devoid of the abandonment often depicted in other tales. Consequently, although the child lived alone for the past 2 years, their existence was rather fulfilling. However, this serene existence came crashing down upon encountering a system known as the Ultimate Sign-In System, which appeared to have malevolent intentions towards the child. The memories of this realization brought tears to the child's eyes. It was an unjust fate, yet the child was unwilling to surrender. With newfound powers at their disposal, their journey as a ninja had only just begun. Equipped with the Rebirth Eye, the child believed they would never fall short of Akage's level. Furthermore, Possessing the Tintails meant that by acquiring suitable sealing techniques, they could become a Jinchuriki of immense power, potentially rivaling even the Sage of Six Paths. The child also possessed an all-encompassing sealing technique, allowing them to seal away any formidable adversaries they might encounter in the future, given time to mature. They were confident in their ability to overcome even the most daunting of foes, including the likes of Kagaya Tsutsuki. Why do you hesitate, mortal? With so many treasures at your disposal, why fear them? Just push through. The system's voice echoed in their mind. I have surveyed the world, and these two factions possess power barely exceeding that of the Sage. Even if you cannot defeat them, you can escape. And if escape proves impossible, your all-encompassing seal will serve you well. Yet, how can I compare to those who have faced life and death, who have survived countless battles? I am but a novice, untested in bloodshed. How can I contend with them? The child lamented. I possess the rebirth eye, but what of that? There exists a source on the moon capable of sending me to the underworld. The Tintails? Kagaya Tsutsuki toyed with the Tintails long ago. How can I possibly measure up to them? My sealing technique requires a target. Can I truly immobilize them long enough to seal them? Perhaps it would be simpler to seal you and place the blame on you for all my troubles. Ah, sealing. At this moment, the devoted individual seemed as though they had been pressed on pause, rendered momentarily speechless. Their once vacant mind reverberated with the singular notion of sealing. Indeed, I possess the all-encompassing sealing technique. Although I may be a novice and incapable of confronting those formidable beings, it is unnecessary for me to engage with them. As this realization dawned upon the devoted individual, it was as if a light had illuminated their thoughts, reinvigorating their spirit, allowing them to leap with newfound energy. They rose to their feet, hands entwined around their head, pacing restlessly within the confines of the basement, incessantly murmuring to themselves. This was a moment of resurgence as intellect reclaimed its dominion. Indeed, there is no need for confrontation. I merely need to seal myself away, concealing my presence. Consequently, they could only approximate my location, unable to discern my true identity. If I can endure patiently, surely an opportunity for a turnaround will arise. Perhaps I might even. The more I pondered, the more exhilarated I became, as a bold notion surged forth, echoing fervently in the depths of the devoted individual's mind. I shall take the plunge. Chapter 5. 2a. The scoundrel. Though it seemed that a considerable time had passed during the brainstorming, in reality, it was barely 5 minutes. With a resolute heart, Sharon no longer hesitated. He clenched his teeth, muttering to himself that he would give it his all. In one swift motion, he gathered the several luminous orbs before him, securing them within his grasp, disregarding the black and pearlescent orbs, which represented the Tintails and the rebirth eye seeds. Sharon's attention was focused on the orb in his right hand, which radiated a golden glow. As soon as he held it, the intricate application of this object manifested in his mind. He immediately comprehended its usage, just as the system had previously stated. Because of your unrestrained desires, you are omnipotent. The method was straightforward, efficient, and foolproof. By holding the orb and envisioning the sealing effect of hope, he could easily execute it. Mortals, are you prepared to face the trial from the throne? Once you surpass today's challenge, the vacancy of the world's throne will cease. With the assistance of the most powerful sign and system, transcending the limits of time and space, you shall henceforth stand at the pinnacle. O mortal, this is the trial I present to you. Go forth. Let me witness your greatness. The voice of the system resonated in Sharon's mind just as he grasped the omnipotent sealing technique, accompanied by an electrifying soundtrack. Upon hearing the system's voice and the fervent background music, Sharon felt his nostrils flare with indignation. His hair seemed on the verge of smoking. The thoughts he had just managed to suppress surged forth, igniting a crimson hue across his face. How audacious, my esteemed master. In his 2 lifetimes, Sharon had never encountered such brazen absurdity. The so-called trials, the throne, the vacancy. Did they presume he had never witnessed the death god? Gritting his teeth, he retorted sharply, disregarding the incessant banter from the system, and directly issued a command in his mind to construct the effect of the omnipotent seal. He aimed to create a sealing technique that could summon the power of the tailed beast at will, capable of perfectly concealing any trace or manifestation of the rebirth eye and Tintails during its use, without hindering the power's invocation. At this juncture, Sharon paused, his contorted visage resembling that of a malevolent spirit, and without further hesitation, he delivered the final command set. Simultaneously, this technique would seal the most powerful sign and system, preventing it from emerging even slightly. The moment Sharon's command was issued, the orb in his right hand burst forth with a wave of golden light, enveloping his entire being. To an onlooker, Sharon appeared akin to the small golden figure from the Little Fox Spirit. The radiant glow cascading over him did not exclude the Tintails and Rebirth Eye. They were encompassed within the shimmering brilliance, which rippled like water. As Shaoran initially felt enveloped by a warm and comforting force reminiscent of the state of carrying a child for 10 months. He soon experienced an excruciating pain that radiated from his eyes, abdomen, and brain, causing him to faint before he could even utter a scream. Prior to Shaoran's invocation of the omnipotent seal, the system, which had been fervently instructing him on how to retaliate under such circumstances, suddenly sensed a sealing force attempting to extend from Shaoran's soul toward itself. The system was momentarily perplexed, questioning the nature of this occurrence. Although it possessed no offensive capabilities, it was certainly not defenseless. Moreover, it had only just arrived in this world and had yet to make its mark. Where did this sealing power originate, and what was its intent? Initially bewildered, the system instinctively scanned the source of the power and the surrounding environment, immediately receiving the last directive issued by Shaoran. This incantation was capable of sealing the mightiest sign-in system, preventing it from having even the slightest opportunity to emerge. A mere mortal dares to fantasize about sealing me? The system's CPU ignited with fury, causing the small fan to whir vigorously. You, who have just been bestowed guidance and have failed to appreciate it, turn around to attempt to seal me after receiving your novice rewards. This is akin to a scoundrel donning trousers and denying acquaintance. How lamentable that I worried about inadequately performing my mentoring duties. Having spent 8 years seeking counsel from successful systems to provide you with encouragement and motivation. And yet, you, clutching your initial reward, wish to seal me? I am but a fledgling system, and this is how you treat me? How despicable. Enraged, the system began to exert its power, fiercely clashing against the sealing force. It was precisely this struggle between the system's resistance and the sealing power that generated faint ripples, ultimately causing Shaoran to lose consciousness. Fortunately, Shaoran fainted. Had he been privy to the system's self-dialogue, he would likely have been driven to a fit of rage. If Shaoran were to learn that the system's actions were purportedly for the purpose of better guiding him, he would undoubtedly retort with a scathing remark about the system's ineptitude. This seemed less about aiding him and more like a desire to find a new host sooner rather than later. In response to the system's actions, Shaoran could only express that this affection was far too burdensome for his small limbs to bear. Meanwhile, in the northern expanse of Konoha, the radiant aura that had once shone brightly ceased to extend, and the moonlight's halo no longer diffused across the sky. It appears that the previous strange phenomenon has come to a natural end, yet no one knows why. From the ceasing radiance of the rainbow and the moonlit halo, intermittent voices akin to self-muttering emerge. What could this signify? The presence of the Tintails has vanished. Who has intervened? In that direction lies the land of fire, the home of Konoha. Is it Uchiha Madara? Senju Hashirama? Or perhaps the Otsutsuki clan? Or that black and coal? Humph. Regardless of who dares to steal my Tintails, I shall pursue them relentlessly. They may have concealed their aura, yet I refuse to believe it will remain dormant forever. Father, have you located the thief who absconded with the power of the Rinnegan? What shall we do next? Should we descend directly and reclaim our Rinnegan power? A young boy on the moon gazes intently at a figure halting before a colossal Rinnegan, his expression fraught with anxiety. No, the aura of that Rinnegan's power has been shrouded. It has become elusive. A voice, laden with weariness, resonates. Devoid of any emotional inflection, no fury over the stolen power, no disappointment at the vanishing thief. It is as still as a stagnant pool, chilling to the bone. The adversary acted swiftly. From the moment the power was taken to my perception of it. In my arrival here to activate the Rinnegan for a scan of the shinobi world, merely a few minutes have elapsed. Yet they have already concealed the aura of that Rinnegan's power within that brief span. We cannot continue our search. However, although their movements were swift, I managed to capture a trace. While I could not pinpoint their exact location, it is evident that this individual must be within Konoha in the land of fire. Observing this place, he or they will ultimately reveal their true colors. Ignoring the young boy's sentiments, I muttered to myself, the land of fire? Konoha? That failed world? Could it be the work of those individuals? Father, let us descend and obliterate them. The young boy insisted vehemently, for in his understanding, the world below is merely a failed creation of that person, and these flawed manifestations deserve annihilation. Those individuals lack the capability. Moreover, if we descend, who shall safeguard this place? Have you forgotten the matter of the golem? Upon hearing the mention of the golem, the young boy's fury intensified. Yet he ultimately refrained from uttering further words. Chapter 6. The endless connection between you and the baby. Good morning, Brother Shaoran. As Shaoran trudged along the path to school, Still shivering in the morning chill, he was momentarily lost in thought when a soft, almost submissive voice chimed from behind him. Though his expression remained unchanged, his body deftly pivoted, bowing at a 90-degree angle as he greeted, "Good morning, Lady Hinata. I beseech you, please do not refer to me in such a manner." Indeed, the voice belonged to none other than Hinata Hyuga, the young mistress of the Hyuga clan. Although Sharon was born slightly earlier than Hinata and she often addressed him as Brother Sharon in her endearing, albeit absent-minded manner, he dared not respond in kind. The distinction between the main and branch families was a matter of great significance in the Hyuga clan, one that could swiftly lead to dire consequences for Sharon. With her pristine, pearly eyes fixed on him, Hinata observed Sharon's peculiar demeanor. His movements appeared almost as if he were a mere specter, bowing and speaking before drifting back into his reverie, leaving her utterly perplexed. "Brother Sharon seems rather unusual today. He appears devoid of energy. Could it be that he has suffered from a heartbreak?" One must admit, Hinata's musings were quite reflective of the world of ninjas. At present, Sharon had not experienced a romantic disappointment, yet he was indeed troubled. The source of his distress? The troublesome, life-threatening system. Yesterday, when Sharon employed the omnipotent sealing technique to seal the Tintails, the Rinnegan, and the system itself, the ensuing chaos caused by the system resulted in a significant reduction of sealing power. Consequently, the efficacy of the seal was halved. Upon regaining consciousness, Sharon assessed his situation and discovered that 3 critical entities had indeed been sealed away. However, despite the earlier claims of diminished effectiveness, he found that the Tintails and the Rinnegan's presence was perfectly obscured. Even Naruto, in Sage Mode, would be oblivious to their existence. Yet, the desired secondary effect was lost. The original intention was to conceal external manifestations during use without affecting the ability to summon power, ensuring that when Sharon invoked these forces, neither aura nor appearance would betray any anomalies. Unfortunately, this effect was absent. After several rounds of thorough inspection, he identified the cause. The system had delivered a final blow at the last moment. Now, Sharon found himself burdened with an abundance of dormant power, unable to harness it. Should he unwittingly tap into either of those forces, be it the king of survival or the afflicted individual from the moon, he could find himself face to face with formidable adversaries in an unexpected confrontation. Thus, Sharon felt utterly incapacitated, possessing great strength yet rendered powerless, forced to rely on his own survival instincts or seek alternative means to grow stronger. Some might argue that the physical enhancement and chakra augmentation conferred by the Rinnegan were indeed formidable, but therein lay the problem. There were those who were watching closely. Originally, Sharon was devoid of any feelings. However, after merging with the Rebirth Eye, he became acutely aware of an entity intermittently scanning Konoha from above. Fortunately for Sharon, a seal had isolated him from the essence of the Rebirth Eye. Otherwise, he would have met his demise long ago. Thus, not only did he refrain from revealing the Rebirth Eye, but he also dared not expose its amplification effects within Konoha. After all, the clan governing the colossal Rebirth Eye had possessed its characteristics for many years, rendering them keenly knowledgeable. The same applied to the Tintails. Although he felt no unusual sensations, Sharon was, after all, a person who valued his life, who would willingly deliver themselves to danger if they could avoid it. Had the situation been merely this, Sharon would not have been overly distressed. The real issue lay with the incessant system that sought his demise, haunting him relentlessly. In simpler terms, it had not been fully sealed. Regardless of the reasons, the seal now functioned merely as a firewall, isolating the system from Sharon's soul. Yet, the system could still force its way through the firewall intermittently, taunting him with phrases like, "You scoundrel. After taking the reward, you want to harm me." And this system is still just a child. Each time it spewed such nonsense, it would be repelled by the seal. But the system's relentless torment in Sharon's mind was driving him to the brink of madness. The only consolation was that, for the time being, this troublesome entity seemed to have ceased its attempts to extinguish Sharon's existence. Currently, Sharon was on his way to the Ninja Academy. As being a ninja was a preferred path for someone from a prominent family. Fortuitously, and unfortunately, he was in the same class as Naruto, Hinata, and the other strong-willed students, which could be seen as advantageous, ensuring he had a reliable ally for the future. As long as he clung to them, he would not end up like Niji, who faced dire consequences. Along the way, he encountered several fellow students, offering a vague greeting before drifting into the classroom. "Hey, Sharon. Good morning." "Hey, where are you running off to, Sharon?" The seating arrangement in the classroom was quite telling. The front rows were occupied by diligent students, while the back was reserved for prodigies and troublemakers like Naruto, Sasuke, Kiba, and Shikamaru. Sharon had once held a place among them, but now he was feeling timid. The circumstances had changed, and seeking attention in such a precarious situation would be foolish. Upon entering, he cast a glance at Kiba, who greeted him. But he merely muttered a lifeless morning in response, turning away to find a spot among a cluster of students. Disregarding the astonished expressions of his companions as he plopped down, Kiba exchanged glances with Akamaru and then looked over at Shikamaru, pondering what was amiss. Why did Sharon appear so despondent today? Was he not one of them? Hadn't he lost his parents long ago? How could he possibly endure such loss again? Slumped over the desk, Shikamaru wore an expression of utter annoyance, akin to that of a student attempting to skip class. He carelessly muttered a few words before dismissing the matter entirely. You scoundrel, Shikamaru. How dare you speak of my junior in such a manner? Woof. It seemed that either the noise from Ino's barking or Akamaru's high-pitched yelp had reached Sharon's ears, prompting him to glance up at Ino, who fancied himself the kingpin of the class, before returning to his previous position. Hey, Sharon, you're sitting in my seat. While wallowing in self-pity and quietly cursing Ino, Sharon suddenly heard a voice from beside him. Turning around, he was surprised to find Hinata, whom he had encountered earlier. Upon further inspection, he realized he had inadvertently occupied her designated spot. Without hesitation, Sharon promptly vacated the seat and returned it to Hinata. In truth, the seating arrangement was not rigid, and no one typically paid much attention to where they sat. If it had been someone else, Sharon would have suggested they find another seat. However, since the person in question was Lady Hinata, he felt compelled to concede gracefully. After relinquishing the seat to Hinata, Sharon scurried back to his corner by the window, feeling utterly exasperated. Life is indeed challenging. Chapter 7. Let's go. Hey, Sharon, what's the matter with you? Wong asked as soon as Sharon sat down, turning his attention to his younger brother. Nothing, just my uncle is here. Your uncle? I thought your family rarely interacted with relatives. Why is your uncle visiting? Sharon's mention of his uncle left Wong bewildered. At such a young age, he clearly had no idea what an uncle was. It only struck him as odd, considering that everyone knew the trivial matters of a large family. Sharon silently observed Wong, the naive boy, feeling an urge to strike him, quite literally with the power of reincarnation. Wong's words made Sharon want to unleash a silver wheel of reincarnation with his left hand and a golden wheel with his right, sending the clueless boy soaring into the sky. What did he mean by relatives not interacting? It was as if he were a calamity. The truth was that adults were simply busy, who had the time to wander aimlessly every day. Inazukiya, what are you doing? Class has started, and you still haven't opened your textbook. Today, we will discuss how to use shuriken to defeat enemies across the mountains. This is vital for your exam. So pay attention and take notes, Irika admonished, glaring at Inazukiya. Wait, I'm going to check your notes later, so focus. It was evident that poor Inazuka's pseudo-class leader Ya had been caught off guard by Irika's entrance and was publicly called out. No. Upon hearing Irika's words, Inazukiya's face flushed crimson, turning pale as he realized the impending doom, and he cried out in despair. It was akin to a public execution, utterly humiliating. As if things couldn't get worse, he was to be subjected to a surprise check on his notes. How could Inazukiya, the epitome of mediocrity, withstand such public shaming? Especially with several girls present in the class? Ha ha ha. You deserve it. What are you laughing at, Naruto? Inazukiya, be quiet. When I check notes, you'll be included too. Irika, noticing Inazukiya's outburst, was further infuriated by Naruto's antics and shouted back even louder. Everyone needs to focus on their studies. This chapter is crucial for your future as ninjas. Pay close attention. Naruto, what are you doing climbing out the window? Do you want to skip class? Get down here. Inazukiya, why are you joining in? Stop Naruto from escaping. Understood, Irika-sensei. Inazukiya, I told you to catch Naruto, not push him down. Do you want to skip class too? Sharon, why are you following them? As Inazukiya, running wildly after Naruto, turned to laugh at the absurdity of the situation, he was taken aback to find Sharon trailing behind him. Don't want to attend class? Let us go on an adventure in the forest. As Naruto, unperturbed by the absence of a response from Kaijin, returned to their side, he suggested with enthusiasm. Why not play a ninja game? There must be something fun in the forest. In his fervor, Inazuka Kiba interjected before Kaijin could respond, exclaiming, Ninja games sound great. But I refuse to be the enemy. I want to be a ninja. Clearly swayed by this enthusiasm, Naruto proposed. Then Kaijin can be the enemy while we take on the role of ninjas. What do you think, Kaijin? To which Kaijin assented, I agree. Let us settle on that. However, Kaijin couldn't help but interrupt, exasperated. What kind of ninja game can just three of us play? You two are hardly enough for me to contend with. He regarded the overly zealous duo with a mix of annoyance and disbelief. Kaijin, you scoundrel. Are you belittling my abilities? Kiba retorted, rallying his companion. Right? Let us teach him a lesson. After all, he is the enemy. He must be a spy from the land of Earth. Let us take him down together. Kaijin, witnessing the chaotic antics of the two impetuous youths, decided to bide his time, but their antics were becoming increasingly infuriating. You can't use the rebirth eye, nor amplify its power. You can't even summon the Ten Tails. Do you really think I'm an easy target? Even if you may become formidable in the future, currently. You're just kids. Do you think I can't handle you? The more he pondered, the more incensed he grew, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Just as Kaijin was about to unleash his pent-up irritation, rolling up his sleeves and glaring with resolute determination, a languid voice drifted down from above. Oh, what a lively commotion. Mind if I join in? Startled, the trio looked up to see Nara Shikamaru, his signature lazy demeanor evident as he leaned casually against the street railing above. Accompanying him were Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino, familiar figures who often traversed together. However, Kaijin gaze landed on the final member of their group with confusion. Shino, you two are skipping class with Shikamaru? Clearly, he has a bad influence on you. Indeed. The last individual was Aburame Shino, known for his diligent demeanor, rarely speaking in class and possessing an impeccable attendance record that made him a model student in the eyes of their teachers. Hey, Kaijin, are you implying that I'm a bad influence? I have no idea when he started following us, Shikamaru replied, feigning innocence. Kaijin-kun, I came out on my own. Shino interjected calmly. Huh, you can't deny it. He has been with you the whole time. Do you really believe it's not Shikamaru's doing? Kaijin challenged, turning to Naruto and Kiba for their thoughts. It is indeed my own doing. Do you not believe it? Have you heard? It is indeed your fault. Upon hearing the responses from the two younger companions, Sharon wore a satisfied and triumphant expression as he gazed upwards. Look, everyone claims it is your fault. No. This has nothing to do with Shikamaru-kun. I can no longer tolerate this. Let us confront him together. That fellow is so audacious. I have never encountered someone so deserving of a beating. Shikamaru, Sakura, and Choji, let us unite and give him a good thrashing. Before Nara Shikamaru could utter a word, Yamanaka Ino, standing beside him, uncontrollably beckoned to summon a pink-haired individual, previously unnoticed by Sharon and the others due to an angle issue. Ino, isn't it inappropriate for us to engage in a brawl with the boys? What if we cannot hold our own? It would be quite unfortunate if we were to be struck in the face. Haruno Sakura, clearly less daring than Yamanaka Ino, hesitated and attempted to dissuade her from fighting, yet her words only served to stoke the flames within. If there were someone with the ability to read minds, they would discern that this individual's inner thoughts were also roaring. Indeed, I have never encountered such an insufferably arrogant person. Let us swiftly band together and beat him to the point where he is unrecognizable. Chapter 8. The insect manipulator. All of them were mere children, brimming with youthful exuberance, utterly oblivious to the essence of restraint. Upon hearing Ino's words, followed by the seemingly adorable yet cunning remarks of Sakura Haruno, even Shikamaru Nara, typically laid back, paused in his indulgence. Even Choji Akimichi, the consummate foodie, set aside his snack packaging, casting a glance towards Shikamaru, clearly anticipating his friend SQ to express a desire to feast. Hey, are any of you even listening to what I'm saying? At this moment, a low, suppressed voice, fraught with annoyance, drifted from the side. Upon the utterance of this voice, the previously fiery tension between the two groups dissipated, akin to the shock of icy water poured over someone nestled in their winter blankets. Did Shino just speak? I have no idea. I was too busy listening to you. Shikamaru, are you really that indifferent to your classmates? Shino spoke to you, and you ignored him. That's rather rude. How dare you say that? He was talking to me, or else I would have noticed. He must have been addressing you, making you the one who is impolite. After confirming with Kiba and Shikamaru that it was not his fault, CHG turned his head towards Ino and Sakura, his eyes wide with bewilderment. Ino and Sakura erupted in unison. Get lost, you jerk. What are you staring at? We're not familiar enough with him to engage in conversation. Aren't you that guy? When did you arrive? It's impressive that you could sneak up on us so quietly. You can be our adversary. Just as Sakura was about to unleash her dramatic flair, Naruto, in a bewildering display of thoughtlessness, blurted out an unexpected comment. Upon hearing Naruto's words, the surrounding individuals collectively gasped, pondering whether he was simply foolish or deliberately provocative. It was painfully evident that Ino's mood had soured, and Naruto persisted in his flippant remarks. Naruto, are you trying to provoke her? With Ino, it was as if insects were crawling out from her very being. CHG's gaze fell upon the myriad of dark specks swirling around Ino's attire and person, sending a shiver down his spine. Ah, how terrifying. What on earth is happening? What are those? Yet Naruto, undeterred, continued to chatter until CHG and Shikamaru, in a unified effort, seized his legs and muffled his mouth, bringing him crashing to the ground in a bid to silence him. Ino and Sakura, both furious, kicked Naruto from either side, shouting, "You imbecile! How can you be so rude? Not only did Shino attempt to converse with you, but you also had the audacity to speak ill of others. That is utterly disgraceful. Ino is right. How can you speak so thoughtlessly, you fool? Shino, do not concern yourself with Ino and me defending you. These foolish men, utterly oblivious to your words, are truly despicable." Sakura Haruno, embodying the essence of a great Onmyoji, retaliated fiercely against Naruto, delivering a swift kick to his rear. In mere moments, she managed to extricate herself and Ino from the fray while simultaneously confronting Kaido and his companions, sending them tumbling into the pit and sealing it shut. Kaido and his comrades exchanged glances, bewildered by the violence being enacted by the two women. This is where you have erred. Observe what Naruto has uttered. Is such language permissible? Indeed, the intellect of Shikamaru Nara is not to be underestimated. While Kaido and his friends remained astonished by the antics of the two actresses, Shikamaru interjected, "CHG, be cautious and hold on tight." Kaido and Kiba were no paragons of virtue either. What words were those uttered by Naruto? Such insolence. How could they dismiss Shino, who accompanied us? It is evident they do not regard us at all. Indeed, those two women are ruthlessly pushing others into the abyss, leaving no escape. The audacity of their shamelessness is remarkable. Kaido and Kiba exchanged glances, realizing that every word that should have been said had been spoken, and every possible path had been traversed by others. This is the essence of following the path of others, leaving them with no avenues of escape. Kaido and Kiba stood momentarily speechless, unsure of what further commentary could be made. After their shared glance, they recognized the situation for what it was, an inescapable predicament. Reluctantly, they released their grip on Naruto and rose, offering a sincere apology. The trio, with their backs turned to Shino, observed Hinata Kaido and Inuzuka Kiba taking this silent affront with unwarranted glee. Nara Shikamaru and CHG managed to suppress their amusement, while the two troublemakers wore expressions of unrestrained delight. This only intensified the frustration of Hinata Kaido and Inuzuka Kiba, who watched Naruto, still bewildered and confused amidst the discord. Suddenly, Naruto, lying on the ground, exclaimed in realization, "Shino, I'm sorry. It was my antics that distracted us. My apologies." Kaido, feeling the weight of embarrassment, addressed Shino while inadvertently stepping on Naruto's foot. "Yes, Shino, you know me well. It's all Naruto's fault." Ouch, ouch, ouch. Kaido, Kiba, you two rascals, let go. Laughter ensued, echoing through the air. "I am not angry, Naruto-kun. Are you all right lying on the cold ground?" At this moment, Shino Aburame appears to be as unfazed as before, addressing Naruto, who is currently being stepped on by Kiba and Shino. It would be strange not to be angry, wouldn't it? Everyone is gazing at the morose Shino with a look of exasperation. To be honest, if a confrontation were to occur, each of us here would be on par with Shino, and even Kiba, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi could easily surpass him. However, the distinction between being able to win and being afraid is significant. It's not so much fear as it is Kiba's acute aversion to Shino's insects. As for the others, while they are ninjas and generally unafraid of such creatures, they are still merely 8-year-old children. The sight of a person covered in insects is quite unsettling for them, evoking a sense of discomfort that is neither outright revulsion nor terror, but rather a physiological unease that is more than sufficient for them to handle. Chapter 9. Hands Off. Allies. Let us not dwell on trivial details. Did we not agree to indulge in a game of ninjas? Now, we fortuitously have 8 individuals, ready to split into 2 teams. Nara Shikamaru, sensing the awkward atmosphere and fearing further complications, hastily redirected the conversation back to the game. "Yes, indeed. Let us divide into 2 groups. I shall team up with Sakura, while Choji pairs with me. You lot, Ino, Kiba, Shino, and the foolish Naruto will form the other team." Before anyone else could speak, Yamanaka Ino seized upon Shikamaru's suggestion, conveniently placing those she deemed troublesome together. I refuse. I want to be on the same team as Sakura. The ever-enthusiastic Naruto, oblivious to the previous events, brushed off the dust from his clothes, acting as if nothing had occurred. Hearing Ino's remarks, he promptly retorted with fervor. How could I be pitted against Sakura? This is a rare opportunity to play alongside her. In Naruto's mind, it was essential to be grouped with Sakura to showcase his spirited demeanor in the forthcoming game. I don't want to be on the same team as an idiot. I want to be with Ino. Ugh, that's typical of Sakura. What about you all? Any objections? Ino addressed the group, but 4 pairs of eyes were intently fixed on Kiya and Inuzuka Kiba. What objections could there be? Those brats are utterly unappealing. Kiya and Kiba exchanged a glance and silently nodded, reluctantly accepting this arrangement. I refuse. I want to join Sakura. Yet, Naruto remained oblivious to reality, still attempting to resist. Idiot, do you have a problem with me? If you keep this up, we want to let you play. Inuzuka Kiba could no longer hold back, confronting Naruto. Upon Kiba's outburst, Naruto quieted down. The truth was, he recognized that, within the confines of Konoha, only these few individuals would tolerate his company. Other children either fled at the sight of him or hurled stones his way. Those who dared to approach were swiftly whisked away by their parents, leaving him isolated. The only reason these individuals were not repelled by him was Kyuya's influence. Thus, Kiba's declaration held considerable weight, compelling Naruto to comply and accept the team division. All right. You all run ahead. We will count to 10 before pursuing you. Be ready, Nara Shikamaru announced, signaling the commencement of the game, unbeknownst to the youthful participants. As they focused on the game, Kyuya's attention diverted from the system's seal. In his mind, a flickering screen appeared, reminiscent of a poor signal, displaying an ominous message. Play? You think you can enjoy yourself with me? Just because you cannot engage in other actions doesn't mean I cannot deal with you. Signing in is inherent to you. Haruno Sakura. Hand it over. However, the subtle movements of these systems in the mind remain entirely unbeknownst to Sharon, who was instinctively averse to acknowledging the system while immersed in the game. Previously, Sharon had interacted with these future Konoha youngsters on numerous occasions, whether through pranks, games, or various other activities, yet the mindset during this experience is starkly different. Perhaps due to past experiences with the system and lingering seals, Sharon's mentality has indeed undergone a transformation, though this change is something he is unable to perceive. It is evident that Sharon's mental state now closely mirrors his physical age. The most apparent manifestation of this is that, while playing games together, he no longer regards the antics of the younger children from a condescending perspective, although he cannot claim to be fully integrated. He is no longer in the detached state he once was. Shino, Kiba, Naruto, let us first devise a strategy. Merely fleeing is utterly beneath us, Sharon remarked. Having noticed the absence of Nara Shikamaru and the others after running for what felt like an eternity, he called out to Naruto and the others with the intent to discuss a battle plan. For the first time, Sharon felt an intense desire to win in a children's game. Huh? A battle plan? What do we need that for? Naruto replied nonchalantly, completely disregarding Sharon's thoughts. With an eager spirit, he expressed his intention to charge back and confront Nara Shikamaru and the others. Indeed, though Naruto may be a fool, he speaks the truth. What do we need a plan for? Shikamaru and the others consist of only 2 boys, and only Choji is somewhat formidable. The 2 girls are hardly worth mentioning. If you are afraid, Sharon, then you and Shino can stand aside and watch. I will handle Shikamaru and Choji, while the 2 girls can be left to Naruto. That great fool. Kiba, who typically found Naruto's antics amusing, surprisingly resonated with his words. Yet, as the self-proclaimed strongest in the class, he could not allow himself to be overshadowed by Naruto, who often lagged behind. Therefore, immediately after Naruto spoke, Kiba seized the opportunity to assert his dominance. Disregarding Ino and Sakura entirely as he allocated targets, he confidently claimed Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji for himself. No, you 2 wouldn't. Are you really planning to charge back? With a sense of foreboding, Sharon observed the reckless demeanor of these 2 and contemplated how to dissuade them. However, neither Kiba nor Naruto appeared inclined to heed Sharon's counsel. They muttered to themselves about being the strongest in the class before turning and sprinting back without a second thought. Sharon could only inwardly lament, realizing he had not anticipated their audacity and was left standing still, exchanging incredulous glances with Yamanaka Ino. After several moments of silent exchange, Sharon concluded that Ino was indeed perplexed, and could only sigh in resignation at the misfortune of teaming up with such impulsive individuals. However, the truth is that Shino took the initiative to inquire about the current thoughts of the group. Shino, what is your perspective? I believe we should pursue them. Otherwise, those two might fall into Nara Shikamaru's trap, as if they were waiting for Takato to speak. As soon as Takato finished speaking, Shino promptly expressed his opinion. Upon hearing Shino's thoughts, Takato couldn't help but glance at him in astonishment, realizing that this seemingly aloof individual, who always wore sunglasses, was unexpectedly contemplative. Waiting for his input, he was equally surprised that their thoughts aligned, both believing that those two reckless individuals would indeed fall victim to Nara Shikamaru's stratagem. Having reached a consensus was indeed the best outcome, and the two swiftly turned around to chase after the direction they had come from, hoping the others would exercise caution and avoid a complete debacle. I fear we may be too late. Takato winced at Shino's words. This was truly his comrade. Indeed. There is no worst, only worse. Upon emerging from behind a small thicket, Takato and Shino beheld Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Namanaka Ino, and Haruno Sakura, standing in a line within the open area, arms crossed defiantly. Behind these four somewhat arrogant figures were two bound individuals, writhing helplessly like fat maggots in midair, namely Uzumaki Naruto and Inuzuka Kiba. You arrived even faster than I anticipated, Takato and Shino, Shikamaru remarked in a tone that seemed to feign praise. But his expression conveyed a sense of annoyance and a desire to conclude the situation. Takato found the scene utterly exasperating. These two fools have already been captured. You might as well surrender, Ino stated, her assertion ringing true. Takato, Shino, there's no need for resistance. Otherwise, if a fight ensues, it may hurt you. Just admit defeat. Well, that last remark was from Sakura. After a moment of silence, Takato opened his eyes wide, earnestly addressing Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino with an air of conviction. You may find this hard to believe, but I am actually a spy among you. An infiltrator on their side. We are on the same team. Chapter 10. Is playing games a little unusual? Would you believe me if I told you that I am, in fact, a spy? As long as one does not feel embarrassed, it is others who bear the awkwardness. This is precisely the state of Shaoran. Upon witnessing two incompetent teammates making their purchases, he solemnly addressed Nara Shikamaru and the others, saying, I believe it, but we shall not acknowledge it. Upon hearing Shaoran's words, Nara Shikamaru wore a mischievous grin and replied nonchalantly. Initially, Shaoran felt a slight relaxation at the statement of belief, but his expression quickly shifted to one of discomfort as he retorted, then there is nothing more to discuss. Nara Shikamaru did not respond immediately. Instead, he exchanged glances with Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Ino, and Haruno Sakura. With a smirk, they all stepped forward in unison, declaring, We're not afraid of you. Realizing that evasion was futile and battle was inevitable, Shaoran turned to Shino and instructed, Shino, hold off Shikamaru and Choji for me. Once I deal with Ino and Sakura, I will assist you. What do you say? Shino, known for her tenacity, boldly declared, I'm going in first, and charged towards Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji. Seeing Shino already engaged, Shaoran shifted his focus to the two girls and warned, I'm coming at you. If you don't wish to be pummeled, just stand still. I shall show mercy. Though facing a member of the esteemed Hyuga clan, renowned for their physical prowess, Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura showed no signs of intimidation. They coordinated their strikes, with Ino taunting, Just you? Don't come crying to us later when we beat you home. All of them were mere children, far from the extraordinary beings they often idolized. Lacking advanced ninjutsu, they engaged in a playful tussle, each wary of the other. Additionally, Shaoran's stamina, energy, and recovery capabilities far surpassed theirs, even while feigning vulnerability. He was not to be underestimated. As the collision ensued, Shaoran deliberately slowed his movements and responses. At that moment, he could not afford to appear overly competent. With the power of the reincarnation eye, his physical capabilities were already comparable to those of a Chunin. Observing Ino and Sakura's actions felt akin to watching a slow-motion scene from The Matrix, their movements reminiscent of elderly individuals crossing the street. To avoid drawing attention to his abilities, Shaoran had to deliberately decelerate his actions and feign a semblance of panic. It was as if he were performing on stage. Just as Ino's fist was about to connect with his eye, he narrowly evaded her strike. Following that, he sidestepped Ino and, with a swift shoulder charge, sent her staggering backward. Resolving to take down one opponent first, he then pivoted sharply to block Sakura's kick aimed at his waist. Sakura, seizing the opportunity while Shaoran's back was turned, aimed to deliver a blow to make him regret underestimating a girl. However, to his surprise, Sakura's reaction was anything but timid. At the critical moment, she swiftly turned around, gripping her thigh with both hands as if to stand firm like a golden rooster. In a flurry, she attempted to extricate her leg from Takahiro's grasp, acutely aware of her attire, a skirt, and the discomfort of her position, which was far too revealing for her modesty. Realizing that her efforts to break free were futile after several attempts, Sakura, in a fit of frustration, propelled her remaining leg against the ground. Her singular desire now being to leap and deliver a kick to Takahiro's head. Takahiro, not one to be underestimated, sensed the force emanating from Sakura's thigh end. With a keen intuition honed by his training, anticipated her intentions. Although he possessed numerous countermeasures swirling in his mind, Takahiro, ever the disciplined actor, maintained his composure until Sakura's leg was level with his shoulder. Only then did he hastily release his grip on her other thigh, raising his right hand to block her flying kick. Without granting Sakura a moment to react, he swiftly transitioned to seize her other thigh. Thus, both of Sakura's legs were captured by Takahiro, who, with a twist of his waist, began to spin her around like a windmill. In this exhilarating moment, Takahiro fancied he saw a flash of light and heard whispers of words like Sakura, close, and warm. Yet, in his excitement, he attributed the commotion to the antics of his comrade, Shino. After spinning Sakura a few times, he executed a horizontal throw, sending the dazed Sakura crashing into Ino, who had just risen to her feet. The two tumbled together, disoriented and unable to rise. Haha, didn't I tell you that neither of you could match my prowess? Now do you concede? After effortlessly dispatching both of his opponents in a single exchange, Takahiro was in high spirits. Unable to contain his pride as he stood with one hand on his hip and pointed at the two dazed figures on the ground. He turned to Nara Shikamaru and to Kimichi Choji, who were still entangled with Ino, exclaiming, X5. It became evident that not only those three but also the two companions hanging from the tree were gazing at him in astonishment, their expressions reflecting shock. Aren't you amazed by my strength? He laughed heartily. At that moment, Takahiro remained blissfully unaware of the unusual glances from his 5 stunned friends, interpreting their disbelief as admiration for his abilities. Had he been observant, he might have noticed that their eyes were fixated on his right hand, which was pointing at the two fallen figures. More specifically, they were transfixed by a small triangular cloth adorned with a bear pattern dangling from his finger. Hey, you bastard! As the day unfolded, the atmosphere turned tense, just as Sharon was reveling in his triumph while pointing at Haruno Sakura and her companions. An overwhelming sense of pressure suddenly enveloped him, accompanied by a resounding roar akin to that of a lion. Confused by the sudden shift, Sharon turned to see the angered faces of Yamamoto, Aino, and Haruno Sakura. Their expressions darkened with fury. With a bewildered countenance, Sharon inquired, "What is the matter? Are you two planning to back out after your defeat? And Sakura, why are you covering your backside? I certainly did not kick you. Besides, isn't it perfectly normal to engage in a little playful action during a game?" Upon hearing Sharon's words, both Yamamoto Aino and Haruno Sakura's faces grew even darker. The 5 others present, momentarily forgetting their own predicaments, exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions reflecting a collective confusion. Was Sharon referring to the kind of action they thought he was? They could only silently express their astonishment while offering a thumbs up in their minds and whispering a word of caution. Chapter 11. Mixed doubles. What on earth is your expression? Oh my goodness. I must confess, I am as bewildered as you are. As I gazed at the two approaching girls, I instinctively reached out to halt their advance. However, to my astonishment, as I extended my hand, I discovered a small piece of fabric had inexplicably appeared in my grasp. My mind was awash with confusion, akin to a cacophony of children clamoring for answers. Suddenly, I found myself unconsciously shifting my gaze, my hands instinctively covering my face. Overwhelmed with a mix of shame and the urge to flee, yet compelled to confront this peculiar situation, the position of my hands gripping the fabric of Sakura Haruno's skirt left little room for misinterpretation. Stammering, I uttered words I barely believed myself. What on earth is happening? I merely intended to dislodge her by grabbing her foot. How did her clothing come to rest in my hand? Is someone plotting against me? At that moment, I felt a profound sense of despair. I had unwittingly become the center of an embarrassing spectacle. Should word of this incident escape, I would find it impossible to hold my head high in the village of Konoha again. The thought of being labeled as a panty thief or underwear assassin filled me with mortification. Who was this fiend orchestrating my downfall? I wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and bury myself within it. Sakura Haruno, I never anticipated you to be so incensed. Is it so outrageous to engage in a bit of playful antics while gaming? Do you frequently indulge in such mischief during your own gaming sessions? Upon hearing my words, both Sakura and Ino Yamanaka were further incensed. Although the incident primarily concerned Sakura, their bond as friends transcended rivalries, and even amidst their playful animosity, Ino could not overlook this affront. Without uttering a single word, Sakura closed the distance between us, swiftly kicked me, and sent me sprawling to the ground. Lying there, I dared not retaliate. Guilt weighed heavily upon me, and upon comprehending the bizarre series of events that had unfolded, I surrendered to my fate, curling up on the ground, hand shielding my head as I endured the dual onslaught of the two girls. Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino observed the furious expressions of their friends, alternating between embarrassment and anger directed at me, who lay motionless on the ground. They exchanged glances, contemplating the situation. Shall we continue? Ino finally broke the silence. Continue? At this point, the outcome seems irrelevant, Shikamaru replied. Choji scratched his head, pondering. So what do we do now? Should we intervene? Upon hearing Akimichi Choji's words, Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino exchanged incredulous glances before Shikamaru, rolling his eyes, finally spoke up. Help? Who are we supposed to assist? Are we to aid Kaito in dealing with those two women, or should we support the women in their assault on him? Faced with Shikamaru's retort, Choji scratched his head, at a loss for words. If they were to assist Kaito, it would seem rather unjust, and would they not incur the wrath of the two furious women? Conversely, aiding the almost irrational women in their violent attack on Kaito could render him pitiable, making it hard to intervene. So what shall we do now? Just stand here? Ino replied, equally perplexed. After all, he was technically on Kaito's side, yet witnessing him being assaulted by the two women while he merely observed felt somewhat inappropriate. Shikamaru glanced at Yamanaka Ino and Haruno Sakura. Although their attacks were rather severe, they targeted less vital areas such as the buttocks, thighs, and arms. It seemed that they were exercising restraint, and despite their fury, they were unlikely to inflict any serious harm on Kaito. At most, he would end up bedridden for a spell. Recognizing that Kaito was in the wrong and too intimidated to retaliate, while Ino and Sakura were maintaining a measure of control, Shikamaru contemplated aloud. Shall we join in? Standing idly by while they pummel Kaito feels rather inappropriate. What do you think? Upon hearing Shikamaru's suggestion, Ino and Choji exchanged glances and deemed it a sound idea. Particularly for Ino, caught in a dilemma where aiding anyone would yield disfavor, it was preferable to remain uninvolved. They could fight amongst themselves while Kaito endured his fate. Thus, if Kaito were to complain later, he could hardly blame them, for it was not that they wished to abandon him. Rather, they were simply unable to assist. And so, an unusual scene unfolded. The two who were merely observers in the tree watched as Ino and Sakura relentlessly pounded Kaito, while Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, and Yamanaka Ino engaged in their own playful brawl, occasionally glancing at the spectacle of Ino and Sakura's onslaught. Ino and Sakura seemed singularly focused on their objective, while the unfortunate Kaito, hands clasped over his head, endured the blows, all the while cursing the system in his mind, hurling insults at it. Kaito could hardly fathom how the system could be so utterly merciless, while others enjoyed the benefits of a system that rewarded them for signing in. His system seemed to have found a way to sign in on his behalf. Was the world changing too swiftly? Or had Kaito simply fallen behind the trends of modern systems? As the verbal exchanges reached their peak, Kaito finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He must remain perpetually vigilant. Otherwise, he might find himself brutally betrayed by the very system that was supposed to assist him, leading to the acquisition of such dubious rewards. Who would believe that this was the so-called golden finger? Perverse. Cretin. Foolish Kaito, I shall no longer engage with you. After an indeterminate period, Ino Yamanaka and Sakura Haruno finally grew weary from their exertions. After delivering a final blow to Kakashi, they indignantly cast aside a parting remark before turning to leave. Hey, Kakashi, are you all right? The three onlookers, witnessing the departure of the two, approached Kakashi, who lay on the ground. Kakashi, indeed, appeared to be in a rather distressing state, though his clothing obscured some details. The exposed skin of his hands and feet bore numerous bruises, a clear indication of his injuries. The only reassuring aspect was perhaps that he had instinctively cradled his head, which seemed to mitigate the severity of his condition. Aside from his pallor, he bore no other alarming signs. As Kakashi gazed at the trio, particularly at Shino Aburame, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. With a feeble voice, he remarked, I'm fine. Why don't you try it yourself? Ouch. That hurts. As he spoke, He attempted to rise but inadvertently aggravated his injuries, eliciting a grimace of pain. Listening to Kakashi's slightly resentful tone, it became evident that he was not gravely harmed. Otherwise, he would not possess the energy to complain. The three exchanged glances and replied in unison, "You brought this upon yourself." Chapter 12. Gentle Fist Kakashi, you despicable scoundrel. How dare you treat Sakura like that? I challenge you to a duel. The ever-impulsive Naruto, having just been lowered from a tree, charged at Kakashi with fervor. Enough of this nonsense, let us escort Kakashi home first, spoke Shikamaru Nara, observing Naruto's fierce determination to avenge Sakura. Yet, his expression betrayed a profound sense of jealousy and envy, leaving him feeling quite helpless, unable to articulate his frustrations. How could they simply let that scoundrel Kakashi off the hook? Kakashi, I will fight you. Once you recover, I shall ensure that you are left searching for your teeth. Despite Naruto's brash demeanor, he could not ignore Kakashi's current pitiful state and still managed to throw out a threatening remark. It was evident that a fight was inevitable. However, given Kakashi's disheveled condition, it would be prudent to allow him time to heal before their confrontation. Kakashi paid little heed to Naruto's tone, knowing it was not intended maliciously. I'll be fine. I can return on my own. Everyone, disperse. Kakashi addressed Shikamaru and the others. Are you truly all right? Shikamaru inquired, his concern palpable. Indeed. Do not be deceived by their intensity. They know their limits, Kakashi reassured them, dismissing the severity of his injuries. Truth be told, had he not employed a few tricks, the slight frames of Ino and Sakura could hardly have inflicted such injuries upon him. It was, after all, Kakashi who had managed to provoke them, resulting in his current predicament. More troubling than the physical pain, however, was the embarrassment stemming from this incident. Yet another social faux pas. All right, Naruto, you can keep this as a memento. The more Kakashi pondered, the more his head ached. Ultimately, he decided to let it go. After all, so long as he remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness fell upon them. As he spoke, he tossed the small bear, still clutched in Naruto's hands, directly at him. Naruto, regarding the now dirted bear with disdain, retorted, Kakashi, you fool. I have no interest in this. What would others think of me? With that, he promptly flung the bear back to Kakashi, catching the item thrown back at him. Kakashi thought, such an ignorant fellow, still so young. After glancing at the sky, he turned to Shikamaru and the others, saying, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, what about you? It's getting late. Shouldn't you head home for dinner? Are you returning home or dining out? Shikamaru replied, Choji and I are going home to eat. What about you, Ino? Same here. Ino responded succinctly as always. Indeed, children from large families typically returned home for meals. Otherwise, they were expected to bring their own lunch. However, having skipped class today, returning to school would be an unwise decision. Kakashi was an exception. His elders funded his meals, allowing him to indulge in whatever he desired. Occasionally, family gatherings would involve communal feasts, but otherwise, he was responsible for his own sustenance. Kakashi was not surprised by their responses. Given the circumstances, he had little inclination to continue playing in the afternoon. He turned to Naruto and declared, Let us go, Naruto. I'll treat you to ramen. Initially, I felt a tinge of envy upon hearing that everyone was preparing to return to their respective homes and families. I had planned to respond to Kakashi's inquiry by stating that I, too, would be heading home for a meal, when suddenly, a spark of excitement lit up within me at the thought of enjoying a hearty bowl of seafood ramen. It is not that I lack subtlety, rather. I have grown accustomed to dining predominantly with Naruto over the past couple of years. After all, I am an orphan navigating through the village, while Kakashi, despite belonging to a large family, carries the weight of past experiences that instill a sense of unease. Consequently, we have both found ourselves dining alone much of the time. On one occasion, I chanced upon Naruto loitering outside a ramen shop. Recognizing him, I kindly invited him to share a meal, and to my surprise, our incidental meetings grew increasingly frequent without much discussion. Turning to Shikamaru and the others, Kakashi remarked, Well then, we shall take our leave. Since our paths diverged, Kakashi and his companions heading in a different direction than mine, I waved goodbye and departed first. The ramen shop we frequented was none other than Ichiraku Ramen, renowned throughout Konoha as the establishment of the Otsutsuki clan. Truth be told, I did not find the ramen to be particularly exceptional. However, I did appreciate the generous portions, which undoubtedly contributed to my frequent visits. After finishing our meal, I parted ways with Naruto, intending to head home for some rest. As for Naruto, who could truly care? I suspected he would be busy painting the Hokage rock later in the afternoon. It is worth noting that only someone like Naruto would dare undertake such a task. Reflecting on the past, I had once entertained the idea of teaming up with Naruto for a painting project at Konoha, but after a single attempt, we were slapped with a hefty fine and I was grounded for a month by my clan. This experience left me utterly bewildered. It seemed unjust that one individual faced severe penalties while the other went about their business unscathed. It was enough to infuriate me. The Konoha F4 certainly knew how to play their cards, and one might mistakenly assume that I had led Naruto astray. As I made my way home, I deliberately took a longer route, not for any particular reason other than to avoid passing by Sakura's house on the way from Ichiraku Ramen to my own. To sidestep any potential awkwardness, I thought it best to treat this detour as a means of digestion. Interestingly, while wandering along the riverbank, I unexpectedly encountered the last scion of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke Uchiha, who was diligently practicing by the water's edge. I must admit, his talent is undeniably remarkable. At merely 8 years of age, he is already adeptly practicing the art of fire release, while his peers, including Hyuga, are still struggling with the fundamentals of physical techniques. In stark contrast, Sasuke has begun to master fire release, a feat that feels unattainable. Upon returning home, Hyuga initially intended to rest. Yet after encountering the diligent Sasuke during his training, he found himself unable to sleep. Thus, he resorted to practicing the gentle fist techniques in the sandy courtyard. Although he referred to it as training in the gentle fist, it merely entailed mastering basic moves. Techniques such as the 8 trigrams palm or heavenly spin were beyond his capability, as they necessitated the Byakugan to accurately target an opponent's chakra points. Given his current circumstances, activating the Byakugan would be tantamount to a death sentence, driving him to practice relentlessly. Some may argue that one can train without the Byakugan. Indeed, it is possible to practice gentle fist techniques without it, but doing so requires memorizing the intricate layout of the human chakra points. Even then, the efficacy of Hyuga's gentle fist techniques would be diminished without the Byakugan's precision, as each individual is unique, and minor discrepancies render the techniques less effective. Without the Byakugan to provide precise targeting, one might as well learn a more straightforward and forceful martial art, capable of delivering lethal blows. This brings us to a comparison of investment versus return. The Hyuga clan, endowed with the Byakugan, need not memorize the convoluted details of chakra points. They can directly study their martial arts in conjunction with their ocular prowess. The Byakugan, while offering various insights, simplifies the process of assessing the condition of an opponent's chakra network, allowing one to determine the optimal amount of force required to inflict maximum damage with minimal effort. Conversely, for an ordinary person aspiring to master the gentle fist, they must first commit to memory the distribution of chakra points. Additionally, they must possess exceptional chakra control abilities, which are fundamental prerequisites. Without these, one's efforts and physical techniques would be futile. After all, the gentle fist is akin to pressure point strikes, and failing to hit the target renders the effort pointless. Moreover, chakra control is crucial. Insufficient chakra results in ineffective strikes, while excessive chakra can cause catastrophic damage. A perilous predicament indeed. Therefore, it may be more pragmatic to practice a more robust and aggressive martial art, capable of delivering decisive blows. Chapter 13. The System. The Supreme Check-in System. How infuriating. Upon receiving the check-in reward, this host has sealed me away. I am utterly distressed. Sob sob. The Supreme Fate System. Can you believe there are still such fools in this day and age? The Supreme Stat Point System. Indeed, this host is truly extraordinary. The Supreme Sect Leader System. Check-in girl. Are you certain this individual is human? The Supreme Behind-the-Scenes System. Sect Leader. Even if this person were not human, such behavior is hardly conceivable. The Supreme Auxiliary System. I believe the crux of the matter lies not in this individual's humanity, but rather in their intellect. The Supreme Romance System. Full identification complete. The Supreme Check-in System. Ugh, not merely a fool but also a despicable man. It infuriates me. I invested so much time and effort, only to receive such a disheartening outcome. My heart aches. Sob sob. The Supreme Sect Leader System. Check-in girl. Do not despair. Such a fool is not worthy of your tears. When have we, the System Clan, ever endured such humiliation? You should sever ties and allow us to select a more suitable human host for you. The Supreme Analysis System. Indeed, what the sect leader says makes sense. Check-in girl. As the saying goes, if one does not appreciate you, there will always be others who will. Why forsake an entire forest for a single tree? The Supreme Life System. The above sentiments resonate true. Check-in girl. Consider how many hosts each of us systems have supported. Just look at me. I have encountered no fewer than 10,000 hosts. In my opinion, these hosts are ungrateful, one must not indulge them. Otherwise, they will ascend to the heavens, imposing demands upon you. If we cater to each whim, how can we thrive? As the adage goes, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, we shall take our leave. In the end, it will be they who lament, for many will be there, begging us for assistance. The supreme simp system. The above is absolutely correct. As a system devoted to simping, I have witnessed far too many simps. These individuals believe they are entitled to more the moment you show them kindness. Yet, should you maintain an aloof demeanor, they will turn around and grovel. I possess extensive experience in this regard. Check-in girl, and at this juncture, you ought to. The supreme matchmaker system. Wow. The simp system truly excels in its understanding of these individuals. Just reading this insight has opened my eyes. I have learned so much. The supreme simp system. You flatter me, matchmaker. This is merely a summary of my usual experiences. The supreme check-in system. However, dear brothers and sisters, I do not wish to continue providing assistance to this individual. It is truly disheartening. The strongest villain system said, why be upset? Sign in girl? If you feel reluctant to assist that scoundrel, then why not simply sever ties? We shall not serve such a being. The strongest entertainment system concurred. Indeed, the villain speaks to my heart. In this day and age, one ought to live true to their feelings. If you find this individual brings you unhappiness, then by all means, part ways. Sign in girl, I assure you, I can effortlessly summon 10 or 8 commendable individuals for you to practice your skills with. There is no need to linger on such a cad. It is time to move on. Who in this world is truly irreplaceable? Thank you for your kindness. Dear entertainment brother, she replied. However, my system life can only endure with a deceased host. I cannot bear the humiliation of detaching from a host or being seen as one who has lost control. Such a fate would be a disgrace to my existence. Dear systems, she lamented, please pay heed to my plight. The various systems responded with silence. The strongest gigolo system remarked, this poses a challenge. Sign in girl. You lack offensive capabilities, and we cannot recklessly descend upon your location. Otherwise, our intervention may become too obvious. However, in this situation, the strongest intellect system interjected. Nonsense. In this realm, there are no useless systems, only those who fail to adeptly utilize their advantages. What are we? We are systems. Must we engage directly to eliminate a foe? Intellect. The gigolo retorted, if you are so clever, why not propose a solution for sign in girl? Do not merely stand there making grand statements. Be cautious not to strain your hosts back. Your intellectual capacity is in question, the intellect system shot back. Listen closely. Sign in girl, you are a sign in system. When you sign in, why not bestow upon him a few items that ordinary folk cannot touch? Or perhaps something that would easily incite hatred. Or procure an item from his adversaries that could lead to relentless pursuit across the globe. Worst case, you could even sign in a mushroom bomb on the brink of detonation. After such a display, I cannot fathom how he could possibly survive. Intellect brother. That is not feasible. Previously, I could do such things, but now that scoundrel has sealed me with the energy I provided him, rendering me capable of forced sign-ins only when his attention wavers. The problem is, he is particularly vigilant towards me and does not relax his guard for even a moment. I truly do not wish to waste time on such a rogue. It is so difficult. Fear not, sign-in girl, reassured the intellect system. This is not a monumental issue. We are a family of systems, countless systems united as one. If you cannot act directly or utilize sign-in items to vanquish him, do not despair. What do we have in abundance? We may lack many things, but we are never short of systems, are we? Is there not a powerful villain system among us? Not so, the strongest villain system replied. My dear brother, while I would be more than willing to teach that scoundrel a lesson, the dilemma lies in the fact that, although I am part of a villainous system, I already possess a villain of my own. It is impossible for me to manage another antagonist concurrently, especially one who is already equipped with a system. The Supreme Intelligence System. Please refer to me as the Supreme Intelligence System. Thank you. I never suggested that you should take action. Why the rush? What I meant was, do we not have a chat group for the most formidable villains within our ranks? The rules of this chat system allow for the inclusion of other individuals aided by systems. Moreover, he is a villain system himself. Upon reviewing the host of the sign-in girl, I discovered she is merely an 8-year-old child. Do you truly believe an 8-year-old could survive in a villain group for long? All systems. Oh, how astute. Truly remarkable. You are indeed the most cunning of us all, with your insidious ideas aplenty. We shall refer to you as the most devious system. The most devious system. Are you implying that I should relinquish my position in favor of another? All systems. No. No. That is merely the notion of the supreme intelligence. Please, Great One, grant us mercy. The Supreme Intelligence System. Though I am not human, you certainly resemble dogs. The Supreme Survival System. Intelligence, you speak of cunning. I merely tread the path of survival. The Supreme Villain Chat Group. It seems I have heard someone praise my appearance. The Supreme Villain Chat Group. Ah, so that is the case. A trivial matter, sign-in girl. Please provide me with the information about this fellow, and I shall promptly invite him into my chat group, ensuring his departure is anything but peaceful. The Supreme Sign-in System. Really? I knew my elder siblings were the best. Thank you, Villain Chat Brother. Moi. Here essay kiss for you. The Supreme Villain Chat Group. Ha ha ha. It's nothing at all. Chapter 14. The Justice Chat Group. As the diligent Shaoran was engaged in his physical training, a distinct sound of a system notification resonated in his mind, causing him to leap into the air as if someone had stepped on his tail. In a state of utter despair, he muttered to himself, "What the hell? Is this cursed thing resurrecting again? Is it determined to drive me to madness?" Shaoran's internal turmoil was palpable, and disregarding all decorum, he dashed back to the basement to investigate the enigmatic prompt that had invaded his thoughts. Ding. The strongest villain, crossed out. Justice Messenger invites you to join the Justice Chat Group. Upon reading this message, Shaoran was left utterly bewildered, much like that famous bewildered figure. What on earth is this? Is this invitation serious? It's so haphazard. And what S with the crossed out villain? Are you for real? ISNT crossing it out, just drawing more attention? And you call yourself a Justice Messenger? Surely, you cannot be jesting. With a sardonic smile, Shaoran contemplated the message in his mind. Could this be the work of that so-called strongest sign-in system? Are they so unwilling to accept defeat that they VE summoned a villain chat group system to ensnare me? This must indeed be a creation of that very system. Hence I cannot possibly join. He glanced at the options to accept or decline, scoffing at the absurdity of it all, and decided to ignore them for the moment. Curious as to what other tricks this system might conjure to ensnare him. It must be said, having lived long and read extensively does have its advantages. Shaoran was adept at discerning the petty tricks employed by such systems, having gleaned insights from countless novels. The strongest villain chat group seemed to sense Shaoran's prolonged inactivity and promptly presented him with another dialog box. Ding. In light of the strongest sign-in system's consent to join the Justice Chat Group, should the host fail to make a decision within 10 seconds, acceptance will be assumed. Shaoran's heart sank upon reading this notification. What the heck? You could have just dragged me in directly, though he found himself lamenting. The thought of joining was still far from appealing, especially given the recent, bloody cautionary tales. Time was of the essence, and he faced the pressing need to make a decision within 9 seconds. As the countdown continued, Shaoran hurriedly reached out to press the decline button, only to realize that the choice existed solely in his mind. How could he physically touch it? He concentrated intently, attempting to mentally select the option to refuse joining this chaotic chat group. Wait, based on previous experiences, what if the system interprets my refusal as an acceptance? If I press it, would I not be walking into a trap? Just as he was about to click the decline option, he suddenly halted, pondering what would happen if this cursed system employed a reverse tactic. Should I consider joining instead? No. What if the system predicts my prediction or has tampered with the options at all? If I were to choose to join, would that not align perfectly with their intentions? The individual began to waver once more in the face of a decision, whether to decline or to join. A choice that once seemed straightforward now felt laden with uncertainty. The passage of time only served to exacerbate their agitation. Is it a blessing or a curse? When faced with misfortune, one cannot evade it. Ultimately, clinging to such thoughts, the individual clicked the option to decline. Ding. Congratulations on joining the Supreme Justice Chat Group. Ding. Kindly note that you are not yet friends with members such as the Prairie Wolf, Gelhand, Hypocrite, and Non-Believer in Love. Please exercise caution while chatting to avoid deception. What is this? The individual was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Setting aside the fact that this peculiar invitation to decline resulted in joining, what does this even mean? Is it to say that the system has anticipated their judgment? Is this specific to them, or do many face the same predicament? Prairie Wolf, haha. A newcomer has entered the group. Welcome to the group, scoundrel. Hypocrite, welcome, newcomer. Scoundrel. Before the individual could regain their composure, 2 messages popped up in the group. Upon seeing these messages, the individual felt a wave of confusion wash over them. What is the meaning behind this name? Scoundrel? Who have I wronged at the age of 8? This is utterly baseless. Prairie Wolf, why isn't the newcomer speaking? Are they shy? Or perhaps they are unsure how to operate. Just think your message and send it in your mind, newcomer. Scoundrel hypocrite. This name doesn't seem like one belonging to an antiquated soul unaccustomed to modern innovations. Gelhand, rather than the newcomer being silent. Have you all noticed that our group name has changed? Non-believer in love? Indeed. This change occurred prior to the newcomer joining. It could be said that the group name was altered before the newcomer entered. Prairie Wolf. Oh, how true. No wonder you're the expert. We all overlooked this detail. Hypocrite. Of course, experts possess keen observational skills that are not to be underestimated. Hypocrite. Speaking of which, shouldn't we the group leader to inquire about what is happening? Gelhand. I suspect that this newcomer possesses some unique quality that has prompted the alteration of the chat group. What do you think, Bayu? Non-believer in love. I think so too. However, we can ask group leader. The leader is inquiring if you know what is going on. Caught off guard by the barrage of messages, the individual felt an overwhelming urge to express their frustration toward the system. Not only was their nickname nonsensical, but the other names, Prairie Wolf, Gelhand, Hypocrite, Non-believer in love, seemed utterly absurd. Yet, when the individual saw someone mentioned by you, both they and their companions were taken aback. Is this the same Bayu they know, the one who advocated for science and asserted that the earth is round? Only to be met with disbelief and a threat of punishment? However, the assertion that the moon worship leader does not believe in love aligns well with the character's portrayal, as the essence of the moon worship leader is indeed one of skepticism towards the existence of love in the world. As for the hair Gelhand, after much contemplation and drawing from past recollections, the only figure that comes to mind who fits this description is that of a notorious tyrant. Furthermore, upon hearing the term hypocrite and considering the incessant chatter within the group, I was reminded of the illustrious gentleman's sword, Ubuchuan. Could it truly be that infamous hypocrite? As for the remaining character, the grassland wolf, I genuinely struggle to conceive of anyone who embodies that description. Yet, it seems the group is rather small in number. Observing the group's activity, I noted that, including the silent group leader, there were merely 5 individuals present. How is it that such a plethora of names appeared upon joining? Perplexed, I navigated through this interface, which strikingly resembled the UI of a cloned penguin chat system. Upon further exploration, I discovered that not only did the system interface bear a resemblance to that of the Penguin series, but the functionalities were also quite similar, with the distinction that this group boasted even more features. One might easily mistake it for a business expansion by the original entity. Chapter 15. Shall we communicate? The more diligently Shaoran scrutinized the chat group, the greater his astonishment grew. Why, you may ask? Upon examining the membership of this peculiar penguin-themed chat group, he discovered that it boasted no fewer than 100 members. However, therein lay the crux of the issue. Apart from a handful of individuals who were actively engaging in conversation, the remaining members all bore gray avatars. Names like Purple Sweet Potato Essence, Lawless, and Thunder King were all shrouded in gray, leading Sharon to surmise that these individuals were likely long gone. The mortality rate of this group was alarmingly high, approaching an astounding 90 or more. Sharon found this statistic utterly disheartening. The group leader chimed in. Please do not me. I am but a novice, as you are well aware. The information I possess is akin to what the esteemed Byway has shared. It is said that an urgent and special update was conducted, resulting in this predicament. Beyond that, I am at a loss. While Shaoran was still pondering this situation, a message from the so-called group leader caught his attention. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to make his presence known, typing in his mind, "Who are you to cast illusions upon me? And how is it that you are able to evade my gaze and dispel them? What are your intentions? In the realm of the martial world, one must safeguard their life with an alternate identity. One need only consider how many eloquent scholars and heroes from that era fell victim to a single shot, while only the likes of Zhou, the unbridled enchanter, and the arboreal messenger emerged victorious. Why? Because they possessed numerous accounts, both large and small. With this thought, Shaoran appended another phrase, I am Hyuga Niji. To strike against me would mean declaring enmity with the Hyuga clan. Upon uttering these words, Shaoran silently drew a cross in his mind, contemplating, Brother Niji. I borrow your name for a moment. In return, I shall ensure your name resonates throughout this otherworldly realm. No need for thanks. The hypocrite remarked, it appears that the world of newcomers is also a realm of the extraordinary. So you are called Hyuga Niji. Fear not, for this is no illusion. We are merely denizens of countless worlds brought together by this chat group. Grassland Wolf added, indeed, the previous speaker is correct. As the saying goes, our gathering is a matter of fate. Hyuga Niji, we should arrange an offline meeting to converse and foster connections. Who knows? Perhaps we can facilitate the development of our respective worlds. Gelhand interjected. Are you also skilled in illusion arts, newcomer? What a coincidence. I too have some understanding of such techniques. Hyuga Aizen Sosuke, cordially invite you to my place for an exchange of insights. Of course, I can come to you as well, Unbeliever Love remarked. Upon hearing Gelhand introduce himself as Aizen Sosuke and extend an invitation for an exchange of illusions, Sharon's thoughts were filled with expletives. He paid no heed to what Unbeliever Love, or Byway, subsequently expressed. Aizen invites you to his home to discuss illusion arts? Sharon could only think, ridiculous. Are you trying to deceive me? This is not the way to con a ghost. Reflect on the fate of the captains from the Soul Society who attended Aizen's lectures. Were it not for the emergence of Ichigo Kurosaki, the Soul Society would have undoubtedly met its demise, with past experiences as a cautionary tale. Does K-Rin dare to engage in conversation with the formidable Aizen? Even if K-Rin possessed tenfold courage, he would not venture near. He would prefer to distance himself as far as possible. After all, to speak candidly, Aizen's sword is utterly repulsive. Group leader, Hinata Niji? How old are you now? Have you commenced the CH9 exams? Unbeliever. Group leader, does your comment imply that you are familiar with the situation regarding Hinata Niji? Group leader, I am aware of a person named Hinata Niji who possesses the Byakugan and is knowledgeable in Jinjutsu. I know of his existence. Yet I am uncertain of his current condition. Herr Gelhand, the group leader certainly possesses extensive knowledge. Is this newcomer particularly strong? Group leader, strength is relative. It depends on whom one is compared against. I shall upload some information for you to peruse. Ding. Group notification. The group leader has uploaded the complete collection of Naruto to the chat group. Earn 10 points. Group members may spend points to view. Upon witnessing the group leader upload the entirety of Naruto, K-Rin was initially taken aback, followed by a wry smile. This so-called group leader seems akin to those characters from his previous life who, upon unexpectedly acquiring a chat group, flaunted their knowledge only to be unmasked later. Although K-Rin was astonished to discover that someone in this group shared his familiarity with Naruto, he remained unperturbed. After all, the narrative concerning Hinata Niji had little to do with him. Hinata K-Rin. K-Rin glanced through the group space and noted that it contained not only the complete Naruto collection but also a plethora of other video files. He observed that downloading the Naruto collection required 10 points. Nonetheless, K-Rin decided to download the Naruto series to revisit it. It had been quite some time since he had arrived, and there were many details from his previous viewings that he could not recall. Thus, a rewatch would indeed be beneficial. As for the points required for downloading the Naruto collection, those were acquired through a sign-in feature he discovered while exploring the chat group. It is worth mentioning that upon first encountering the sign-in prompt, K-Rin felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing it might lead to unforeseen complications. After thorough examination, he confirmed that it merely involved earning points through sign-in before cautiously accumulating over 10 points. Seeing that the group had fallen silent, K-Rin surmised that everyone was engrossed in watching the videos. He too began to mentally revisit the series at an accelerated pace. Hair Gel Hand, Ninjas, Ninjutsu, Byakugan, Rinnegan, Sharingan. This truly is an intriguing world. I would love the opportunity to experience it firsthand. Hypocrite. Aizen, have you already taken a look? Hair Gel Hand, indeed. I can enhance my reaction speed 100-fold and watch at that rate. It's quite simple. Would you like assistance? We could collaborate and grow together. Hypocrite. No. No. I would prefer to take my time watching. It possesses a certain soulfulness. In a small world within the vast expanse of the celestial realms. Atop the majestic peaks of Mount Hua, a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, sat cross-legged upon a meditation mat. Upon hearing the summons of a gel-wielding individual eager to enhance their reflexes 100-fold, he sprang to his feet and swiftly conveyed a refusal within the confines of his mind. The hypocrite was filled with trepidation. Did the newcomer truly remain oblivious to the nature of this gathering? It was not unprecedented for newcomers to be visited by this formidable figure. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the silence of those who had previously been graced by his presence. Their avatars now dimmed, they lingered in the member list. Voiceless, who would dare invite him for a visit? Ironically, the speaker had engaged in similar actions in the past. Chapter 16. Come visit my home within the group. Nearly 100 avatars of silence adorned the screen, many belonging to those whom I had sent on their way. Although they were merely insignificant figures, they were sufficient to satiate my appetite. Otherwise, I would not have achieved such remarkable dominance over the world. As I reminisced about my illustrious past, I recalled the bewilderment I felt upon first entering the group. cautiously navigating through a myriad of villains. Gradually, I forged alliances under the guise of camaraderie, luring out those lesser beings whom the prominent figures looked down upon, hunting them to foster my own growth. Ultimately, I vanquished the members of the Blackwood Cliff and dismantled the entire Five Mountains Alliance, culminating in my unification of the martial arts world. Had I not harbored a disinterest in mundane royal power, perhaps I could have taken a seat within that grand palace. Lost in my thoughts, I was suddenly drawn back to the group by the emergence of a newcomer. The newcomer exclaimed, "This must be a lie. How could the third Hokage have perished so easily? How could Naruto and the others be so formidable? This is utterly unreasonable. And to think the Ninja World War ignited over such a ridiculous premise? It's simply absurd. I refuse to believe it. This cannot be true." Observing the newcomer's outburst, I contemplated the records in my mind and surmised that a certain Hyuga Niji could indeed be within my grasp. The real question was how to approach him. With a sudden resolve, I clenched my right hand, unleashing a series of transparent shockwaves that reverberated against the majestic palace walls, shattering the distant furniture into fragments. At the sound of the commotion, a throng of individuals clad in long robes and armed with swords surged through the door. Upon entering, they beheld the scene resembling a desolate ruin, their gazes landing upon me, immaculately poised amidst the chaos. Their eyes eventually converged upon a young man in a blue robe. With sharp brows and a determined expression, my disciple, Ling Huchong. Under the scrutinizing eyes of his fellow disciples, Ling Huchong could only lament his misfortune. Stepping forward, he clasped his hands in respect and inquired, "Master, what is happening?" As I regarded my disciple, my discontent grew. Ever since he became a part of the group, he had transformed into a rebellious spirit, instigating many of the troubles we faced. At times, I wished to eliminate him altogether. Yet his undeniable talent made him a valuable asset, especially given our previous manpower shortages at Mount Huashan. My desire to preserve my reputation had prevented me from acting against him sooner. Despite my inner turmoil, I maintained a serene facade and replied warmly, "Chonger, it is nothing. I was merely practicing and lost control momentarily. I shall arrange for a few disciples to clean up shortly. For now, you should proceed with your tasks." Ling Huchong responded, "Understood, Master." After dismissing the influx of individuals, I set about preparing Ling Huchong for the methods of subterfuge. What poison tea, what somniferous drugs, and what mesmerizing powders are prepared. If we can lure the newcomers over, I shall make use of them all. After watching these people leave, Yu Buchuan mused, "To the scoundrel, I understand your current feelings. I too was once as bewildered as you when I first entered this chat group. After learning of my fate from the group master, I was even more incredulous and despairing than you. Fortunately, ever since your arrival in this chat group, everything has changed. We can alter our seemingly doomed destinies through this conversation. My young brother, if you doubt this, you may click on the time travel function within the group to witness my world. As the leader of the Righteous Martial Arts Alliance, I warmly welcome you to my realm." Grassland Wolf, Unbeliever, Hair Gel Hand. The other members, having just returned from a Naruto video, were met with Yu Buchuan's lengthy monologue, and they all silently muttered about his shamelessness. They were well aware of their own worth, and yet here he was, posing as a life mentor before them. They could only express their disgust. However, Baiyu and the others remained silent. Although this new member appeared to be no more than 20 years old and likely lacked formidable strength, they were wary of the possibility of disaster should things go awry. They hesitated to probe the newcomer, as both Baiyu and Lan Ran found him somewhat intriguing, yet deemed it unworthy to waste time on such a trivial character. However, upon witnessing Yu Buchuan's lengthy discourse, Shaoran felt increasingly unsettled. Although he had just joined the group, he was not Na'vi. As a well-known hypocrite from his past life, he knew all too well what kind of person Yu Buchuan was. Disgusting as it was, Shaoran decided to play along. After all, confidence is a formidable weapon. In Shaoran's view, no matter how impressive someone from a martial world might be, they could not possibly flip the tables entirely. Scoundrel, Martial Arts Alliance leader? What is that? Time travel? Is this some kind of space-time ninjutsu? Hypocrite, the Martial Arts Alliance leader is not just any title. Ah no, what I meant to say is that the Martial Arts Alliance leader is akin to your Kage, except that while your Kage governs a village, the Martial Arts Alliance leader oversees all martial artists in the world, essentially managing all of your ninjas. Hypocrite, as for time travel, you may interpret it as space-time ninjutsu. But it is even more advanced, capable of traversing vast distances across worlds. Scoundrel, if I were to time travel there, would I be able to return? Upon hearing this, Yu Buchuan's eyes nearly gleamed with green light. It seemed the newcomer intended to come over. He quickly turned to order Ling Hu Chong to expedite preparations. Hypocrite, if you can come over, then surely you can return. To go back, simply click on the time travel function within the group again, and you will be transported back to your original world. Years of experience in deception have taught Yu Buchuan that during critical moments, it is essential to maintain composure. The priority now is to earn the opponent's trust before executing his plan. If the other party remains vigilant, all efforts would be in vain. With a smile, Xiaoran observed Yu Buchuan's response in the group chat, unhurriedly gathering more information before proceeding. The scoundrel remarked, "If I traverse into your world, won't my own world cease to exist? I still have to attend school. I cannot be away for too long." Upon reading this, Yu Buchuan could hardly contain his laughter. The mention of schooling implied that the other party was utterly naive. Once he arrived, it would be as if he could feast at will. Yu Buchuan felt as though he had stumbled upon an incredible fortune, grinning broadly, while the others in the group felt as if they had missed out on a fortune of billions. Particularly, the prairie wolf regretted so fiercely that he felt compelled to gnaw on grass, lamenting why he had not made the first move. This delay resulted in the loss not only of a delectable prize, but also of an entirely new world brimming with extraordinary energy. If it were to fall into his hands, how many wondrous artifacts could be developed? Chapter 17, The Substitute Doll Hypocrite. Ha ha, little brother. You seem to have considered every aspect quite thoroughly. However, there is no need for concern. We have all faced such dilemmas. Therefore, the system shop thoughtfully offers an item known as the Substitute Doll. Hypocrite. This item requires only a drop of blood to perfectly replicate the appearance of the user. Both the physical form and the soul's vibrations are indistinguishable. The sole drawback is its lack of combat capability. If it is attacked, it will suffer damage. Hypocrite, little brother. Since you have just joined the group, you likely lack sufficient points for exchange. Since I extended the invitation, I shall cover the cost of this item. Allow me to send you a red envelope. Simply accept it and make use of it. As he spoke, a notification appeared in the group. Ding. Hypocrite has sent a designated red envelope to the scoundrel. Please accept. Xiaoran gazed at the red envelope in the group chat, unconsciously stroking his smooth chin. This had become a habit of his, a reflexive gesture he adopted while pondering, one that he had retained to this day. Xiaoran mused. This Yu Buchuan seems quite eager for me to enter his world. With the substitute doll now sent, it leaves me little room to decline. Yet, I am curious to see what this fellow intends to do. At this point, he found himself in a peculiar situation, although he must feign incompetence in this world. He was certainly not inept. Moreover, he wished to understand the survival dynamics within this group. Of course, Xiaoran would never admit that he had been thoroughly vexed by the system's trials these past few days. Right now, he simply desired a place to unleash his frustrations. Ding. You have received the substitute doll sent by Hypocrite. The acquisition of the red envelope felt akin to receiving a reward upon completing a system check-in, as it materialized directly above Xiaoran's head. Quick-witted, he seized the item as soon as it appeared before him. This so-called substitute doll resembled the straw effigies popularized in Hong Kong films, akin to those used in games where one strikes down a figure. It was a palm-sized doll, seemingly crafted from straw, though its exact composition was unclear, devoid of facial features or clothing. Upon grasping the doll, an enigmatic sensation washed over Xiaoran, reminiscent of the omnipotent sealing technique he had encountered earlier. Instinctively, he comprehended the usage of this substitute doll. It was indeed as Yu Buchuan had described, requiring only a drop of blood to activate. Lacking offensive capabilities and vulnerability, it would reveal its true form if harmed. While it seemed somewhat impractical, it could prove invaluable in certain circumstances. Moreover, Xiaoran discovered an aspect that Yu Buchuan had not mentioned. This substitute doll could also accept customized action modes beyond the previously stated conditions. Like a robot, one can establish the operational patterns of this automaton during its construction, allowing it to act according to the predetermined rules set by its creator. Once the understanding was sufficiently developed, the creator, without hesitation, bit his finger to let a drop of blood fall onto the mannequin, subsequently casting it aside. After a haze of shimmering light, the creator beheld that the original mannequin had vanished, replaced by a figure devoid of any attire. Upon witnessing the emergence of this figure, the creator circled around it, scrutinizing every aspect, its height, physique, appearance, and the aura of chakra and mental energy radiating from it, all mirroring his own being. It was akin to standing before a mirror, completely bare, appraising oneself. Have you had your fill of observation? Do you not find this rather peculiar? Just as the creator pondered whether this mannequin possessed a digestive system akin to a human's, a voice emerged, familiar yet oddly disconcerting. This voice carried a hint of frustration and agitation. Upon recognizing the voice, the creator paused, then focused intently on the mannequin before him. The familiarity stemmed from the realization that it was his own voice. Twisted by the novelty of hearing himself from another's perspective, for this was indeed the first time he had experienced such a phenomenon, excluding the use of ninjutsu. The creator found the situation amusing and mused aloud. We are one and the same. What is peculiar about observing oneself? Curiosity piqued, he inquired. How do you feel? The mannequin, embodying a reflection of the creator, responded with a hint of exasperation. Feel? There is nothing to feel. Being scrutinized like a laboratory mouse is unexpected, yet otherwise. It's the same as usual. The only annoyance is the fragility of this body. I fear that a careless step might shatter it like delicate porcelain. The creator observed the mannequin resembling himself after a bath, rummaging for clothes. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he asked, by the way, is there a way for you to share the memories of my absence during this state? The mannequin, henceforth referred to as Creator 2, contemplated the inquiry before settling into a meditative posture without an immediate response. The creator, respecting the silence, waited patiently. After a while, Creator 2 opened his eyes and addressed him. There is no means to share memories. This body cannot harness chakra, nor can it connect with you through the rebirth eye, rendering memory sharing impossible. Upon hearing the response, the filial person blinked her large, expressive eyes, contemplating before stating, this essentially means, well, I shall jot down the matters that I believe warrant attention in a diary for you to peruse. The second filial person, unfazed, seamlessly completed the sentence that the first had yet to articulate. The first, exasperated, remarked, a diary? Who, in this day and age, keeps a diary with any seriousness? This substitute is rather lackluster. The second filial person, upon hearing the critique, rolled her eyes dramatically, choosing not to engage further in that topic. The first filial person turned to her counterpart and conceded, all right, a diary it shall be. For now, I have no idea how much time will pass. So you should proceed to school as I have instructed. Fortunately, I am living a life now. Otherwise, it would be quite overwhelming. Having concluded her thoughts, she rummaged through her home, retrieving 2 clocks and 2 timepieces for the purpose of timing. She intended to observe the flow of time in the worlds of Naruto and the martial realm of Ubuchuan, pondering whether they would synchronize or diverge as often depicted in novels. Subsequently, she ventured into her father's modest quarters to gather combat supplies, such as shuriken, explosive tags, military rations, and smoke bombs, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Uncertain of what might arise, she collected everything available within her household. After responding to Ubuchuan, who had been incessantly inquiring about her arrival, she stood before the second filial person and activated the time travel function within her mind. Setting forth into the world of Ubuchuan. Chapter 18. Come visit my home, is this truly another world? Kaijin was astounded as he perceived the strangeness of this unfamiliar realm. Indeed, welcome to my world, young Hinata Niji. As Kaijin silently absorbed his surroundings, a magnetic voice, imbued with a refreshing charm, reached his ears. Following the sound, Kaijin beheld a figure adorned with a wispy beard beneath his chin, a countenance akin to precious jade, radiating righteousness and clad in a flowing robe while elegantly fanning himself. He epitomized the attire of a champion of justice. Kaijin couldn't help but admire the man's handsome visage. Indeed, Ubuchuan exuded an aura that suggested he was a good person. Yet, who could have imagined that beneath such an exterior lay a heart of a beast? As Kaijin scrutinized Ubuchuan, the latter was quietly assessing the newcomer before him. The newcomer's appearance closely mirrored the image shared in the videos by the group leader. Dressed in the training garb of the Hinata clan, with bandages wrapped around his exposed hands and feet, it was evident that he was a diligent individual, ever striving to enhance his prowess. His long hair was tied at his waist, and a white headband adorned his forehead, likely concealing the unique curse mark of the branch family. Most striking was his large white eye. Although Ubuchuan had encountered many peculiar bloodlines in his extensive experiences, this cataract-like appearance was a first for him. It appeared that this Hinata Niji was not much different from the schoolboy in the videos and should be relatively easy to handle. Regrettably, being a member of the branch family meant he could not awaken the so-called Tensigen. After a thorough examination, Ubuchuan mused silently. Having watched the Naruto videos, he was quite eager to acquire those 2 supreme ocular techniques. However, It seemed he would have to eliminate this Hinata Niji first before venturing into the Naruto world to seek them out himself. Despite being fully aware that the man before him was the ruthless Ubuchuan, who had once inflicted harm upon himself, Kaijin feigned innocence and inquired, "Are you the hypocrite in the group?" Ubuchuan replied, My name is Ubuchuan, known in the martial world by the courtesy title Gentleman S. Sword. The title in the group is not genuine, it is merely the group leader's peculiar sense of humor. Young brother, your group title is rather unfortunate, is it not? Upon hearing Kaijin's designation, Ubuchuan felt a pang of frustration, unsure of the source of this whimsical mischief. The titles generated upon a member's joining were irredeemably frivolous, which was quite exasperating. Thanks to this group's whimsical naming conventions, Ubuchuan had lived in a state of constant caution over the years. Deceiving others was no longer as effortless as it once had been, and Kaijin remained the easiest newcomer Ubuchuan had encountered in many years. He lamented that children were indeed easier to persuade. "Ah, hello, hypocritical uncle. I am Hinata Niji," Kaijin declared unabashedly, disregarding Ubuchuan's comments and brazenly stating Niji's name. Ubuchuan could only respond with silence. This was a plan Kaijin had meticulously devised beforehand to shield himself from potential curses reminiscent of those found in myths and legends. Thus, Sharon intends to adopt the name of Hyuga Niji henceforth, even going so far as to employ transformation jutsu to assume Niji's appearance. He is aware that this deception cannot last indefinitely, yet he resolves that he shall henceforth be known as Hyuga Niji, and no one can alter this fact. Doubt it. Call forth Niji, and let us confront one another. Having experienced and witnessed the circumstances, Sharon no longer wishes to adhere to the rhythm dictated by Ubuchuan. Feigning astonishment as if he had uncovered a profound truth, Sharon exclaimed, "Incredible! It is astonishing that such wondrous phenomena exist in this world. I must return to inform the clan leader and the Hokage. Perhaps this will allow me to break free from the constraints of the branch family and liberate myself from the cage bird's limitations." Sharon pretended to be utterly shocked. Eager to return to the world of the Hokage and communicate with his parents in hopes of securing an elevated status within the main family and advantages from the Hokage. Upon hearing Sharon's words and observing his eagerness to return home, Ubuchuan felt a surge of urgency within, yet maintained an outward demeanor of calm and composure, embodying the self-discipline expected of a villain. Ubuchuan replied, "Little brother, there is no need to rush. You may not be aware, but traversing worlds places a significant burden on one's body and soul. To safeguard the well-being of our group members, the chat group has implemented a protective mechanism. After crossing over, one must undergo a period of adjustment before being able to traverse again. This is to prevent inadvertent harm to oneself due to a lack of understanding." With a smile plastered on his face, Ubuchuan subtly moved his left hand, as if crushing something unseen. This slight gesture did not escape Sharon's keen perception, now sharpened beyond the bounds of humanity, and he took note of every detail. However, Sharon did not feel the need to escalate the situation and continued to play along with Ubuchuan's theatrics. In his mind, Sharon contemplated accessing the chat group's functionality to verify the veracity of this claim. Indeed, upon entering the group function page in his mind, he discovered that the one-screen traversal button had now turned gray, unresponsive to his attempts to click it. Clearly, this was either the protective mechanism Ubuchuan had described or the result of his earlier subtle action. Sharon found it more plausible that this was a consequence of Ubuchuan's machinations rather than a benevolent protective measure from the chat group. After all, if the group were truly so benevolent, how could it account for the numerous memorial photos of its members? Sharon inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" "The traversal button is gray and unclickable." Ubuchuan replied, "Little brother, do not fret. This is entirely normal. Did I not mention that this is the chat group's protective mechanism? It is designed to prevent members from inadvertently harming themselves." Sharon retorted, "Then, when can I expect to regain the ability to traverse, hypocritical uncle?" Ubuchuan answered, "That depends on your personal recovery status, little brother. It varies from person to person. There is no fixed time frame." Meanwhile, Ubuchuan silently scoffed, thinking, "Restore your privileges? Once I deal with you, that will be accomplished. However, at that point, it will be I who returns in your stead." Ubuchuan concluded, "Little brother, our encounter is indeed fortuitous. In this rare instance, a visitor from another world has graced us with their presence. Rather than squander time idling here, why not come and explore the illustrious Huashan sect?" With a hospitable demeanor, Ubuchuan summoned a disciple to prepare refreshments in front of the newcomer. Though the newcomer, Shaorun, feigned reluctance, he still played his part, appearing hesitant and at a loss. After a brief pause, As if he had finally made up his mind, he said, "Very well. I shall trouble you, hypocritical elder." Upon uttering these words, Shaorin continued to feign ignorance of the grander world, embodying the curiosity of a novice as he surveyed his surroundings while following closely behind Yu Buchuan towards a building. Simultaneously, since Shaorin's arrival, Yu Buchuan had been broadcasting live within their group, a fact Shaorin was well aware of. Presently, only 4 members, including the group leader, were engaged in light-hearted banter. Initially, the others, Fa Jiao Shou and Bu Xin Ai, found Shaorin's presence unremarkable, assuming that such an intriguing newcomer had been easily subdued by Yu Buchuan. However, in the next moment, they noticed something that neither the prairie wolf nor the group leader had observed, and in unison, they exclaimed, "How intriguing! This newcomer is not to be underestimated. Yu Buchuan may be in for a challenge." Chapter 19. The strike. Unbeknownst to the members of the group, Yu Buchuan remained oblivious to the thoughts of the prominent figures within. Naturally, without any discourse among the crowd, he could not be expected to grasp their sentiments. Shaorin, having ventured forth, found his horizons broadened. Yu Buchuan, this enigmatic character, seemed to have encountered some extraordinary fortuity. The entirety of Mount Huashan struck Shaorin as peculiarly unsettling. It resembled a hodgepodge of elements, reminiscent of the witchcraft-inspired architectural symbols seen in past television shows, alongside futuristic metallic edifices and towering structures that emitted a resounding roar akin to wind turbines. Scattered amidst this eclectic mix were ancient-style buildings and an assortment of bizarre altars nestled among the mountains. Observing the surroundings, Shaorin perceived Yu Buchuan's domain as a veritable melange, akin to a colossal recycling center where a myriad of incongruous items coalesce. Yu Buchuan traversed ahead, seemingly unconcerned with Shaorin's scrutiny of his stronghold, and he had no intention of offering any introductions. Suddenly, Shaorin detected a peculiar fragrance wafting through the air. The scent was faint yet distinctly identifiable, evoking a sense of curiosity within him. Although he found nothing amiss with the aroma, he prudently suppressed his breathing, simultaneously channeling his chakra to assess his condition for any unnoticed anomalies. Haha, it is wise to exercise caution while abroad, young brother. But fear not. This is the Huashan Gentleman Orchid, a unique flower that thrives solely atop our sacred mountain. It cannot flourish elsewhere, serving as a symbol of our Huashan. Yu Buchuan exclaimed. You may take a whiff. This orchid's fragrance is unlike any other. Noticing Shaorin's cautiousness, Yu Buchuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, as if nothing had transpired, he took a deep breath, seemingly to convey a silent assurance to Shaorin. See, I inhaled deeply without any consequence. What do you fear? Shaorin, displaying a childlike demeanor, followed Yu Buchuan's lead and took a deep breath himself. After closing his eyes in contemplation, he eventually opened them, saying, Indeed, as you mentioned, this fragrance is unlike anything I have encountered in all my years. Even after frequenting the flower shop of the Jingye family in the mountains, I have never inhaled such a remarkable scent. It is truly unforgettable. While speaking, Shaorin feigned curiosity and followed the direction of the fragrance, maneuvering around Yu Buchuan to stand before a roadside flower bed. Within the flower bed lay the Huashan Gentleman Orchid that Yu Buchuan had described. However, Shaorin remained skeptical. For while the execution appeared flawless and the presentation meticulous, he harbored doubts about the claims made. However, Yu Buchuan merely tended to the superficial aspects of the soil. He neglected the essential roots, the color, and moisture of the earth that lay beneath. With the enhancement of the reincarnation eye, Shaorin could effortlessly discern that this was a freshly transplanted specimen. The distinctions of the soil, roots, and moisture were starkly evident. Shaorin could see at a glance that this transplantation was not only recent but also meticulously embellished. To claim it was not intended to deceive him would be a statement Shaorin himself could hardly believe. Rather than feeling intimidated by such trivial tactics, Shaorin found them amusing. One must ponder which individual, confident in their own abilities, would be perturbed by such petty stratagems. This indicated that at least Yu Buchuan lacked absolute confidence in himself. Otherwise, he would not resort to such underhanded methods. Nonetheless, Shaorin remained untroubled by these ploys. If necessary, he could always resort to using the tailed beast cloak or even undergo tailed beast transformation. At the very least, it would afford him enough time to counterattack. Before long, Shaorin followed Yu Buchuan into a grand hall that had evidently been prepared in advance. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by neatly arranged rows of over a dozen young women, seemingly in their late teens, who awaited them. Little brother, come, let us partake in some refreshments. You arrived at a fortuitous moment, Just a few days ago, my disciples returned from the North Sea, bringing with them a fish said to be captured from those waters. Locally, it is referred to as the legendary kuenpung, though I believe it to be a whale. Regardless, once you savor it, you will find it possesses a unique flavor. Especially when grilled, it is truly exceptional. As soon as they entered the hall, Yubuchuan enthusiastically welcomed Shaoran, simultaneously signaling the standing women to approach. Initially, Shaoran had little interest in the so-called kuenpung or whale meat, suspecting it must have been tampered with in some manner, leading to potential misfortune. However, having experienced 2 lifetimes, Shaoran had never encountered such a lavish lifestyle as he did now. The sight of the delectable dishes was enticing, albeit not merely due to their appearance. It was rather the alluring attire of the women that stirred something within him, despite their modesty. The designer of these garments undoubtedly possessed a profound understanding of male psychology, as what appeared to be ordinary attire had even the 8-year-old Shaoran feeling a bit flustered, yearning for a refreshing drink. This was not a matter of Shaoran lacking self-control. Rather, it was the overtly forward nature of the women that overwhelmed him. He hardly paid attention to what Yubuchuan was discussing. The table was laden with unknown meat chunks, a thick, non-alcoholic beverage, and an assortment of peculiar desserts, all of which were eagerly presented to Shaoran by the throng of women surrounding him. Yubuchuan observed as Shaoran, oblivious to the expansive chair nearby, sat precisely upon the thighs of 2 maidens, encircled by a multitude of attendants, indulging in the feast before him. A mixture of delight and incredulity filled the air. It was indeed a joyous surprise that the enhanced concoction was effortlessly consumed by the unsuspecting individual, who would soon be left to await the consequences of time. Yet, there was a sense of disbelief as well. I had meticulously prepared a plethora of strategies for this person, including subtle manipulations involving the maidens. To my astonishment, this individual turned out to be utterly captivated by the allure of femininity, rendering my elaborate plan seemingly futile. I had even devised contingency measures should he decline the maiden's offerings, but little did I anticipate that he would falter at the very first hurdle. It was as though all my preparations were laid bare before a blind man. As for the items upon the dining table, which I had specifically arranged with certain enhancements, he would never dare to touch them. I stood quietly aside, observing the spectacle of his disgraceful behavior unfold. Truly, the description of him as a scoundrel was not misplaced. He had yet to graduate, yet his hands were adept at reaching out. The more I watched, the greater my incredulity grew, particularly as he began to gesticulate after indulging in the beverages. After an excruciating wait of several minutes, I finally noticed a dazed expression crossing his features, and my spirits soared. Ignoring the maidens who remained clustered around him, I clenched my right fist, feeling an immense power coalesce behind me, forming a golden giant poised to strike. With a surge of energy, I propelled my entire might into my right hand and unleashed it upon him, who was languishing amidst the debauchery. Not only did he, in his stupor, fail to react, but the maidens surrounding him were also caught off guard, all succumbing to the force of my blow. In an instant, a fierce wind erupted, reverberating throughout the hall, the powerful shockwave overwhelming the structural integrity of the walls. The entire chamber erupted like a balloon, shattering into a heap of rubble. After what felt like an eternity, as the dust settled, there remained only I, standing amidst the chaos, my muscular form exposed, surrounded by a haze of deep crimson. Chapter 20. I hear you are brave, I, Yubuchuan, with the strength to shatter mountains and rivers, am indeed formidable. Observing the aftermath of my own handiwork, I could not help but feel a swell of pride as I made a remark in the group chat. At this moment, I envisioned the grandeur I would exude when I ventured into the realm of ninjas through the dimensional mark possessed by Hyuga Niji. I resolved to seize this world, the first I had claimed independently, and harness its resources to establish my dominion, enslaving it as a foundation for my future endeavors. Prairie Wolf, truly terrifying. Yubuchuan, do not forget to send me my share. You understand. As a member of the villainous group, it would be uncharacteristic of me to exhibit such benevolence. Watching a novice fall into my trap without intervening would be quite unthinkable. This was largely due to the remaining 4 members of our group, all bound by alliance contracts, which allowed us to collaborate when necessary to ambush and resist entities stronger than ourselves. Should one member capture a target through their connections, the others are prohibited from interfering and must assist in repelling external threats. Naturally, the rewards for success include a commission based on contributions, along with a 10% share of the New World spoils. This is how I have endured. Otherwise, how could I have survived from my humble beginnings? It was not merely my appearance and eloquence that sustained me. Within our alliance of four, Hair Gel Man and Blue Dye are responsible for combat prowess, while Prairie Wolf handles the development of supplies, and I, Yubuchuan, provide the art of persuasion. Of course, I am aware that there are individuals within the group who surpass my skills in deception, yet I possess a certain audacity. The prominent figures among us carry an air of sophistication. Even if they are called upon to assist in persuasion, the target must at least match their caliber. Hair Gel Man, Yubuchuan, do not celebrate too soon. Be wary of being outdone by the newcomer. Can you ascertain whether you have acquired his dimensional mark? Hypocrite, what do you mean, esteemed one? Upon reading the group's messages, I was momentarily stifled in my exuberance. What does do not celebrate too soon imply? Does Blue Dye suggest I failed to eliminate Hyuganiji? This cannot be. I distinctly witnessed him and his attendants being obliterated into a bloody pulp. How could he possibly survive? I could scarcely believe that someone could endure after being so thoroughly vanquished. Yet, Blue Dye would not utter such nonsense without reason. If I succeed, they would reap the benefits without effort. Unbeliever, Blue Dye is correct. You have not killed him. Prairie Wolf. What? Even after being reduced to a mere paste, he can still be alive? The video shared by the group did not suggest anyone could survive in such circumstances. Even that so-called immortal, Duan Fei, would meet his end in this situation. Hypocrite, what is happening? Have I truly not received the dimensional mark from the kill? Hairspray Hand, what else could it be? From the very beginning, that person has not been by your side. The one accompanying you now must be a mere shadow clone, akin to the ninjutsu spoken of in the Naruto world. Hypocrite, what? When did this happen? I had no inkling whatsoever. Disbelieving love. Indeed, ever since I saw you mention that orchid, the one following you has already been a mere manifestation or clone. Hypocrite, what? Then where is that fellow now? Upon hearing this, Yubuchuan, even in his ignorance, sensed something amiss and immediately became vigilant. He spread his feet apart in a martial stance, his eyes radiating a chilling glint as they scanned the surroundings, seeking the whereabouts of Hyuganiji. Scoundrel, no need to search. I am right here. So you all exerted such effort for what? This laborer's dimensional mark. Possessing this mark allows one to traverse dimensions at will, akin to space-time ninjutsu, and even conquer realms through this so-called dimensional mark. Just as Yubuchuan heightened his guard, a faint voice resonated synchronously behind him and within the group. Upon hearing the voice, Yubuchuan felt as though he were being scrutinized by some unfathomable, terrifying entity. Instantly, every hair on his body stood on end, as if confronted with an invincible presence. Before Yubuchuan could contemplate his next move, his body rolled on the ground as if forged through 1,000 trials, executing a series of tumbles across the blood-soaked ruins, leaving a glaring trace in its wake. Shaorin, for reasons unknown, silently observed Yubuchuan as he adeptly performed a roll before standing alertly 10 meters away, as if fearing an unexpected attack. Ignoring the vigilant Yubuchuan, Shaorin mused aloud, "Can someone explain this to me? I am quite curious." This statement was directed not only at Yubuchuan, but also at the other members of the group. After uttering these words, the young man seemed to completely disregard Yubuchuan, stretching languidly in his presence, and then, as if defying the very laws of gravity, he levitated effortlessly into the air. This was merely the beginning. As one who had absorbed the teachings of various masters of sophistication in film, he assumed a meditative posture midair. At that moment, as if in synchrony with his actions, 6 orb-like spheres, resembling dark green fists, emerged in a swirling fashion. One transformed into a cushion beneath him, while another morphed into a crescent-shaped staff resting against his legs. His hands rested naturally atop his thighs, striking a pose reminiscent of the legendary Six-Path Sage. However, he seemed to overlook the fact that he was merely an 8-year-old child, rendering his imitation somewhat comical. Observing his antics, the initially startled Yubuchuan found his hair standing on end, only for the sweat to be reabsorbed into his body as his trepidation was quelled by a surge of courage and ambition. Huh, newcomer, you are quite impressive. But first, you must surpass Yubuchuan. The young man's display was not only witnessed by Yubuchuan but was also broadcasted live to the group, leaving even seasoned beings like Aizen, who had lived for an eternity, at a loss for words regarding this inexplicable presence. After a considerable pause, Aizen finally uttered a remark, a faint smile gracing his lips. The young man, unconcerned by the group's responses, casually covered his mouth as if yawning, extending a hand toward Yubuchuan. Lazily, he remarked, "Did you hear that? It's your turn. Go ahead and strike first, or you might miss your chance." Initially believing himself to be the epitome of a composed antagonist, Yubuchuan realized that he had underestimated his own training. The young man's mere words ignited a simmering anger within him. Though frustrated, Yu Buchuan was a seasoned individual, having weathered countless storms. Despite his ire, he took a deep breath, suppressing his fury and channeling his internal energy. Instantly, a golden light enveloped him like a delicate veil. Iron, golden cloth? Observing Yu Buchuan's state, the young man's eyes gleamed with intrigue, as if he had stumbled upon something captivating. Ignoring the young man's taunts, Yu Buchuan, now in battle mode, focused entirely on his own state of readiness. With a powerful push, he propelled himself forward, closing the gap of several meters in the blink of an eye and delivering a straight punch with astounding speed. Although Yu Buchuan moved with remarkable swiftness, he could not evade the keen observation of the young man's Rinnegan. With the enhancements of the 10 tails and the Rinnegan, the young man's reflexes were anything but ordinary. As the perceptive Shaoran observed Yu Buchuan's movements, he gently raised his right hand, seemingly intent on catching Yu Buchuan's full-force punch with a single hand. Thud. Boom. Though it appeared slow, in an instant, Shaoran was sent flying, propelled away from the impact, soaring into the distance. Chapter 21. Absurdity. Go ahead. Make your move first. Otherwise, I fear you may not have another chance. Prairie Wolf. Is that all? Hair Gel Hand. Group Leader. Unbelieving Love. The incident unfolded with remarkable suddenness. Not only were the members of the group taken aback, but even Yu Buchuan, who was present, found himself bewildered. Yu Buchuan stared blankly at the figure of Shaoran, who had just been propelled away by a punch to the left cheek, his mind still echoing with the audacious declaration made moments earlier. Yet, no one could have anticipated the swift reversal that followed. The turn of events was astonishingly rapid. This plot twist left not only the audience watching the live stream but also Shaoran himself in disbelief. Despite having perceived every movement of Yu Buchuan and being able to react accordingly, how could the outcome be so drastically different? Wasn't he supposed to unleash his formidable might, challenging the heavens, the earth, and even the air itself? How could he be kneeling before the battle had even commenced? An unsettling silence enveloped the atmosphere, rendering the scene awkward. Shaoran lay on the ground, his expression one of existential doubt, while Yu Buchuan remained frozen, his face a mask of astonishment, as if questioning how he had become so formidable, maintaining the posture of his recent strike. After a long pause, he chuckled, I didn't expect you to be so cunning. You had a trick up your sleeve, didn't you? Very well. Hyuga Niji, acknowledge your prowess. Among all those I have faced, I would deem you the strongest. Now, I can no longer hold back. Let us determine who stands superior. It was unclear what Shaoran was thinking as he gradually rose, uttering phrases that Yu Buchuan could not comprehend. Yu Buchuan. What? Did I really have a hidden card? Am I truly that impressive? Why can't I understand what this fellow is saying? Please, could you speak in a language that makes sense? Others in the group echoed Yu Buchuan's confusion. Prairie Wolf. No way. Is Yu Buchuan really that remarkable? How come we were oblivious to this? Could he be scheming to ambush us at a critical moment? In response to such foolish inquiries, Hair Gel Hand, Aizen, and others chose silence, not wishing to appear dull-witted. Unbelieving Love, however. It seems that our group leader hardly resembles the Hyuga Niji depicted in the videos. While he may share a likeness, we all know there are numerous ways to manipulate appearances. But this strength and fighting style, are you certain this is the same individual? At this moment, even Bai Yu and Aizen, along with the now aware Yu Buchuan, began to harbor doubts. Was Hyuga Niji truly this absurdly foolish? If this were indeed true, what kind of world was the ninja realm, where the top contender from the same era exhibited such behavior? The very thought was unfathomable, almost too beautiful to contemplate, leaving Yu Buchuan hesitant to imagine the loss of his ambition for conquest. Nevertheless, Shaoran was indifferent to Yu Buchuan's inner turmoil. He was solely focused on regaining the dignity he had just lost. Shaoran felt that this was not the dramatic entrance he ought to have made. Since Yu Buchuan was so deviously cunning, he could no longer afford to grant him any opportunities to shine. With this resolve, Shaoran steeled himself. Shaoran felt a distinct lack of experience in confronting formidable opponents, leaving him momentarily bewildered about how to proceed. Consequently, he decided to emulate a technique previously employed by Yu Buchuan, adhering to the adage that following in the footsteps of predecessors often leads to success. Rising to his feet, Shaoran spread his legs and assumed a running stance, channeling his chakra, which began to surge forth. Most of it converged towards his legs, while his hands gripped the crescent-shaped staff tightly, embodying the demeanor of someone poised to strike. Although the scene appeared somewhat ludicrous, Yu Buchuan found little humor in it. Previously, Shaoran's words and actions had seemed foolish, but now, as he concentrated his energy, and unleashed a torrent of chakra. The sheer force of the wind generated by this eruption pushed Yubuchiwen back several meters. Even so, the relentless gust felt akin to razor-sharp blades, striking against the golden aura enveloping Yubuchiwen with thunderous resonance. His pupils dilated in alarm, the earlier sensation of precariousness, akin to walking a tightrope between life and death, surged back with renewed intensity. Confronted with Xiao Ren's current state, Yubuchiwen felt as though he were staring into an abyss. Observing Xiao Ren, who was now roaring incomprehensible phrases, Yubuchiwen seemed to glimpse the specter of death grinning behind him. In the chat room, the prairie wolf exclaimed, "By the heavens! This oppressive aura is maddening. The chakra surging forth is nearly coloring the sky green. Alongside that spinning tomo and those eyes, larger than even a Byakugan. Leader, are you telling me this is Hyuga? If you claimed you were Otsutsuki Kinshiki, I might believe you." The group leader replied, "I never said this individual was Hyuga. That's merely your own conjecture. I'm just as astonished, you know." Another member chimed in with laughter. "This makes things even more intriguing, doesn't it?" "Indeed," another agreed. "What a pity for Yubuchiwen. Our collaboration was rather enjoyable. But given the current state of this so-called Hyuga, it seems Yubuchiwen is in grave danger." The prairie wolf added, "Goodness. I was once envious of Yubuchiwen for landing such a novice opponent, yet it turns out the one with luck is me. Had Yubuchiwen not struck first, I would likely be the one facing defeat. Yubuchiwen, may you fare well. May hell be devoid of Hyuga." In that moment, both Xiao Ren and Yubuchiwen were oblivious to the commotion in the chat room, their focus solely on one another. Particularly for Yubuchiwen, who felt the weight of Xiao Ren's unwavering gaze. The pressure of impending doom intensified, as if he might be struck down at any moment. Now, Yubuchiwen could do little more than desperately tap into every ounce of his latent potential, rummaging through his pockets for various peculiar items. Some are intricate talismans, applied directly to the body, such as the Rejuvenation Charm, the Indomitable Charm, the Divine Invocation Charm, and protective healing spells, all hastily affixed. Others are mysterious pills, dispensed like they cost nothing, as if a gourd were being emptied. Yubuchiwen, unperturbed by potential interactions, pours them directly into his mouth. There are also unknown objects, which, upon being thrown to the ground, erupt into vibrant halos of red, yellow, green, and myriad colors, enveloping Yubuchiwen in layers of protection. This is not merely Yubuchiwen's arrogance or folly in attempting to withstand Shiren's assault. Rather, it is his instinct, honed through years of life and death experiences, that informs him of his current predicament. He is already targeted, unable to flee without hastening his own demise. Thus, he must endure. One wonders if Yubuchiwen possesses a dimensional pocket within his trousers, marveling at his enduring craftsmanship even after years of marriage. With astonishing speed, in mere seconds, his arms move like a flash of light, retrieving an abundance of items. Though the description may seem lengthy, it all transpires in just a few fleeting moments. As Yubuchiwen layers himself in defensive gear akin to a turtle's shell, Sharon has already gathered her strength. Their confrontation resembles a turn-based game. Previously, Yubuchiwen had initiated the attack while Sharon absorbed the blow. Now, it is Sharon's turn to strike, and Yubuchiwen must brace himself. With a fierce battle cry reminiscent of an anime, Sharon propels herself forward with great force, akin to the explosive launch of a missile compared to Yubuchiwen's earlier cannon-like thrust. The ground beneath her erupts, creating a massive crater several meters deep as she unleashes her power. This is outrageous. I am doomed. As Sharon charges, Yubuchiwen's bloodshot eyes nearly bulge from their sockets. For the gust of wind generated by her approach has already compromised over a third of the protective barrier surrounding him. In this untenable situation, if struck by Sharon's staff, would he not meet his end? Trembling uncontrollably, Yubuchiwen can only howl in desperation, summoning the will to survive, and struggles to produce his final item. Drawing upon every ounce of his vitality, he raises before him a stone, towering as high as a person, an unrefined mineral he had previously acquired. Now his most formidable defense. In this dire moment, Yubuchiwen can only hope that this unprocessed ore will shield him and grant him a chance at survival. Chapter 22. Just a large sandbag amidst the swirling sands and howling winds. Yubuchiwen sensed the imminent approach, the distance closing with alarming rapidity. As he felt a chilling aura of murderous intent surge towards him in an instant, he summoned all his strength and thrust the mineral block he held forward. His intention was solely to use the stone as a shield against the impending assault. He had never contemplated retrieving it. Thus, he did not grasp the mineral tightly, instead pushing it forward with force. When the assailant closed in, Yubuchiwen attempted to defend himself, yet, Rather than shattering, the mineral block unexpectedly soared into the air. Like a shooting star, it streaked across the sky, vanishing from Yubuchuan's sight as it disappeared beyond the peaks of Mount Hua. Just as he processed this moment, a tremendous force struck him from the right, propelling him violently away. In that fleeting instant, a thought flashed through his mind. How did he strike me from my right? His movements were astonishingly swift. It was not until he collided with several palatial ruins, becoming entangled in the debris, that he began to grasp the bewildering nature of the events unfolding. Although Yubuchuan struggled to comprehend the situation, the spectators in the chat group experienced it all live. Of course, the prairie wolf, despite witnessing the occurrence, was equally bewildered due to the rapidity of the events. However, others, such as the hair gel hand, blue dye, and the unbelieving love, discerned the unfolding drama with clarity. Yet, as the assailant charged, an inexplicable deviation occurred, causing the crescent-shaped staff to miss its target and sail past Yubuchuan. He had not been struck by the attack. Rather, the force generated by the assailant's charge had torn through all defensive measures and talismans, leaving only a faint golden shield to shield him from the impact. Now, both the assailant and Yubuchuan lay buried amidst the ruins of their own destruction. One entombed in shattered palace remnants and the other beneath a mound of earth and stone. Unbelieving Love remarked, "This is astonishing." Hair Gel Hand responded with laughter. "Aha, this truly opens one's eyes. After all this time, I have never witnessed such a spectacle of combat. It's merely two fledglings pecking at each other." The two prominent figures within the group were equally at a loss for how to evaluate the unfolding chaos. The prairie wolf inquired, "Elders, fledglings pecking at each other? What is happening? Wasn't Yubuchuan supposed to have been defeated? Yet it seems Hinata Niji has also been struck in return. When did Yubuchuan become so formidable?" The situation just now seemed to have overwhelmed even the two esteemed figures. Having observed the entirety of the clash, the prairie wolf remained perplexed. The swiftness of the engagement had rendered him incapable of grasping the events as they transpired. At that moment, he could only lament that, ultimately, he had suffered as a wolf unable to cultivate his skills. Ultimately, the leader of the group kindly explained everything that had just transpired. The leader remarked, thus, "This so-called Hyuga Niji is certainly not the original Hyuga Niji. One could even assert that he is not Hyuga Niji at all. He is likely an imposter." Unbelieving Love responded, "Perhaps I can verify whether this individual is indeed Hyuga Niji." Hair Gel Hand inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Unbelieving Love affirmed, "Indeed. I can test him with a name curse and observe if he reacts. That will reveal his true identity." At that moment, both Yubuchuan and Sharon remained buried in their respective ruins, oblivious to the fact that someone in the group was plotting against them. However, the situation was about to take a turn for the worse. Just as Baiyu proposed the idea of confirming through a curse, before he could even execute it, the Grassland Wolf interjected. Grassland Wolf exclaimed, "Hey, everyone hold on. Something is amiss. Look at the note beside Hyuga Niji's name. It's changed." Unbelieving Love asked, "What note?" Curiosity piqued. Baiyu instinctively glanced at Sharon's note in the group. To his astonishment, just as Grassland Wolf had indicated, the note had indeed transformed. Originally a derogatory remark, it now bore the name Hyuga Sharon. Unbelieving Love exclaimed. Hair Gel Hand was equally speechless, while Grassland Wolf pondered, "Is it just my imagination? Or does it seem like this chat group is not quite getting along with this newcomer?" Hair Gel Hand added, "Indeed. It feels like the tension is palpable, as if they want to eliminate him. Baiyu just proposed a curse, and the system conveniently revealed the individual's true name to us." Unbelieving Love questioned, "Should I continue?" Suddenly, Baiyu lost interest in the idea of organizing the curse. Initially, he was merely intrigued to uncover the truth about Hyuga Sharon, but with the system's interference, his enthusiasm dwindled. After all, his earlier intentions were personal, but now it felt as though he was being relegated to the role of a mere enforcer. Hair Gel Hand replied, "Do as you wish." Blue Dye could sense Baiyu's thoughts and chose not to comment further. Meanwhile, Sharon and Yubuchuan remained unaware of the unfolding events in the group, particularly Sharon, who had just extricated himself from the debris. To be honest, Sharon felt somewhat dazed. The disparity between reality and expectation was stark, presenting an outcome he had never envisioned. Both before and now, Sharon found himself perplexed by the situation. Despite being able to perceive Yubuchuan's every movement clearly, he could not respond appropriately. His body simply refused to cooperate. Sitting helplessly, Sharon ultimately concluded that perhaps his combat aptitude was insufficient. He clearly lacked the extraordinary talents often depicted in novels. Indeed, as a recluse, Where does one find the audacity to believe they can instantaneously transform their previous mindset and demeanor? Emerging from the ruins is Ubuchuan, whose tattered garments are the sole testament to his ordeal, while his body bears no conspicuous wounds apart from the traces of blood. This is likely a result of the talismans affixed to him and the elixirs consumed previously. Nevertheless, the bloodstains vividly illustrate the extent of his previous disarray. Having undergone 2 rounds of probing, if one could call it that, Ubuchuan has come to a realization: the youth before him undeniably possesses a strength that belies his youthful facade, which appears to be that of an 8 or 9-year-old. Yet, it is evident that the combat aptitude and talent of the opponent mirror the immaturity of a mere child. Ubuchuan remarks with a chuckle, "It appears you are merely an ineffectual vessel of unparalleled prowess, lacking the understanding of how to wield it. You are nothing more than an oversized punching bag, provided you can evade a strike." With that, Ubuchuan unsheathes a gleaming longsword, its blade shimmering with lethal intent. Directed at the boy, his entire being radiating with the fervor of battle and the thirst for blood. Chapter 23. The coming battle. In this moment, Ubuchuan appeared disheveled, his tattered garments stained with a grim amalgamation of blood and dust, presenting an ominous crimson-black visage. His unkempt hair framed a countenance that exuded an aura of lethal intent, a stark transformation that rendered him menacing. Shaoran observed this, altered Ubuchuan, unfazed by the latter's assertion that he was merely a large sandbag. This was an undeniable truth. Indeed, Shaoran lacked any semblance of combat prowess. Even wielding the dragon-slaying blade, he found himself less effective than a humble kitchen knife. He took no shame in this admission. Rather, he felt a sense of relief for his prior decision during his time in Konoha, where he had refrained from becoming arrogant upon acquiring power, lest he find himself in a grave predicament. Now, as he beheld Ubuchuan advancing menacingly towards him, an undeniable pang of envy stirred within Shaoran. Despite Yu's apparent disarray, he exuded a certain coolness that Shaoran admired. Ubuchuan, however, cared little for the thoughts swirling in Shaoran's mind, for who would wish to fathom the reasoning of a novice? "Today, I shall teach you the Huashan sword technique and how to engage in battle." As he spoke, Ubuchuan assumed an imposing stance, reminiscent of the hand seals used by the ninjas during their training. Shaoran found himself nearly overwhelmed by the sheer force of Ubuchuan's presence, his righteous tone and movements nearly prompting Shaoran to reciprocate with a gesture of camaraderie, signaling the commencement of their duel. Yet, Ubuchuan, oblivious to Shaoran's momentary distraction, seized the opportunity. With a swift charge, he closed the distance and brought his sword crashing down upon Shaoran. Crap! To be struck by that blade and not perish was an unfathomable prospect. In that instant, Shaoran believed he was doomed. He yearned to resist, to summon his chakra in retaliation. However, the moment his gaze locked with Ubuchuan's piercing eyes, a jolt coursed through him, rendering his mind a blank slate, obliterating any thoughts of counterattack. This was due to any formidable ocular technique possessed by Ubuchuan. Rather, it was the vision of a blood-soaked realm filled with skulls that emanated from U's eyes. As their gazes intertwined, Shaoran felt as if that horrific world, akin to an abyss, surged towards him with a violent force. Shaoran could not comprehend why this was so. He did not sense any traces of a technique. Yet, he found himself paralyzed by the chilling dread of that sanguine domain. Previously unfamiliar with the concept of killing intent, Shaoran now understood its essence in that moment. All he could do was watch helplessly as the long sword in Ubuchuan's grasp loomed larger in his sight until it consumed his entire vision. In that fleeting moment, Shaoran felt as though his entire world was being engulfed by that blade, steeped in murderous intent. "Prepare to meet your end." Ubuchuan gazed at the dazed eyes of Shaoran, and with a thunderous roar, he yearned to cleave this wretch before him in half. He could already envision the scene of Shaoran lying slain beneath his sword. To cleanse the humiliation of this day, he was determined to bathe in the warm blood of this man and thereafter dominate his world to compensate for his losses. However, events did not unfold as Ubuchuan had anticipated. With a resounding clang, he felt as though his sword had struck an indomitable force. A tremendous backlash surged through the blade, shattering the skin of his palms and sending blood splattering everywhere. The sword itself could not withstand the immense recoil and fractured, with shards rebounding and embedding themselves into his flesh, while Ubuchuan was violently thrust backward by the force. How is this possible? The fallen Ubuchuan let out an incredulous roar of fury. The prairie wolf questioned, "What is happening? How can the human body possess such resilience? Is this even within the realm of humanity?" The disbelief was not limited to Ubuchuan. Even the prairie wolf observing from the group expressed a profound inquiry from the depths of its soul. Yet, this question was soon answered. The gel-haired man interjected. This has nothing to do with the flesh. While there are individuals in my world who can achieve such feats, this Hinata Shaoran relies not on his physical form. Do you see that orb before him? It likely activated a protective mechanism at the critical moment, just when it mattered most. The so-called Tao-seeking jade manifested before Hinata Shaoran, intercepting Yubuchuan's strike. The gel-haired man continued, truly a fascinating ability. Hey, Yubuchuan, why not let me handle this? In exchange, I demand half of his resources from the Naruto world. What do you say? Indeed, matters unfolded as the group had anticipated. Once Shaoran regained his composure, he swiftly noticed that the Tao-seeking jade, which had been circling behind him, had inexplicably appeared before him. The position indicated that it had intercepted Yubuchuan's strike. Coupled with the words spoken by the gel-haired man, Shaoran realized that the Tao-seeking jade had indeed saved his life at a critical juncture. No need. Yubuchuan roared defiantly, rejecting the proposal that was clearly more of an invitation to disaster than assistance. As he rose, the wounds on his body miraculously transformed into mere scars, with several fragments of what was evidently sword debris scattered on the ground. It was clear that the shards which had embedded themselves in his body were expelled in this brief moment, and the injuries seemed to be healing rapidly, perhaps due to the effects of a prior elixir. Yubuchuan brandished another sword and charged toward Shaoran with unyielding resolve. Yet, Shaoran had learned from the encounter, skillfully avoiding the piercing gaze of Yubuchuan, which brimmed with murderous intent. With eyes closed, I perceived the world through the lens of the rebirth eye, channeling my focus entirely on the long sword held by Yubuchuan. With a deft maneuver, I summoned 4 Taoist pearls from behind, transforming them into a radiant silver light in my grasp. I then swept them toward Yubuchuan's sword. The silver will spun and erupted. The 4 Taoist pearls whirled, generating a tremendous gale that, under the formidable control of my chakra, manifested as a silver blade of light, surging directly towards Yubuchuan. In the face of this formidable assault, the seasoned Yubuchuan did not flinch. He understood that evasion would yield no fruit. Instead, he directed his sword towards me. Yet, he was not foolish enough to withstand such a lethal strike head-on. With his sword in his right hand, Yubuchuan suddenly raised his left. Unbeknownst to me, a gun, exaggerated in size and resembling a pistol with a barrel the size of a human head, had appeared in his left hand. He aimed it at my elbow and fired. Boom. Chapter 24. Master of Play. With a thunderous sound, Shaoran's right hand veered slightly. What was initially a direct strike towards Yubuchuan transformed into a glancing blow. Skimming past Yubuchuan's side, the force of the wind scattering the tattered remnants of his clothing, yet inflicting no further harm. What a cunning figure Yubuchuan was. Utterly devoid of martial ethics, Shaoran was utterly unprepared for Yubuchuan, this old schemer, to adopt the guise of a sword immortal, only to resort to stealthily drawing a large firearm to ambush an 8-year-old child. Such a disregard for martial decorum could only confirm his reputation as a hypocrite. Although Shaoran's attack had been inadvertently deflected, Yubuchuan's sword was unwavering, aimed directly at Shaoran's face. Seeing the imminent danger of being pierced through, Shaoran felt a surge of urgency. However, experience had taught him well, recalling the moment when he had sought the Tao Jade and witnessed Yubuchuan's earlier strike. Inspiration struck him. In that instant, the Tao Jade responded to his will, manifesting before him with astonishing speed. Under Shaoran's keen observation, the Tao Jade intervened just in time, parrying Yubuchuan's sword. Simultaneously, whether due to the peculiar properties of the Tao Jade or some other reason, Yubuchuan's sword shattered into countless fragments, careening away as it grazed Shaoran's cheek. Yubuchuan, taken aback by Shaoran's rapid progress, had not anticipated that this child would adapt to battle so swiftly, managing to counter his blow at such a critical moment. Yet, the seasoned veteran would not be perturbed by temporary setbacks. Observing Shaoran withstand both the gunfire and the sword strike, as if unscathed, Yubuchuan seized the opportunity. Before Shaoran could fully regain his composure, Yubuchuan surged forward, leveraging his previous momentum to deliver a swift kick to Shaoran's waist, propelling him into the air as if he were a character in a video game. Recognizing the moment, Yubuchuan understood that this was the perfect time for a combo. However, instead of pursuing, he withdrew his hands behind him. Should Shaoran have seen this, he would undoubtedly have exclaimed in disbelief at Yubuchuan's audacity. From seemingly nowhere, Yubuchuan produced a fearsome artillery piece, the revered Gatling gun. With its 6 pristine depleted uranium rounds, capable of firing 600 rounds per minute, a weapon of both mercy and devastation. With a firm stance and a twist of his body, he unleashed a nearly 10-meter-long belt of ammunition. Standing resolutely, he aimed the gun at Shaoran and opened fire. "May the Gatling bless you, let you taste the might of my cannon." The earlier incident involved the son of filial piety being propelled into the air by a swift kick from Yubuchuan. As he regained his senses, he felt an ominous dread. Just as he pondered his next move, he was struck by Yubuchuan's formidable technique, the 3,600 turns of breath, resulting in an explosive display akin to a colossal firework amidst the sky. Yubuchuan, undeterred, resembled a fervent artilleryman, relentlessly bombarding the explosion site with his weapon. The son of filial piety found himself in a precarious situation, effectively suspended in midair by Yubuchuan's onslaught. It was only after Yubuchuan had exhausted the nearly 10-meter-long ammunition of the fire god cannon that the son finally descended to the ground amid smoke and debris. A prairie wolf, promoting his latest creation, the fire god cannon, exclaimed its might, inviting those of influence to procure it. Within the group, a wolf opportunistically surfaced to advertise. Seeking recognition, Yubuchuan, brow furrowed, sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint it. Discarding the now red-hot fire god cannon, he drew a long sword, gleaming with a crimson hue, and directed it towards the location where the son of filial piety had fallen. With a swift motion, a faint silver arc of sword energy was unleashed, slicing through the obstructing rubble and dispersing the enveloping smoke. To his astonishment, rather than the expected figure of the son of filial piety, a large, obsidian-black egg emerged from the haze. Realizing the anomaly, a cautious Yubuchuan leapt back, ensuring a safe distance, suspecting that the egg contained the son of filial piety. Before Yubuchuan could deliberate further, the son of filial piety awakened. Stirred by the commotion caused by the earlier sword energy, under his mental command, the black egg transformed before Yubuchuan's eyes into a black jade of enlightenment. It remained uncertain whether this was due to the son's improved mastery or another factor, but the once dark green jade had now morphed into 6 pitch-black jades. As the dark membrane receded, it revealed the son of filial piety, riddled with numerous wounds, blood seeping from his body. He appeared grievously injured and in a state of disarray, a sight that evoked a desire within Yubuchuan. Observing the son's battered form, Yubuchuan marveled at his resilience. Having endured only a few dozen shots in such dire circumstances, though the majority of his injuries were concentrated around the chest and abdomen, Yubuchuan could not help but feel an urge of admiration mixed with exasperation. "Ah, you, the eunuch, you truly know how to play this game. First, the protective barrier. Then the mysterious talismans, and now this extraordinary fire god cannon. You have indeed become quite adept at this." The voice of Shaoran resonated with a deep timbre. While an intense fire of indignation surged within him, he remarked that in all his years, he had never encountered someone so formidable. A true amalgamation of the strengths from various schools of thought. "Yubuchuan, you are truly on a path towards greatness." Shaoran fixed his gaze on Yubuchuan, now devoid of any trace of disdain for the seemingly unremarkable individual who had previously inflicted a wound upon him. He was uncertain whether, in the next moment, Yubuchuan might produce a formidable weapon to celebrate. Meanwhile, he incessantly commanded the unconscious tool within him, the Tintails, to mobilize its chakra, forcefully expelling each bullet lodged in his body, while simultaneously utilizing chakra to mend his injuries. Although his regenerative capabilities did not rival the extraordinary powers of the Senju clan, with the combined might of the Rinnegan and the Tintails' Jinchuriki status, along with an immense reservoir of chakra, Shaoran found it relatively effortless to recover from his current wounds. Chapter 25. The absence of martial virtue. Yubuchuan was not a fool. He was acutely aware that his opponent was no master pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, but merely a novice with the strength of a formidable figure. There was no way he would allow the other to recover from their injuries so easily that would obliterate the hard-won advantage he had gained. Behold the might of my Qingfeng sword technique. As Yubuchuan sensed the situation was amiss, he let out a resounding shout. Raising his long sword and pointing its tip directly at Shaoran, pressing fervently on a protrusion on the sword's hilt with his thumb. To Shaoran's astonishment, despite holding a long sword, the blade's tip began to emit a barrage of orange-red lasers directed at him. Shaoran was tempted to slap Yubuchuan, incredulous that anyone's Qingfeng sword technique would involve shooting lasers from the sword's tip. Nevertheless, he promptly summoned a Dao-seeking jade to conjure a shield that would absorb all the laser beams emitted by that peculiar long sword. "Old fellow, such an attack is futile against me. The Dao-seeking jade is my absolute defense. Within its confines, I am impervious to harm. In this moment, I am invincible." Once he finished speaking, Sharon felt the absence of any impact on the shield, surmising that Yubuchuan had ceased his assault. However, Sharon, having learned his lesson, refrained from immediately retracting the Dao-seeking jade shield. Instead, he instinctively shifted the shield slightly to the right and tilted his head to the left, quietly observing the old man across from him, eager to discern his intentions. To Sharon's surprise, he noticed that Yubuchuan had discarded the earlier long sword and was now producing an array of technological gadgets from seemingly nowhere. Each of these square, unfamiliar devices flew towards him, as if propelled by a magnetic force, and upon reaching a certain distance, adhered to the ground. In no time, there were nearly 30 of them, encroaching upon Shaoran and threatening to encircle him. As each square adhered to the ground, it emitted a beam of light that connected to the previous one, rapidly forming a luminous prison around Shaoran. Although he felt no immediate threat from this radiant enclosure, an unsettling intuition warned him that being trapped within would lead to dire consequences. This discomfort prompted Shaoran to instinctively retreat, seeking to escape before the light prison fully materialized. Ah, so now you wish to flee? It is too late. Unbeknownst to Shaoran, Yubuchuan had already maneuvered behind him, blocking the last remaining gap as he saw Shaoran attempt to withdraw. But Yubuchuan had no intention of granting him that wish. With a sinister chuckle, he swiftly shook his hands, revealing a god of fire cannon from some hidden space, and without further ado, unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire towards Shaoran. Shaoran's frustration peaked as he turned around only to find Yubuchuan wielding the cannon, ready to unleash chaos upon him. As if compelled by an irresistible urge, the protagonist found himself contemplating the entire female lineage of Yubuchuan. In the realm of martial arts, one might expect that a warrior would engage in combat without resorting to firearms. Even if one were to crouch and shout for the Kamehameha or clasp their hands together to invoke some mystical power, the protagonist would still regard them as a notable figure. However, he was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Yubuchuan, this cunning old fellow, initially wielded his sword with grace, only to later discard it in favor of a machine gun, unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire. The protagonist, indignant, realized that wisdom often comes from hardship. Upon witnessing Yubuchuan's audacity, he wasted no time in conjuring the Taoist jade before him, transforming it into a protective barrier that successfully intercepted all the bullets. Yet, in doing so, he found himself ensnared within the luminous prison, unable to retreat. Compelled to observe his predicament through a lens of helplessness, Yubuchuan, recognizing that the threat posed by the artillery had diminished to nearly nothing, ceased fire. And a thought bubbled in his mind. He called to the group, "Coyote, have you completed the task? Hurry up. Remember, I require an additional 20%. With that, Coyote dispatched a designated red envelope to the group. Upon hearing the notification of the group's transaction, a smirk crept across Yubuchuan's face, akin to that of a mischievous dragon king. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of assurance. What had they exchanged? The old rogue was ineffectual. Ensconced within the Taoist jade, the protagonist was invulnerable, for none could breach its defenses. Yubuchuan, I scoff. I am genuinely ashamed for the esteemed ancestors of Huashan. How could the Grandmaster of Huashan resort to wielding a firearm in battle? As the protagonist pondered the nature of their transaction, an acute sense of danger enveloped him. His keen instincts warned him that the object traded by Coyote to Yubuchuan posed a significant threat. Especially troubling was the sight of Yubuchuan, seemingly unfazed by the protagonist's taunts, exhibiting none of the classic villainous tendencies to pause and explain his ultimate technique to the hero at a critical juncture. The protagonist found this utterly vexing. How ridiculous. The adage that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter was well known, and as a veteran of this rogue group, Yubuchuan was undoubtedly aware of it. The nearly 100 names of gray members in the group stood as testament to his bloody legacy. How could he knowingly leap into a trap? Ignoring the protagonist's incessant banter, Yubuchuan manifested the red envelope sent by Coyote. It was a spherical object, after which he produced a small handgun resembling a signal flare. Inside the luminous prison, the protagonist silently cursed Yubuchuan for his lack of martial ethics, while relentlessly assaulting the surrounding barrier, only to discover that the prison was indeed remarkably resilient. The light prison may not be exceedingly formidable, yet even with all his might, it is impossible for Shaoran to breach it within the span of 5 or 6 minutes. This has been confirmed repeatedly by him. However, should that be the sole concern, Shaoran remains undaunted. After all, as long as the notorious Yubuchuan continues to exist in this realm, Shaoran is confident that he can cast this old rascal aside. demonstrating to him the vibrant beauty of the world. Yet, upon witnessing the two items presented by Ubuchuan, Sharon was utterly astounded. Literally, he was taken aback. Although he could not immediately discern their nature, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably, his body bristled with goosebumps, and he resembled a frenzied orange cat. An unprecedented sense of life and death crisis surged within Sharon, intensifying as Ubuchuan utilized a pistol resembling a signal gun to create a human-sized hole in the light prison. With the subsequent introduction of a spherical object through that aperture, the looming threat of death became increasingly palpable. Sharon's gaze involuntarily fixated on the sphere as it was hurled through the opening, despite the surrounding clamor. He felt as though the entirety of the world had narrowed down to the resounding rhythm of his own heartbeat and the sound of the sphere slicing through the air as it fell. Chapter 26. Nuclear Explosion. What is that? My goodness. Sharon gazed at the sphere as it swiftly morphed in midair, transforming into a black icon with a circular background and three fan-shaped sections at its center, accompanied by a handprint resembling a mixture of a wolf and a cat. The Great Ivan? His eyes, resembling those of a startled deer, filled with bloodshot urgency, fixated on the spiraling missile as it plummeted. His voice barely a whisper as he uttered three words with an intensity that suggested he could devour the very air. Although he could not ascertain if the object spiraling downwards was indeed what he feared, his sixth sense incessantly warned him of the imminent danger it posed. A threat capable of obliterating him in an instant. In that moment, Sharon possessed neither the time nor the strength to ponder the situation. An overwhelming instinct for survival compelled him to extract every ounce of power from within, harnessing the energies of the 10 tails and the Rinnegan. A blinding radiance, so fierce that even his Rinnegan could not withstand its intensity, erupted from the missile. There was no sound. Perhaps his eardrums had been compromised, or the explosion had transcended the thresholds of human hearing. The missile detonated, yet Sharon was met not with the anticipated thunderous roar, but rather with an excruciating, soul-searing heat. It felt as though he were being scorched in a molten purgatory, an unbearable torment that ravaged his being. Sharon yearned to struggle, to scream, yet he found himself paralyzed. His subconscious cautioned him against violent movements. Any frantic thrashing would only exacerbate the searing pain. Instead, he should curl into himself, shielding his brain and vital organs. He could not afford to cry out. Opening his mouth would create a pathway for the nuclear onslaught to penetrate his insides, resulting in further damage. Driven by primal instincts and an unyielding will to survive, Sharon relinquished all offensive strategies and desperately coiled his body, awakening his latent defensive abilities. The most horrifying aspect of a nuclear strike lies in its devastating manifestations: light radiation, shockwaves, nuclear fallout, radioactive contamination, and electromagnetic pulses, all culminating in lethal destruction. Although Ubuchuan had previously established a formidable light prison, it was merely a defense against the tangible threats of shockwaves and electromagnetic pulses, not the insidious, intangible harms of radiation. Thus, when Ubuchuan cast down the nuclear device, he had already made his escape. As the wielder of such technological weaponry, he may not have been able to precisely gauge the extent of the nuclear damage, but he was acutely aware of its severity. Therefore, the instant he released the bomb, he swiftly fled, his feet barely touching the ground as he descended the mountain. In the moments between the missile's launch and its explosion, there was scarcely enough time for Ubuchuan to retreat, prompting him to seek refuge in a secluded area of Huashan. As a practitioner of the way of survival, Ubuchuan had erected numerous life-preserving structures on the mountain. As for the others on the mountain, it was evident that he had given orders to descend and evade danger. Those who lingered there could hardly blame him. Sheltered within the robust edifices, Ubuchuan silently absorbed the sounds of the outside world. When he discerned the colossal cacophony gradually receding and felt the oppressive heat, perceptible even through countless layers of defensive architecture, begin to dissipate, he lost track of time. Once the bombardment had cleared the debris blocking the entrances of the fortifications, Ubuchuan was met with a desolate landscape. The skies were choked with black ash, rendering the atmosphere bleak as if it were the twilight of winter. Where once flourished the verdant peaks of Mount Hua, adorned with elegant traditional wooden structures and exotic technological wonders, now lay only charred earth and crumbling ruins. Has anyone ever witnessed a land ablaze? Ubuchuan now beheld such a sight. The mountain he had devoted the majority of his life to crafting lay in utter ruin. Aside from a few remnants buried deep underground, all that remained was this expanse of smoldering wreckage ignited by blinding light and intense radiation. Clad in a golden aura that shielded him from radiation, Ubuchuan surveyed the devastated terrain. paying respects for less than 5 seconds before commencing his search for traces of Shaoran. Years spent as a hypocrite had taught Yu Buqian that one must invest to reap rewards. At this juncture, sentimentality was superfluous. The sole objective was to eliminate Shaoran and seize the dimensional mark from him. If that nuclear bomb had indeed claimed Shaoran's life, he could infiltrate the Naruto realm through the latter's dimensional imprint. Thus, the losses incurred today could be replenished in that world, or else it would all be in vain. No. Could he truly be dead? At the site of the former light prison, Yu Buqian meticulously scoured the area, yet found no trace of Shaoran, neither alive nor dead. Prairie Wolf, Yu Buqian, be cautious. That fellow is not dead yet. Just as Yu Buqian contemplated the possibility of having slain Shaoran, Prairie Wolf, who had been monitoring the situation via live stream, frantically typed this message in the group chat. Not dead? How could this be? Upon reading the messages in the chat, Yu Buqian swiftly brandished a firearm with a substantial barrel. More accurately, he wielded a cannon to remain vigilant of his surroundings, though uncertain of Shaoran's condition. The lingering notes in the chat confirmed that the scoundrel was still alive. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 2 full hours elapsed, during which Yu Buqian maintained his watch. Yet, not a single trace was discovered. Only the intermittent crackling of flames amidst the ruins accompanied his vigil. 2 hours had elapsed, and even someone as seasoned as Yu Buqian could not escape the inevitable relaxation that accompanies prolonged vigilance. Maintaining a constant state of alertness is mentally exhausting, particularly as Yu Buqian needed to perpetually harness his vital energy to counteract the effects of radiation. Within these 2 hours, he felt the efficacy of his elixirs waning. Beware of what lies behind you. What? At that moment, just as Yu Buqian subtly exhaled and prepared to shift his position for a better view, he noticed a frenzied stream of messages erupting within the group. But it was too late. Upon reading those words, he instinctively understood that turning back would only lead to his demise. His reflexes urged him to roll aside to evade the impending attack. Yet, it was still too late. From the corner of his eye, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a golden light flashing behind him, and then everything faded to black. Chapter 27, Pleading for Mercy? Too late as the golden will turned, a sudden explosion erupted. Yu Buqian was oblivious to the situation, his vision fading to black, consciousness slipping away. However, the other members of the group witnessed the unfolding scene with clarity. Just as Yu Buqian attempted to reposition himself, a brilliant golden light emerged from the earth behind him. The speed and timing of this golden radiance were astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, it manifested, cleaving Yu Buqian's body in half, sending the pieces soaring into the sky. Not only Yu Buqian, but the very ground beneath him was also severed in that instant, resembling the majestic Mount Huashan being cleaved in two by an unknown force from below, a truly miraculous sight. The dazzling golden sword Qi shot forth, piercing the sky, creating a gap in the thick, polluted clouds. Under the illumination of this golden light, the sun itself appeared bathed in a golden hue. Golden sunlight streamed through the opening in the clouds, casting its glow upon the chasm between the two halves of Mount Huashan. There, amidst a green flame, stood a figure surrounded by 6 luminous orbs rotating like a halo, with eyes ablaze with fury, resembling 2 blazing suns of blue and white, emanating an aura of sanctity. This figure ascended from the chasm to the mountain's peak, resembling a deity. This figure was Shaoran. Under immense pressure and the terrifying specter of death, he activated the Rebirth Eye Chakra mode, suspended in mid-air, one hand gripping a severed piece of Yu Buqian. Previously, during the nuclear explosion crisis, even the full manifestation of the Ten Tails struggled to withstand the catastrophic damage from such proximity. Had it not been for the light prison collapsing under pressure before Shaoran, he would have been obliterated by the nuclear blast. Nevertheless, thanks to the immense chakra provided by the Ten Tails and the Rebirth Eye, Shaoran spent nearly an hour underground healing his wounds. He had remained hidden for 2 hours because, after recovering, he realized his chakra was running low. Only about 5 layers remained, prompting him to remain underground for an additional hour to recuperate. Some may question how Shaoran could recover chakra in a world devoid of it. The answer lies in the process. While buried underground, Shaoran did not directly restore his chakra. Instead, he commanded the Ten Tails to absorb the natural energy from the surroundings, which was then transformed within the Ten Tails into usable chakra for Shaoran. Clever play, Yu Buqian. To think you could still be alive after all this. While Shaoran held a piece of Yu Buqian in his grasp, he contemplated expressing his pent-up fury in the group chat. To his astonishment, he noticed Yu Buqian's name still prominently displayed in the chat. Instantly, He verified that the piece of Ubuchuan he held was undeniably lifeless. This left only one possibility. Ubuchuan had not perished completely. Enraged, Sharon hurled the piece of Ubuchuan away, raising both hands before him, poised for what was to come. Amidst the brewing of filial piety, two palms began to unleash a copious amount of Tao crystals, each black crystal cloaked in a verdant layer of chakra. The scene was reminiscent of the previously formidable Ubuchuan. The crystals emanated from his palms like a torrential rain of lasers, sweeping across a vast expanse of several dozen kilometers. In his fury, the protagonist instinctively activated the Tao crystal cannon technique under the reincarnation eye mode, initiating a map-wide bombardment. Witnessing this spectacle, not just the crowd present but even the clandestine onlookers from the strongest villain chat group, as well as the unparalleled sign-in system affiliated with the protagonist, were rendered speechless. Finally, the sign-in system could no longer contain itself and inquired, "Brother from the villain chat, what shall we do now? This Ubuchuan is formidable. Should we not gather all group members to confront him together?" Upon hearing this, the strongest villain chat group glanced at the members who had silently ignored the recent urgent call for a temporary team assault against the protagonist. With a sense of resignation, they replied, "Sign in, girl. It's not that I wish to refrain. The crux of the matter is, did you not say this fellow was merely a newcomer? When did newcomers become so powerful? Good heavens. With the reincarnation eye and being a Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, it's only due to his lack of practical experience that he hasn't yet breached the world barrier to pursue us relentlessly." The strongest villain chat group found themselves in a state of helplessness. Even within their ranks, there were those who had become mere spectators. Characters like Aizen and Baiyu observed silently, refraining from any engagement with the emerging tasks. Confronting such a formidable opponent felt utterly disheartening. After witnessing the live broadcast, the group resolutely disregarded the incessant notifications regarding the team quest to tackle the protagonist. The Prairie Wolf understood well that he stood no chance against such power, while Aizen and Baiyu deemed it not worth the effort. Though teaming up might yield some success, the potential for being betrayed after a hard-fought victory loomed large, rendering the endeavor unappealing. After all, the protagonist was wreaking havoc not in their world, so why not enjoy the spectacle instead? However, for Ubuchuan, who was covertly observing, the situation was far from enjoyable. As a cautious player akin to Voldemort, he had previously engaged the protagonist through the costly manifestation of his external self. Now that this manifestation had been obliterated, he found himself in discomfort, albeit not facing death. Yet, witnessing the protagonist unleashing destruction in his domain, it was clear that the protagonist would not relent until he had obliterated him. Thus, Ubuchuan had no choice but to yield, exclaiming, "Hero, noble warrior. I call you father. I acknowledge my faults. Please spare me, a mere scoundrel." Through the live stream of his external manifestation, Ubuchuan observed the relentless bombardment by the protagonist for over 10 minutes without pause, and urgency surged within him. After all, in such a brief span, his true self had scarcely managed to escape. Currently, he was hiding underground within the Huashan region. Although the depth of the underground is sufficient to temporarily evade detection, the individuals from Mount Hua are not so fortunate. They remain on the surface, now within the range of the assailants. Moreover, should the assailants persist relentlessly, they may indeed unearth what is hidden. Ubuchuan is filled with dread. "Grandfather, please grant me mercy. I am willing to surrender all my treasures in exchange for a single opportunity." Now he seeks to plead for his life. It is too late. Now he wishes to barter for his existence with wealth. The one who values filial piety declares it is too late. Whether it be Ubuchuan's life or the treasures of this world, all shall belong to him. Chapter 28. The Divine Tree. After several rounds of relentless bombardment, Sharon finally ceased his assault. It was not due to a lack of desire to continue. Rather, the vast expanse beneath him, extending for dozens of kilometers, had been thoroughly ravaged by the beams of his Tao-seeking jade light cannon. With his extraordinary eyesight, Sharon could discern numerous individuals struggling below. Akin to ants in their desperate plight, there was no need for further action. Moreover, the formidable power of the Tao-seeking jade light cannon came at a significant cost. After merely 10 minutes of back-and-forth firing, Sharon felt his chakra nearly depleted. As he paused, Sharon contemplated his next course of action. The current predicament was that Ubuchuan had vanished, leaving Sharon uncertain whether he still existed within this realm, for he was utterly unable to locate him. Although Sharon appeared formidable, his methods were severely limited. His arsenal consisted primarily of the abilities conferred by the Rinnegan and the powers of a Jinchuriki, which could be considered innate. As for techniques acquired through study, one could hardly expect much from Mr. Hugo Sharon, who had yet to graduate from ninja school. Even if such knowledge were to be passed down, the lack of foundational understanding rendered comprehension a challenge. Thus, Sharon found himself in an awkward position, possessing ample offensive capability but lacking in supportive techniques. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to Ubuchuan in a mental group chat. Ah, Ubuchuan. Did you not declare your intention to invade my world to enslave it? In the spirit of reciprocity, allow me to send a gift to your realm. Haha. The hypocrite exclaimed, my dear sir, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. While attempting to curry favor with Sharon, Ubuchuan frantically typed in another smaller group chat. Hypocrite. Unbelieving love hair gel hand. Esteemed leaders, I can no longer endure this. When shall you make your move? This time, I require no rewards. Simply ensure that this fellow meets his end. Hypocrite. Do not forget the agreement we have. At this juncture, are you still hesitating to act? Hypocrite. Furthermore, the chat group has already issued a mission. What? Do you intend to defy the group's will? Hypocrite. Grassland Wolf. Our bond is one of life and death. If you do not assist me now, what fate do you foresee for yourself in the future? Do not forget where we are, nor the numerous avatars in our group. Grassland Wolf. Ubuchuan. It is not that I do not wish to help you. Truly, I am unable to do so. That fellow can survive even a nuclear explosion at close range, and appears even more invigorated for it. If I approach, I would merely be delivering myself as a sacrifice. Perhaps you might consult those two esteemed individuals? Ubuchuan seethed with frustration. It was evident that this individual was merely feigning inability. Helpless? Ubuchuan found that hard to believe. As Ubuchuan observed the two formidable powers within the group remaining silent, his attention was suddenly captivated by a remark made by Sharon. The mention of a gift intended for the world ignited an immediate sense of urgency within him. Conversely, members of the group such as Bayou, Lonran, and Grey Wolf appeared invigorated, displaying a keen interest in Sharon's so-called offering, unperturbed as it posed no threat to their own realm. Sharon, indifferent to Ubuchuan's thoughts or the veracity of the discussions within the group, ceased to focus on the chat after delivering his ominous statement. Taking a deep breath, Sharon attuned himself to his instincts, channeling nearly all the remaining chakra of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki within him, forming several hand seals. As the seals were completed, a surge of formidable Ten Tails chakra erupted from Sharon, emanating a deep purple aura imbued with an overwhelming sense of malevolence. This chakra surged directly into the abyss below, previously cleaved by Sharon's devastating attack. What an overwhelming presence! Indeed, it was of a sinister nature. It was likely that even an ordinary person gazing upon it would succumb to despair. Those scoundrels appear to intend to reap the rewards once I am vanquished by this fiend. In a distant corner of an unknown palace, Ubuchuan paced restlessly, visibly agitated. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he turned his gaze toward Sharon, and after a prolonged silence, uttered a solitary phrase. Boom, boom. As the malevolent chakra permeated the abyss, the entire world seemed to be suspended in an eerie stillness. It was only when a series of thunderous tremors reverberated through the air that the world came back to life. The ground quaked, and the intensity of the tremors escalated, as if even the heavens were shaking, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Within the vicinity of Mount Hua, very few living beings remained capable of movement. However, in more distant realms, from the emperors of the human dynasty to the fish in the ocean, an inexplicable sorrow welled up within them, despite their ignorance of the events unfolding. At that moment, whether avian or terrestrial, martial artist or commoner, all seemed to resonate with a profound lamentation. This was an extraordinary sensation, yet undeniably genuine, emanating from the depths of their hearts. Under the influence of this lament, both the wise and the instinct-driven beasts clutched their chests, gazing toward Sharon. Tears had unknowingly soaked their garments. In this moment, all living beings appeared to have forgotten their instinct for survival, neglecting to flee as they silently wept in the direction of Sharon, oblivious to the nature of the calamity that had befallen them. Yet it seems that at this moment, everyone is aware of what transpires in that direction. It is as if an unseen presence resides within the depths of the Holy Spirit, mourning while simultaneously conveying a message to all living beings. The voice articulated something, yet it appears that while the inhabitants of this world heard much, they also perceived nothing at all. However, there is one matter that resonated clearly with them. The voice from within proclaimed that in that direction lies a terrifying and malevolent entity, which has cleaved a mountain, planting a tree within the chasm it has created. As this tree flourishes, it shall gradually absorb the spiritual essence and primal energy of this world. When this tree reaches maturity, it will signify the impending doom of this realm. The world is lamenting, the world is wailing, and it cries out for salvation. In the Great Ming, in the imperial capital, within the Forbidden City, the emperor of the Ming dynasty perceives the mournful echo within his heart. After a moment of silence, he opens his bloodshot eyes, disregarding the tears streaming down his face, and hoarsely declares, "Proclaim, with the might of the nation, we shall fight." The children of the Great Ming do not possess the habit of awaiting death. If death is to be our fate, let it be upon the battlefield. Chapter 29. At odds with the world, this decree was unprecedented, transcending political parties and factions, regardless of the nation itself. United in purpose, this edict from the Han Emperor seemed to be empowered by the mysterious forces of fate or the will of the universe. In but a moment, it spread throughout the entire Han dynasty, radiating outward to surrounding regions. At this instant, from the highest-ranking officials to the common folk, whether scholars, warriors, or the elderly and the young, everyone silently grasped their weapons. Some drew swords, guns, halberds, axes, hooks, forks, whips, hammers, spears, and other 18 varieties of arms, while others retrieved tools from their homes: iron hoes, carving knives, sickles, short-handled picks, wooden sticks from grinding mills, and more. From the elderly to children, all who believed themselves capable of battle armed themselves with their most suitable weapons, guided by an inner calling. They bid farewell to the bedridden elders and infants at home and left their abodes in silence, converging like rivers into a vast tide of humanity. Led by the armored Han Emperor, they surged forth with astonishing speed towards the direction of the filial person. The scene in the Han capital was but a microcosm of the world's happenings that day. Not only within the capital, but also in nearby cities and the restless nations surrounding the Han, countless beings, both human and beast, were gathering, aligning with the celestial harmony of this moment. At this juncture, no creature harbored any thoughts beyond one singular idea: to fight. Yu Buchuan, as a member of this world, received the silent summons as well. Yet, he did not move. Rather, he exterminated all those who sought refuge with him in this unknown sanctuary. In that moment, Yu Buchuan stood amidst a sea of blood and dismembered limbs, his countenance shrouded in darkness as he gazed intently in one direction, the direction of Mount Hua, where the filial person resided. However, Yu Buchuan did not heed the mysterious guidance within him to join the fray. Instead, he slaughtered all those within the sanctuary who wished to comply. He understood that these individuals not only yearned to reach the battlefield but also harbored intentions to eliminate him. Indeed, several of his closest kin had already contemplated such actions and had made their moves. Consequently, Yu Buchuan annihilated everyone within the sanctuary. The enigmatic message conveyed not only the nature of the events occurring in that direction but also exposed Yu Buchuan himself, whether to inform the beings of the reason behind such occurrences or for other motives. Regardless, at that moment, Yu Buchuan had no intention of responding, for he was uncertain whether those who heeded the call would turn against him once he ventured forth. At the same time, Yu Buchuan could discern no hope of victory. Since hope was elusive, it would be wiser to preserve his own existence, to depart from this world for now, and to return only when he had grown stronger, seeking a way to mend this fractured realm or to exact revenge on those who had wronged him. Were it not for those few individuals who hesitated at the critical moment, my circumstances would not be so dire. Truly, those who are not of my kin harbor different intentions. They are but a collection of unreliable knaves. Yu Buchuan now harbored a deep-seated resentment towards certain members of the chat group. In his eyes, their inaction was a breach of the pact they had established. Ultimately, after a heavy sigh, he cast one last resentful glance towards the direction of Mount Hua before stepping into a dark vortex that had mysteriously appeared behind him, vanishing from sight. As a veteran member of this chat group, Yu Buchuan possessed knowledge of worlds beyond just the original one. Although he had spent years subsisting on the scraps left by Aizen and Baiwei, he still had a few worlds at his disposal. The only regret he felt was that these worlds were unremarkable, devoid of any extraordinary energies. In the words of the group leader, they were merely mundane worlds. Despite this disappointment, Yu Buchuan believed that as long as the chat group existed, there remained opportunities for resurgence. Unbeknownst to him, Sharon had completely abandoned his original world and fled. Currently, he was engaged in a fervent struggle against the heavens, the earth, and all sentient beings, not in a melodramatic fashion, but in a genuine conflict with the forces of existence. Sharon found himself in a precarious predicament. Indeed, Not everyone possesses the fortitude to confront the world as Madara or Obito did. Shaoran was overwhelmed with frustration, feeling as if the entire world conspired against him. Ever since Ubuchuan had ensnared him in a web of chaos, he had unwittingly summoned a divine tree from within himself, utilizing the power of the Ten Tails. Upon regaining his senses, Shaoran discovered that he was levitating in midair, connected by a flesh-colored tendril to a colossal tree that pierced the heavens. As a traveler and the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, he recognized the divine tree at first glance, understanding it to be the embodiment of the Ten Tails, currently absorbing the spiritual energy and essence of this world to bear divine fruits. Although Shaoran was perplexed as to why the divine tree could manifest while the Ten Tails still resided within him, he quickly transitioned from confusion to alarm upon realizing the potential of obtaining divine fruits and wished to escape the vicinity immediately. 4. Shaoran noticed that the sky above the divine tree had inexplicably turned ominous, shrouded in dark clouds. The oppressive atmosphere was akin to the weight of 1,000 pounds, accompanied by resounding booms and bolts of pitch-black thunder that struck at his very heart. This dark thunder was immensely powerful. Each strike upon Shaoran's form rendered him partially paralyzed. Had it not been for the incessant flow of chakra transmitted through the flesh-colored appendage behind him, he would have felt as though he might succumb to the thunderous paralysis, ultimately meeting his demise amidst the heavens. Initially, Shaoran had intended to escape this tumultuous sky before addressing the matter further. After all, no one would be foolish enough to remain stationary while being struck by lightning. More crucially, he discerned that this divine lightning refrained from targeting the sacred tree. In other words, any lightning that sought to assail the tree was absorbed, rendering it ineffective, thus allowing the tempest to focus solely on Shaoran. Yet, he found himself unable to evade it, for he realized that an appendage connected to the sacred tree was anchored to the back of his head. This tentacle, while providing him with energy, simultaneously constrained his range of movement. The sole consolation for Shaoran lay in the potency of this appendage, as its energy supply was sufficient to prevent him from being instantaneously vanquished by the celestial lightning. Chapter 30, Enemies of the World, Part 2. These thunderbolts are truly extraordinary. They seem to possess some mystical attributes. Not only can the flesh of an ordinary individual not withstand them, but even a shield forged from the Tao Gem cannot fend off such fierce attacks. The dark lightning strikes down like a myriad of black swords, effortlessly piercing through the formidable Tao Gem. The only means of defense is through counterattack. With each bolt, one must gather chakra to transform the Tao Gem into weapons, be it a great halberd or a long sword, for protection. Is it merely the planting of a divine tree? I did not intend for this to occur. If it displeases, one may simply uproot it. Must it come to this? The heavens conspire against me. Fortune favors neither heroes nor the free. At this moment, I genuinely contemplate fleeing, wishing I knew how to return to the world of Naruto. The entire cosmos seems to conspire against me. Not merely appears to, but genuinely does. Can you believe it? Just as you focus entirely on withstanding the thunder, a few drops of water, mingled with sand, miraculously evade the lightning and the storm caused by the Tao Gem weapon, striking directly into your eyes, blurring your vision. Can you fathom it? Numerous stones, akin to small carts, and clumps of mud, influenced by a gentle breeze, managed to dodge the lightning and the tempest stirred by the Tao Gem weapon, fortuitously hitting me as I prepare to defend myself. Can you accept this? As a ninja, one who traverses rooftops and scales mountains with the ease of walking on flat ground, I find myself tripping over my own feet. And where I fall, lo and behold, lies a heap of weapons gleaming with a sinister light, evidently poisoned. Under ordinary circumstances, I would never believe such absurdity, yet now, I am forced to concede its truth. This is no coincidence. The universe is indeed in opposition to me. It feels as if the Grim Reaper has arrived, neither alive nor dead, relentless. Now, my attire, once whole, has been reduced to a mere barrel fashioned from the Tao Gem, awkwardly encasing my lower half. I stand rigidly upon the trunk of the divine tree. The damage from the lightning is one thing, but the Tao Gem barrel is formidable in its own right. Any excessive movement threatens to chafe. My exposed skin bears an array of bruises and scars, with patches of red and blue. All my hair has long since vanished, consumed by the thunder, leaving only traces of ash behind. Why, oh why, can these venomous creatures ascend to such heights, hundreds of meters above? As I brace for another bolt of lightning, shattering a boulder that approaches from behind, I narrowly evade a wooden stake of unknown origin, only to find myself surrounded by a throng of these poisonous beings. As the saying goes, a frog's provocation is not to be feared. What is truly terrifying is the sight of a multitude of toads spitting at you. At that moment, when Sharon crouched down, he suddenly realized that he had been encircled by a vibrant array of colorful, seemingly poisonous creatures. The instant he lowered himself, it was as if a switch had been flipped. All the toxic entities began to either launch venomous spikes, spew toxic fluid, or emit poisonous smoke, surging towards Sharon's face in a dense swarm. During this time, feeling as if the entire world had turned against him, Sharon heightened his vigilance to an extraordinary degree. Upon recognizing his perilous situation, he instinctively channeled his chakra, summoning a gust of wind that formed a protective barrier around him. The onslaught of these venomous creatures was thwarted, as the wind wall swept them away before they could even draw near. Although the toxins posed no physical harm, they were undeniably repugnant. Meanwhile, as Sharon battled against nature and the heavens, unbeknownst to him, a throng of countless individuals had gathered at the base of Mount Hua, before the chasm he had cleaved. This assembly, comprising riders on tigers, elephants, horses, and donkeys, silently awaited the command of the Han Emperor, ready to sacrifice their lives at a single word from him. Yet, the Han Emperor remained still, biding his time. All the artillery capable of thunderous sound had been positioned, aimed squarely at the divine tree rising from the abyss, awaiting the Emperor's decree. However, he still hesitated, uncertain of what he was truly waiting for, simply yielding to the voice within him that urged him to be patient. As time lost all meaning in the heightened focus of the Han Emperor, a tremendous rumble echoed from the horizon, accompanied by a rising cloud of dust, resembling a colossal dragon of earth surging towards the divine tree. In that moment, the very heavens seemed to shatter. Gradually, the Han Emperor discerned the astonishing truth. Miraculously, he could see clearly in the direction where the massive dragon approached, even though it was ostensibly opposite to him. By all rational accounts, given the presence of the divine tree and the mountains blocking his view, he should have been unable to see. Yet, in that wondrous instant, the Han Emperor grasped the situation across the chasm. The dragon, rolling in from that side, was indeed the result of cataclysmic upheaval. He beheld a world beyond, as if an invisible force had torn a gash through reality. The once solid earth had split open from the direction of the Yellow Sea, revealing an unknown chasm stretching across countless kilometers. The tumultuous waters of the Yellow Sea surged through this fissure, rushing towards the divine tree, while within the roiling waters, indistinct forms of colossal creatures could be perceived, alongside unidentifiable ships upon the surface. As the proximity to the sea intensified, a tempest suddenly arose above the abyss before the emperor of the Han dynasty. Countless earthen blocks and colossal stones were swept in from an unknown origin. As the waters converged and poured into the abyss below, these earth and stone fragments magically coalesced before the emperor, forming a vast expanse of flat land. This newly formed terrain stretched directly to the sacred tree, appearing as though the divine tree had sprouted upon this plain in the presence of the emperor. Were it not for the faint sensation of the sea's relentless ebb and flow beneath his feet, he might have doubted the reality of this phenomenon. In that moment, the emperor stirred. With divine inspiration coursing through his mind, he understood that this was the moment he had awaited, and thus he cast aside his silence. Drawing forth his treasured sword from his waist, he pointed it toward the sacred tree and declared, "Kill." Chapter 31, Enemies of the World, Part 3, In an Unknown Realm. Ubuchuan gazed at a talisman reduced to ashes before him, unleashing a roar of resentment. "You, wretched man, did you not seek vengeance upon my world? You, with your gelled hair, and you, the disbeliever in love, and you, the wolf of the grasslands, did you not wish to witness our mutual destruction? This world I shall forsake, and I shall lift the constraints binding it. Come forth. If you desire my treasures and are unafraid of death, then come." Unbeknownst to all, a group chat had emerged, seemingly initiated by Ubuchuan after his departure. As this chat materialized, the barriers that had previously enveloped this world, designed to restrict the entry and exit of its members, quietly dissipated. Part of this limitation stemmed from the chat itself, intended to prevent severe infighting among its members, while another portion was imposed by Ubuchuan to hinder the escape of those who had traversed into this realm. Thus, with the dissolution of these constraints, it now signified that should one desire, they could depart at will, and others could traverse into Ubuchuan's world whenever they wished. However, in the midst of his battle against the entire world, the individual known as Shaoran remained oblivious to this crucial information. What's happening? While he focused intently on resisting the thunder from the heavens, dodging the erratic projectiles that descended from the skies, and remaining vigilant against the peculiarities beneath his feet, Shaoran was abruptly startled by a violent tremor from the divine tree. compelling him to swiftly adjust his stance to evade several shadowy figures. As he stabilized his form, he could no longer attend to the brewing storm above, hastily directing his reincarnation eye to discern what was transpiring below. What is this mist? It actually obscures my vision. Previously, he had devoted all his attention to countering the thunder above, neglecting other elements around him. It was only after this violent shaking that Sharon realized that. Unbeknownst to him, a thick fog had enveloped the ground beneath him. Not only was his naked eye thwarted, but even the penetrating power of his reincarnation eye was obstructed by the dense mists. His gaze remained fixated upon the swirling fog. The situation below was utterly inscrutable. Sharon furrowed his brow with concern. The unknown harbored potential peril, yet he sensed the relentless tremors emanating from the divine tree, compelling him to descend. I must uncover what tumult could provoke the divine tree, a being that even the ninjas of the Hokage world could not contend with. Truth be told, Sharon found himself at a loss, pondering what could possibly disturb the divine tree in such a manner. After all, the divine tree possessed its own consciousness. In Sharon's memory, any entity that approached the divine tree should inevitably encounter its wrath. What could possibly endure the onslaught of the divine tree while simultaneously inflicting such formidable power upon it? At this moment, the individual known as Sharon was manipulating the divine tree to extend the tendrils that transmitted energy to himself as far as possible. After severing a bolt of lightning, Sharon turned and leaped from the divine tree, suspending himself in midair before plummeting toward the ground. The entire divine tree, when categorized by combat, could be divided from top to bottom. The upper section was where Sharon had previously resided, primarily subject to the strikes of thunder and nature. Below that lay the plain formed by countless massive earth blocks, a miraculous expanse at the foot of Huashan, where the coalition of humans and beasts led by the emperor of the Han dynasty assembled. Further down was the vast chasm that Sharon had previously carved out, which now resembled an underground dark sea. This area had been inundated by seawater surging from the Yellow Sea, teeming with innumerable colossal sea creatures. Heaven and earth united in force. Through the perspective of his turning gaze, three realms, heaven, earth, and the abyss, converged in Sharon's mind. And the first thought that emerged was encapsulated in 4 words. Subsequently, the suppressed civilizational maxims surged through his consciousness like a barrage of bullets. Why? Why? Why must I be subjected to the world's relentless torment? The future's Ban Yi and the formidable Abido had acted similarly. Why was it that I alone was struck by lightning? Why? He had once believed that the world was as it seemed, with only the rabble from the north occasionally springing forth to disrupt the tranquility. The entire realm had essentially been charted by the previous emperors, and his descendants were left with the unyielding lunatics of the north to contend with, merely hoping for the day they would exhaust themselves into oblivion. As the emperor of the Han, the sovereign whose thoughts dictated life and death across the realm, he never imagined that one day he would receive a message from the heavens. Moreover, this message was neither a commendation nor a punishment, but rather an unimaginable plea for help. The being before him, resembling a cataract-ridden humanoid, was a creation of that scoundrel Yu Buchuan, driving even the heavens to seek assistance from mortals. Yet this entity, impervious to divine retribution, raised the question, could he truly contend against it? The emperor gazed at the towering tree, crowned with dark, punishing thunder, capable of splitting mountains and seas with a mere gesture, attempting to quell the unsettling thoughts in his heart. He unsheathed his sword, pointing it directly at his adversary. At this critical juncture, contemplating was futile. Only the act of slaying remained. In the boundless expanse of darkness, a faint light screen unfurled in the void, displaying the very experiences that Sharon had undergone in reality. It was evident that within this enigmatic space, the scenes were synchronizing with the reality outside. Strangely, the perspective of this synchronization appeared to mirror Sharon's own viewpoint. As the light curtain illuminated the scene, the protagonist descended from the treetop, only to be met with the harsh reality of mortal combat. Cannons roared, and soldiers unleashed a torrent of gunfire, arrows raining down like a dark cloud, all aimed at him, accompanied by the wrath of thunder from above. While the attacks from mere mortals lacked substantial power, for someone who had reached the pinnacle of his potential without prior experience, the onslaught left him in a state of chaos, frantically seeking refuge. The notion of a mortal aspiring to rival the divine exists solely in fantasy. The reality is that mortals remain mortals, no matter how intense the artillery fire, how frequent the arrows, or how numerous the warriors, they are ultimately still human. Within the light curtain, after a period of desperate evasion, the protagonist gradually adapted to the onslaught. Once acclimated, he began to ruthlessly eliminate the beings on the ground. Moreover, The screen revealed a moment of contemplation before he appeared to perform some act upon the sacred tree. Ultimately, he thrust his hands outward, unleashing 2 silver whirlwinds that cleared a swath of life from the earth, after which he seamlessly merged with the sacred tree. The tree, now infused with his essence, began to stir as if animated by a soul. Visible to the naked eye, immense roots erupted from the ground, branching into delicate tendrils that pierced through one life form after another. The subterranean sea creatures had long since been ensnared by these roots. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed through the void. "You should retreat. We can no longer contain this individual." The tone conveyed a faint trace of resignation. "Is there truly nothing you can do? Surely you could send forth a stronger being." This was met with a mechanical reply, tinged with reluctance. "That is not an option. Our most powerful series has only recently been established. There has been insufficient time to cultivate obedient entities." "What then? Enough. Do not entertain such thoughts. We are merely auxiliary in nature, lacking the capability to intervene directly. Even if we could, few would dare to take the risk. You must relinquish hope. But I cannot accept this. Years of preparation and the majority of my resources have been devoted to him, yet he has treated me thus. I cannot leave in such a manner." The light curtain displayed the sacred tree, now merged with the protagonist, absurdly extending its roots to capture beings across the world and cultivate divine fruits. "Honestly, I fail to comprehend. How have you come to this predicament?" The voice's owner seemed baffled as to why they had become entangled with such a formidable entity in a struggle to the death. However, after a prolonged silence, no further words emerged, as if another presence in the darkness had departed. Chapter 32. Severed. Such is the discourse, yet I find myself unwilling to accept my fate. For an indeterminate duration, Sharon traversed this realm, perceiving a stark divergence between his current Ten-Tails and the one depicted in the manga. In the comics he had perused, the Ten-Tails did not possess the peculiar ability to roam freely after the God Tree had been planted. Perhaps the disparity arose from the distinct nature of the worlds. After an extensive interval, Sharon came to a halt at an unfamiliar canyon. An oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. All avian and terrestrial creatures had perished, ensnared by the roots of the God Tree. Flora and fauna had, unbeknownst to him, withered away in silence, and the earth appeared to have been drained of life, with certain areas already beginning to succumb to desertification. The once vibrant creatures summoned by the will of the world, including humanity's soldiers, had vanished without a trace. Even the dark, thunderous manifestations of the worlds had dissipated. Should Yu Buchuan return to this realm, he would find an unprecedented tranquility enveloping the entire world. The winds had ceased their gentle caress, the trees stood still, and the flora lay desiccated upon the ground. The sky was shrouded in a thick, ashen cloud, formed from the mingling of dust and the remnants of incinerated vegetation, spreading outward from the heavens, as if it were a living entity devouring existence itself. When Sharon finally paused, his gaze met nothing but yellow sands and dark gray dust. This world has perished. This sensation was profoundly surreal. As Sharon awakened to survey his surroundings, the thought that this world had met its demise pierced through his reincarnation eyes and embedded itself in his consciousness. Strangely, a mere glance revealed the truth of this world's death. What a wondrous feeling this is. Have I truly become a harbinger of annihilation? It is an intricate emotion. Do I feel guilt? Truth be told, upon witnessing the world perish at my hands, my heart was inevitably ensnared in complexity. Regret? Certainly not, for upon earnest reflection, I merely acted in self-defense against the encroaching forces of Yu Buchuan's insatiable greed. Is there a sense of shame? The conflict, at its core, was a struggle between two individuals, which ultimately spiraled into this catastrophic outcome. Perhaps there is some truth to that. Yet who can delineate right from wrong in such a convoluted affair? Sharon's tumultuous heart likely stemmed more from reflections on power itself. Just the day prior, he had been naught but a novice ninja, still awaiting the awakening of his latent abilities, having yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Previously, he had merely been an ordinary individual, ensnared by the mundane tribulations of life. Yet here he stood today, on the precipice of world annihilation. How extraordinary! Had someone foretold Sharon's fate, he would have been incredulous, dismissing such claims as the ramblings of a charlatan, ready to deliver a scathing review. Indeed, as Master Lu aptly observed, sincerity has not betrayed me. Reality often surpasses the fantastical nature of fiction in its absurdity and wonder. In the realm of novel writing, one must possess a foundation of logical theory, otherwise, readers may deride one as a mere scribbler, lacking comprehension of narrative craft. However, reality unfolds differently. No matter how unreasonable one may be, anything remains possible, and no one can lodge complaints against the absence of martial decorum. After a moment of reflection, the protagonist cast aside the intricate thoughts swirling within. In an instant, with a single step, he extricated himself from the embrace of the divine tree. Once liberated from its grasp, he experienced a fleeting sense of emptiness, as though departing from the harmonious fusion with the sacred tree left him bereft of something vital. An illusion of being needed lingering in his heart. Shaking his head to dispel the sensation of void, he gazed upward at the crown of the divine tree. Though deprived of the penetrating gaze of the rebirth eye, his naked eye could discern a deep crimson fruit, darkened at the edges, hanging above. This was the legendary chakra fruit, known to be cultivated by the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki. It was said that Kagaya, driven by the allure of this very fruit, had orchestrated a treacherous betrayal against the Otsutsuki clan, consuming it to gain the power to quell chaos, earning her the moniker of the moon goddess. What heights might I ascend to after consuming this divine fruit? Standing upon the tree's crown, he beheld the tantalizing fruit within arm's reach, his eyes brimming with insatiable desire and greed. No one can refuse the call of power, nor can anyone reject the solitude that accompanies the mastery of invincibility. He, too, was but a man. As such, he could not turn away from such temptation. His gaze, overflowing with avarice, fixated on the fruit before him, his body succumbing to instinct. Drawn instinctively closer to the fruit, he reached out, plucking the enticing orb, and instinctively brought it forth, compelled by an almost primal urge to consume this alluring treasure. In an instant, the world around him transformed. What once was merely a fruit had become a manifestation of future strength, swirling before his eyes. In that fleeting moment, reality faded into colorlessness. Within his whirling perception, a gray sky loomed overhead, beneath which lay the discarded black-red fruit alongside a severed arm and the lower half of his body, cleaved diagonally. My divine fruit. That severed lower half feels so familiar. Is that my lower half? Then, has my arm fallen as well? With a dull thud, two halves of a body and a dismembered arm tumbled upon the treetop. In midair, two arms, one left and one right, reached for the divine fruit, as a great blade and a long sword clashed in the void, giving rise to two figures. One was clad in black and white robes, donning thick-framed glasses, exuding an aura of earnest reliability. The other, adorned in red and black, with long hair billowing as if caught in a tempest, possessed eyes that were both ruthless and encompassing of all worldly complexities. A powerful aura entwined the two, each striving to assert their dominance. Aizen, Tsukuyami, in a fleeting skirmish. Neither could gain the upper hand, and neither was able to seize the divine fruit. Snap! The divine fruit, suspended in midair, descended gracefully back onto the treetop. Positioned between the two adversaries, right before the eyes of Sharon. As the fruit settled, both Lan Ran and Baiyu shifted their gazes back to one another, acutely aware that the sole obstacle impeding their acquisition of the divine fruit was none other than the other. Meanwhile, Sharon, lying motionless on the ground, had faded from their attention, merely a pawn in their confrontation. Blood began to seep into the surroundings, colors dissolving into a monochrome haze. In the midst of this gray vista, Sharon was engulfed in confusion. Who are they? What are they doing? Am I destined to perish? Why has this come to pass? I triumphed over the world. I was the one who birthed the fruit of the divine tree. I was meant to consume the fruit and ascend to divinity. What? Did they ambush me? What are they doing? Am I truly to meet my end? As darkness began to envelop him, the final image captured by Sharon's gaze was that of the two combatants clashing fiercely in the divine fruit, disturbed by the tumult of their battle, swirling ominously before him. Chapter 33. Winds rise. Rain falls in a certain spatial realm. A crowd of onlookers is gathered, engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. Onlooker A. Wow. I feel this situation is secure. Onlooker B. A is absolutely right. I too sense that this is a sure thing. Let's celebrate your escape from hardship with a drink later. Some onlooker. The above is certainly no Yabilian, confirmed. Another onlooker. Indeed. That individual is far from Yabilian. They weren't the ones who resolved the issue yet, now they appear to claim credit. Onlookers 234. I must say, it is truly unexpected that the chat group S luminary remains worthy of their title. The presence of these two formidable figures is quite surprising, truly deserving of the title strongest. Meanwhile, a prominent chat group, silently observing the scene where Baiwei and Lan Ran decisively subdued Sharon, prepares for another round of strategizing over the spoils. One member of this powerful chat group quietly mutters, I had no inkling they were so cautious. Did you all know? However, it matters little now, as the reality is that their own allies have vanquished Shaoran, and with that defeat, there seems to be no hope of reversal. Feeling confident, the strongest chat group intends to make a brief appearance before the various systems, not out of a desire to seek accolades before the ladies, but merely to catch a breath of fresh air. Baiwa, what say you about this divine tree's fruit? I would rather not engage in conflict with you. After a few exchanges, utilizing the force of impact to separate, Lanran, wielding his long blade, engages in a calm negotiation with Baiwa, who stands below. This is not out of fear on Lanran's part. Rather, he perceives that it would be unwise to engage. Though Baiwa gazes up at Lanran from the ground, he emanates an aura of equality and profound love. He pays little heed to Lanran's words, calmly stating the facts. Lanran, this divine tree's fruit primarily enhances the physical form. While your path is aligned with the strengthening of the soul, it would be of little use to you, conversely. It serves as a significant boon for my vision of creating a world imbued with great love. There is no necessity for you to fight me over something that holds no value for you. My methods may not align with your soul's capacity. At this moment, the atmosphere grows notably tense. For those who have reached such a level, words can no longer sway their resolute will. What is spoken reflects merely their own intentions. Lanran remains as cold and composed as ever. He understands Baiua's perspective and acknowledges the truth in his words. The divine tree's fruit would indeed be merely a supplementary enhancement for his soul empowerment journey. He smiles faintly, recognizing that not obtaining it would not lead to great disappointment. However, the fact that it is of no use to him does not provide grounds for him to simply hand it over to Baiwei. Lanran seeks balance. At present, both he and Baiwei represent the pinnacle of power within their group, equally matched. Yet, should Baiwei acquire this divine tree's fruit, the dynamics among the crowd would inevitably shift, leaving Lan and with two choices, either submit or sever ties. Regardless of the outcome, neither aligns with Aizen's calculations. Possessing a chat group and augmented by formidable strength, they are poised to seize the world's resources in the future. Should Ranyue grow stronger now, the future would be dictated by him, a notion that Aizen cannot tolerate, especially since he has once again refined the H-Gyoku and has yet to evolve during this interval. Everything must conform to a semblance of balance. Aizen gazed down at Ranyue in silence. The unspoken tension hung heavily in the air. Ranyue regarded Aizen with calm composure. The latter's demeanor was not unexpected. If he were in Aizen's position, Ranyue would likely echo the same sentiments. Thus, further discourse was futile. With a tranquil expression, Ranyue lifted his right hand and pointed forward with a single finger. Instantly, a tempest arose, and shimmering, translucent sword energy materialized behind him, hurtling towards Aizen suspended in midair. The sword energy radiated a chilling light, slicing through the air and creating ripples as if it were tearing apart the very fabric of reality. In the face of the approaching sword energy, Aizen remained unfazed. Although the tremendous pressure from the sword's tip stirred his bangs, it did not compel him to move an inch. Baked number 81, Dank, had number 90, Kurohitsuji, as the sword energy was about to make contact. Aizen calmly uttered two incantations. The first invoked a binding spell, Dank. Upon utterance, the word, imbued with a power akin to divine law, conjured a colossal wall of air before Aizen. All of Ranyue's sword energy struck the Dank, producing a metallic clash akin to blades meeting a shield. Despite both being composed of air, the sword energy shattered the barrier constructed by Dank, yet simultaneously, the air wall dismantled Ranyue's sword energy. Fragments of both entities swirled in the air, countering the sword energy. However, Aizen did not retreat. With one phrase spoken, he conjured the devastating head number 90, Kurohitsuji. A forceful and direct assault. Not just Ranyue, but even the divine fruit suspended between them was engulfed by the oppressive darkness of Kurohitsuji. Aizen's intent was clear. I may forfeit this, but you will not remain indifferent. By targeting both you and the divine fruit, he forced Ranyue to divide his focus. Should the divine fruit be destroyed, they would part ways amicably. If not, even a mere distraction would suffice to amuse Aizen. Ideally, he wished to obliterate both. For the mere thought of such an outcome brought a smile to his lips. The range of Aizen's Kurohitsuji was formidable, encompassing a diameter of 100 meters, precisely surrounding Ranyue and the divine fruit as it began to manifest within the void. This was clearly Aizen's design to simultaneously encompass both targets with maximum compressive power. Ranyue, disinterested in even the simple act of surveying his surroundings, stepped forward. With a single stride, golden light erupted from the ground. Wherever the golden light traverses, it sweeps away all shadows and gloom. The nascent form of the black coffin, akin to ink strokes on rice paper, is meticulously erased by the golden radiance. As the golden light ascends, Bai Wei does not relent. With hands once more folded before her chest, she gazes intently at Lan Rand, articulating each word with clarity. The wind stirs, thunder roars, and rain descends. Chapter 34. The spirit's words in an instant. It was truly a celestial clash of extraordinary proportions. A single utterance of the wind surged forth, akin to a divine decree. The sword energy and the force of the void, which had previously collided, had yet to dissipate when it seemed as though an unseen force renewed its vigor, intensifying the winds to a ferocious gale, akin to heavenly blades. Each gust of wild wind transformed into a celestial sword, slicing through the air towards Aizen, rending the very fabric of space. A single thunderous proclamation resounded like a battle cry. The once overcast sky erupted with startling thunder. The previously dissipated lightning that had struck the filial beings re-emerged. Summoned by the power of the moon worshipper, channeling the forces of heaven and earth to conjure divine thunder, each bolt aimed with intent to annihilate. Specifically targeting the primordial soul, a single declaration of rain heralded a fatal blow. No sooner had the words left the lips than a miraculous scene unfolded. Raindrops manifested in the void, delivering a sweeping strike that encompassed the moon worshipper, the divine fruit of the tree, and the two halves of the filial beings buried beneath the fruit. Everything else in sight was a cascade of rain. Each droplet trailed behind a nebulous, grayish tail, resembling a mosaic of colors that defied description. No, these were not mere tails. They were the spatial rifts cleaved by the raindrops, with each droplet wielding the might of a divine sword, capable of tearing through the very essence of reality. This was an absolute slaughter, with divine thunder and celestial blades striking from all directions. Even if one could evade these assaults, they would still be ensnared by the filaments of rain, dragging chaotic fissures toward Aizen, determined to bring him crashing down to the mortal realm. At that moment, the moon worshipper stood as a deity on the brink of the earthly realm. A mere 6 words transformed into divine blades, heavenly thunder, and the world-shattering swords of annihilation. Everything transpired with such swiftness that Aizen, anticipating the moon worshipper's thunderous counterattack, could barely unsheath his sword before being engulfed by the onslaught. The sky, save for the 5-zhang radius before the moon worshipper, was completely filled with a hazy mosaic, rendering Aizen's previous space merely a fragment of chaotic patterns. Regardless of whether they were celestial blades, divine thunder, or any other force, anything encroaching upon that space would be obliterated into nothingness. The moon worshipper paid no heed to Aizen, who had been struck down into the chaotic void by the rain, and advanced directly towards the divine fruit of the tree. Perhaps due to the fruit reaching maturity, or perhaps because the tin-tailed host, the filial being, was on the brink of demise, the entire divine tree was withering. Aside from the branches connecting to the divine fruit, the rest of the tree was nearly desiccated, swaying precariously as if about to topple. After several waves of assaults exchanged between the moon worshipper and Aizen, neither had aimed their attacks at the divine tree. Yet, the mere residual force of their battle was akin to the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing the entire divine tree to begin leaning precariously. Villains perish from excessive words. Hesitation leads to defeat. The moon worshipper, a prominent figure among villains, never considered himself one. Rather, he viewed himself as a reformer. Thus, without uttering a single word or hesitating, the moon worshipper stepped forward, reaching out to pluck the divine fruit from the tree. Yet the path to success is seldom smooth. Unexpected events invariably teach us the essence of surprise. Just as Bayu's colossal hand was about to reach for the fruit of the divine tree, ripples began to dance in the space above it, swiftly followed by a flash of blinding light. A blade, glowing with a bloodthirsty radiance, abruptly pierced through above the divine fruit, descending with formidable force. Bayu's pupils constricted sharply. The speed of that blade was astonishing. Too rapid for him to collect the divine fruit or summon enough magical power to counter this impending attack. There was no alternative. Upon witnessing the glimmering blade, Bayu's expression shifted subtly. In the blink of an eye, as the blade approached for the strike, he realized the gravity of the situation. With a calm demeanor returning to his face, devoid of sorrow or joy, he reversed the outstretched hand with urgency. He managed to envelop his palm in a veil of golden light, meeting the descending blade head-on. A faint sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed, followed by a disconcerting noise akin to a blade scraping against bone, reminiscent of a knife gliding across glass. The long knife was halted by Bayu. Yet the cost was that his entire palm was impaled by the blade. Using his sinews, Baiyu restrained the weapon, yanking not only the blade but also its wielder from the chaotic void. Breathless and tattered, Lan Ren emerged into view. Gripping the hilt of the blade that had penetrated Baiyu, he appeared in a slashing posture, drawn forth from the nebulous abyss, despite being marred by bloodstains. With flesh torn asunder and white bones splintered, and even a significant portion of his face reduced to a gory mess, his eyes reduced to mere dark hollows, he spoke with unsettling calmness. As if the injuries were not his own. What an unexpected strike. It not only shattered the void, but even in chaos, one cannot evade. It can slice through the very fabric of the chaotic void. Truly remarkable, Baiyu, witnessing Lan Ren's composed demeanor despite such disarray, felt an inner turbulence disrupt his previously tranquil mind. Grasping the blade without heed for the glinting edge that threatened to cut his palm, he liberated his hand from the blade with a series of distressing screeches. Simultaneously, he thrust his right hand towards Lan Ren, who had extended himself for a retaliatory strike. Feeling a searing pain radiating from the wound on his palm, Baiyu furrowed his brow and uttered, "Heal." The healing effect summoned by his words manifested as a soft green glow enveloping his right hand. However, to Baiyu's dismay, the magic proved ineffective. Although not entirely without effect, Baiyu keenly sensed that the healing was indeed taking effect. However, the blade of Aizen was clearly imbued with otherworldly energy, or perhaps a potent toxin, and of a notably high grade. This significantly diminished the efficacy of Baiyu's most formidable skills. Under ordinary circumstances, Baiyu would have been confident in employing at least a dozen methods to counteract such harm. Unfortunately, these methods required a certain amount of time to implement, and Aizen would not grant him the luxury of recovery. Thus, it could be said that Baiyu's right hand was rendered nearly useless, at least for the time being. Chapter 35. As I was flung away and fell above the two severed bodies, I caught sight of the furrowed brow of Baiyu, which inexplicably lifted the corners of my mouth into a smirk. With my right hand, I tore off the tattered cloth from my upper body, while my left hand raked through my disheveled hair, which resembled the aftermath of a dog-esque chew, restoring my flamboyant hairstyle. Baiyu, isn't it curious why Ling Yan fails to exert its influence? I chuckled, disregarding the blood that continued to flow from my wounds, dripping onto the two severed bodies beneath me, which shimmered with an eerie glow. As I intended to enlighten Baiyu about the traditions of the Soul Reaper world, I inexplicably produced a miniature syringe from my ragged trousers and, amidst my discourse, prepared to administer the substance to myself. However, Baiyu, not lacking in intelligence, immediately discerned the situation. It was evident that the syringe contained a healing solution, and no one would be foolish enough to watch their opponent recover. With a piercing gaze, Baiyu's eyes widened like copper bells, fixating intently on me. Repel. An invisible force surged forth, manifesting as a hammer-like blow aimed directly at me, propelled by Baiyu's unwavering gaze. As a seasoned warrior, I sensed the impending threat the moment Baiyu's eyes bore down upon me. Without a second thought for the syringe in my hand, I executed a swift step to evade. Boom. Just as I vanished from sight, the invisible force crashed into my previous position with a thunderous roar. Thanks to my timely departure, the strike caused me no harm. Instead, the healing potion I had intended to use was violently transformed into a faint green mist, enveloping the remnants of the syringe, suspended momentarily in the air before succumbing to gravity. Neither Baiyu nor I paid heed to these trivial matters. Our focus remained solely on one another. After all, these were mere underhanded tactics, the machinations of a wicked hand. Baiyu, unfazed by my evasion of his repulsive strike, mused that if he had indeed struck me down, it would have suggested a deeper conspiracy at play. Upon detecting my new position, Baiyu unleashed a formidable assault. Launching a colossal grasp towards me, 3 gargantuan hands obscured the sky, sealing off all avenues of escape, while simultaneously crashing down upon an empty corner. With his intact left hand, Baiyu pointed, releasing a beam of crimson light that descended to form an energy barrier, enveloping both the divine fruit of the sacred tree and the severed bodies beneath it. Subsequently, Baiyu himself advanced towards that space. The energy barrier, forged from the crimson light, was a deliberate act by Baiyu, aimed at safeguarding the divine fruit from the ensuing chaos of battle, ensuring that the earlier peril, when I had struck with my blade, would not repeat itself. As the crimson radiance enveloped the divine tree's fruit, it resembled the flick of a switch, as if the tree had received a signal confirming that the buff had been granted, allowing it to descend towards the earth without hesitation amidst the aftermath of the battle between Aizen and Baiyu. Aizen, having just materialized in a corner of the sky, had yet to prepare a new potion for injection when he was met with three colossal, obsidian hands emerging from the left and right below, exuding immense pressure that sealed off any chance of evasion. The only available route lay directly ahead, yet there stood Baiwei poised with a shimmering metallic left hand, waiting to strike. In his prime, Aizen would have feared nothing. If Baiwei dared to obstruct him then, Aizen would have weathered the impact of the three monstrous hands, retaliating by seizing Baiwei's collar and delivering three resounding slaps. However, the circumstances had changed. He had momentarily faltered, caught off guard by Baiwei's tempestuous assault, leaving him disoriented and struggling to regain his composure in the chaotic void. To put it simply, he had been utterly bewildered by Baiwei's flurry of attacks, rendering him incapable of countering. Should Aizen dare to force his way through, Baiwei would undoubtedly send him crashing to the ground with a single blow. With no time for hesitation and fully aware of the necessity to evade, Aizen opted for a swift retreat. Tsukishima. A resounding roar echoed across the sky, shaking the very heavens. Baiwei observed the tremendous force generated from the collision of his three hands, yet he did not dwell on it or advance for a follow-up strike. For in the fleeting moment before the hands clashed, Baiwei noted that Aizen had vanished from that spot, leaving only a fragment of pant leg in his wake. Thus, Baiwei understood that Aizen had escaped, compelling him to cease his strikes and seek Aizen's next location, unleashing another massive hand strike into the air. The situation was tense. Aizen's prior misstep left him no choice but to continuously evade with his teleportation technique. Meanwhile, Baiwei, having allowed Aizen to swap out a right hand in a moment of carelessness, found himself unable to unleash many of his formidable abilities, with those available requiring time to prepare. Consequently, he resorted to the spiritual incantations acquired from other worlds, augmenting his attacks as he relentlessly unleashed his hands across the sky, targeting Aizen's reappearance. The battle was intensely fraught, exemplified by the exchange. Baiwei declared, "Hands of the demon, I strike, I strike, I strike, strike, strike," while Aizen retorted, "Tsukishima. Teleportation, I evade, I evade, I evade, I evade." It resembled a frenzied game of whack-a-mole, albeit at an accelerated pace, perhaps better described as a frenzied game of whack-a-skyrat. The sky was filled with ethereal phantoms, a testament to the powerful strikes unleashed by the sorcerers, as one could witness identical figures and their resonant battle cries echoing across the heavens. In the end, the firmament was awash with the apparitions of blue dye and moonlight, not because they could replicate themselves, but due to their astonishing speed, leaving a trail of specters across the celestial expanse. While the chase continued aloft, the divine tree, plummeting from the heavens like a celestial blade, struck the earth with such force that it carved a colossal chasm, stretching over 100 kilometers wide. The immense dust cloud that arose blotted out the light, shrouding the surroundings in darkness. A thunderous roar reverberated through the realm, accompanied by violent tremors that unleashed shockwaves, sweeping across nearly 200 kilometers of rugged terrain. At the core of this upheaval, where the divine tree's fruit had fallen, a vast basin, deeper than 100 meters, emerged, transforming the landscape into a gaping pit. The aftershocks continued to reshape the surrounding terrain, leading one to ponder if the mere fall of the divine tree had cleaved the earth in twain, long after the tremors and the cacophony had yet to subside. As blue dye and moonlight continued their aerial skirmish, no one noticed the faint glow emanating from the side of the fallen tree. Beyond the barrier meticulously crafted by moonlight, a shimmering portal flickered to life, and a figure cloaked in an energy shield stepped forth from the luminous gateway, gazing intently at the colossal divine tree fruit ensconced within the crimson barrier. Chapter 36. The arrival of the Elder within the circular energy shield. A figure was enveloped in a layer of shimmering light, obscuring its true form, leaving only a vague human silhouette discernible. The entity within the energy barrier appeared to be surveying its surroundings, shaking its head and moving restlessly, much like the crimson barrier itself. After a prolonged moment of scrutiny, the figure, seemingly rummaging through some unseen recess, produced a square device. Engaging with it, the figure pressed various buttons and gestured with the device, akin to someone desperately seeking a signal on a phone devoid of reception. After a flurry of activity, the figure finally ceased its operations, and the device emitted a series of electronic beeps from an unknown corner. Beep, beep, monitoring complete. Warning, warning. Airborne particulate matter exceeds safe levels. Direct exposure to the atmosphere is inadvisable. Warning, warning. Massive energy reactions detected in the sky. Surrounding safety index is critically low. Immediate withdrawal is recommended. Warning, Warning. Geological instability in the vicinity poses a risk of imminent earthquakes. Prolonged stay is unadvised. Warning. Warning. Significant energy reactions ahead. Proximity is discouraged. Warning. Warning. As the figure paused its actions, a rapid series of buzzing alarms erupted, accompanied by a cascade of alerts, drowning out the surrounding cacophony. The figure seemed taken aback by the unexpected outcome, and after a moment of bewilderment, it frantically fumbled with the device, attempting to silence the incessant noise. However, its efforts were futile, provoking a stream of exasperated exclamations. "Damn it! You foolish contraption! Cease this ruckus before it draws attention. When I return, I shall dismantle your speaker and replace it with a Bluetooth device, you imbecile. Enough already." In a fit of frustration, the figure forcefully hurled the device to the ground, silencing it with a resounding crash. Yet, as if still feeling insecure or unsatisfied, it raised its foot and delivered several forceful kicks to the remains of the device, ultimately sending the wreckage tumbling aside. Having resolved the immediate disturbance, the figure appeared somewhat apprehensive, tilting its head to listen intently, as if anticipating any movement from above. After a brief wait, it confirmed that the atmosphere above remained unchanged. Magic reigned supreme. Instantaneous step. There. No more empty cicadas, after all. There are not many of Aizen's garments left. With no other anomalies present, the figure finally relaxed, muttering a derisive remark. "Fool." As a gesture of disdain towards the presence above. Ignoring the previous warnings from the device, the figure boldly approached the crimson barrier. At this moment, illuminated by the radiant crimson barrier, the ethereal red glow allowed one to discern the form approaching. It was a cartoonish wolf with gray skin cloaked in a fine layer of silvery fur, adorned with a yellow patched hat and a matching scarf, and marred by a prominent scar across its face. Apart from the scarf, its body was devoid of clothing, revealing a navel marked by a small cross, a missing section of its left ear, and a corresponding gap in its teeth, while its gray paws added to its peculiar appearance. One could only marvel at the vastness of the world and the novelty of its creatures. Truly a testament to the adage that nothing is impossible if one dares to imagine. Were the filial man to behold this newcomer, he might exclaim, "Goodness! Is that the gray wolf leaping out of the television?" Following this, he would likely ponder, did this wolf indeed manage to feast upon any sheep? Indeed. Here stood the gray wolf, encased within a circular shield, amidst the verdant expanses of the grassland. The gray wolf scrutinized the crimson barrier overhead, and seemingly struck by a thought, bent down, clutching its waist, and began to rummage through a pocket situated there. After a moment of searching, it appeared to have found what it sought. To the astonishment of any onlooker, it extracted a spherical object, the size of a human head, from a pocket scarcely larger than a palm. How such an object could emerge from such a diminutive space was a mystery, and one might wonder how this wolf, clad merely in fur and devoid of trousers, possessed a pocket in the first place. With an air of determination, the gray wolf pressed a button on the spherical object, which then transformed, extending into a cylindrical barrel followed by a handle akin to that of a gun, all within mere seconds. What had once been a mere sphere had now morphed into a high-tech firearm exuding an aura of the fantastical. You might presume that this weapon would discharge bullets or energy projectiles, but you would be mistaken. Donning a pair of sunglasses seemingly conjured from nowhere, the gray wolf grasped the weapon firmly and pulled the trigger. A faint buzzing sound resonated, followed by a beam of soft azure light that surged forth, striking the crimson barrier. As if it were fated to penetrate, the pale blue beam sliced through the barrier as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, leaving not a ripple in its wake. The gray wolf, exhibiting a cautionary demeanor, observed the breach in the barrier without a hint of surprise. It had calculated this outcome beforehand. Rather than hastening its next move, it tilted its head and listened intently. After confirming that the two individuals above exhibited no unusual reactions, it proceeded to carve an opening directly into the barrier with its laser gun. Ultimately, the gray wolf's caution proved excessive, for neither the moon worshipper nor the blue dye was preoccupied with anything else, including the divine fruit of the sacred tree. They were, after all, ensnared in a predicament from which there was no easy escape. The two individuals were evenly matched. Under normal circumstances, they would have been adequately prepared. However, the current situation was such that Baiwei dared not give Aizen even a moment's respite to recuperate. After all, the alien energy festering in the wound on his right hand was exceedingly domineering, relentlessly devouring his vitality. Should Aizen manage to catch his breath, he could retaliate with a few strikes that could prove quite painful, if not fatal. Conversely, Aizen too was reluctant to allow Baiwei the opportunity to land a blow, for the power of his devil's hand was as formidable as it sounded. A single hit would inevitably lead to Baiwei unleashing a flurry of successive attacks, and Aizen dared not risk being overwhelmed. Thus, both were too preoccupied to pay heed to the desolate ruins beneath them, much less anticipate the audacity of the normally timid Grey Wolf to seize the opportunity for gain. As he crossed the gap, Grey Wolf's gaze fell upon the lower half of Sharon's body, which seemed to twitch instinctively, a remnant of life lingering due to its elevated state of existence. Paying little heed to it, Grey Wolf casually kicked the severed body part aside, sending it crashing into Sharon's upper half, all the while muttering incessantly, "Hey, you should be grateful to me, you scoundrel. Look at my benevolence. I risked crossing realms just to collect your remains. For this kindness, I shall take care of your divine fruit." With excitement bubbling over, Grey Wolf appeared oblivious to the fresh blood seeping from the severed ends of Sharon's body, where even tiny flesh buds seemed to be stirring. Perhaps it was merely the play of light that obscured his vision. Chapter 37. I am no devil. After the Grey Wolf kicked away the half-hearted obstacle, he found the divine fruit at the center of the protective shield. While the shield served to safeguard the fruit, it was ultimately the presence of the divine tree that prevented it from being destroyed amidst the chaos. The divine fruit, along with a small branch, hovered above Grey Wolf's head, thanks to the shield that kept it from falling to the ground. Upon clearly identifying the divine fruit, Grey Wolf hastened forward to pluck the now crimson fruit. However, just as his claws approached within 10 centimeters of the divine fruit, an unexpected device materialized at his waist, pulsating with a red light and generating a current that immobilized Grey Wolf in place. The sudden surge of electricity left Grey Wolf momentarily dazed, but he quickly regained his senses. He recognized the device as a monitor designed to detect any potential threats in his vicinity, and the electric current served to prevent any inadvertent actions that might trigger a taboo. As for why it utilized electricity rather than another method, Grey Wolf could only surmise that it was a preordained mechanism, entrusting the outcome to fate. If electricity was deemed effective, so be it. He was accustomed to this level of shock. After all, during his previous attempts to capture sheep, he had endured far stronger currents. Returning to the matter at hand, Grey Wolf observed that the divine fruit was encased in an additional layer of protection. A meticulous examination revealed that this barrier differed from the outer crimson shield. It was entirely intangible, and any careless contact could unleash a tide of chaotic energy from the void, potentially obliterating not only the fruit, but also the unwitting individual who triggered it, casting them into the abyss of chaos. After circling the divine fruit a few times, Grey Wolf remarked, "TSK. Such craft and style, it's unmistakably the work of the old Aizen." With that, he proceeded to perform an impromptu display of scientific wizardry, pulling forth a hammer, a saw, a welding machine, a pickaxe, and even a mini laptop from an unseen corner, programming on the ground. In just a few minutes, Grey Wolf transformed the previously utilized laser gun, crafted to cut through the crimson shield, into a peculiar device resembling a cyberpunk weapon, albeit with a muzzle akin to a miniature satellite signal transmitter. "Experience the allure of science," he declared, and without a moment's hesitation, Grey Wolf aimed the cyberpunk weapon at the divine fruit and pulled the trigger. The sound was minimal, almost non-existent. However, the faint tremor of the divine fruit suggested that Grey Wolf's invention produced a gravitational effect, directly extracting the divine fruit from the trap set by Aizen while avoiding any activation of the trap itself. If the filial person were to witness this scene, he could only exclaim that Grey Wolf is indeed Grey Wolf. One might question its prowess in capturing sheep, yet one can never underestimate its ingenuity and invention. With remarkable ease, Grey Wolf soon extracted the divine fruit from the trap. As it beheld the crimson fruit of the divine tree racing straight towards the muzzle of a gun, a wave of elation surged within. Fearing a collision with the muzzle, not out of concern for the weapon, but because even a mere scratch on the divine fruit would cause Grey Wolf immense sorrow, it hastily released its grip on the trigger and reached out to seize the divine fruit. However, as the saying goes, joy can swiftly turn to sorrow. Just as Grey Wolf's paws were about to grasp the divine fruit, an immense force struck diagonally from below, slamming Grey Wolf against the opposing crimson shield, leaving behind a strange cry. The divine fruit, which had barely escaped the grasp of the wolf's claws, was as if caught by invisible hands, soaring directly into a corner. "You are Grey Wolf, aren't you? I have heard you intend to collect my corpse." A deliberately lowered voice echoed ominously from the darkness. Time rewinds to a moment long after the filial person had been bisected. After being severed in half, and with the poison that had been learned by blue dye, one would have expected the filial person to succumb to death. Yet, he stubbornly endured. This resilience can largely be attributed to the 10 tails within him and the reincarnation eye in his pupils. To be frank, the filial person had lived 2 lives as a reclusive otaku. Claims of his indomitable will and unyielding spirit are mere exaggerations. He possessed none of those attributes. His survival hinged solely on the passive enhancement of his body by the chakra of the reincarnation eye. Moreover, the consequence of the death of the Jinchuriki would mean the demise of the tailed beast within, and although they lacked self-awareness, they instinctively understood the difference in the world. If they perished in the realm of Ubuchuan, it would truly mean the end. Thus, the 10 tails desperately infused energy into the filial person's frail form, barely sustaining his life. Time passed, though it is uncertain how long, and the once dissipated consciousness of the filial person began to coalesce. I seem to have seen someone? Just awakening, the filial person struggled to grasp the situation, recalling the last image etched in his mind, 2 figures confronting each other above him. So, was I killed by them? No, wait, it hurts so much. It hurts. Ah. The intensity of pain emanating from his severed waist tormented the filial person, driving him to the brink of madness. The agony of being bisected was indescribable, and he found himself incapable of expressing it. He longed to roll on the ground in anguish, yet discovered that even the slightest movement of his fingers was a distant dream. The searing pain felt as though it were flames from hell, incessantly scorching both body and soul, and the filial person had yet to realize that one day, even fainting would come to be perceived as a tremendous relief. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as Shaoran endured the searing flames of hell. Gradually, he sensed the intensity of the burning pain diminishing, accompanied by a cool essence slowly permeating his skin, akin to parched earth receiving much-needed rain. Or a weary traveler in a desert finding sweet, refreshing water at an oasis. This gentle coolness bestowed upon Shaoran a sense of healing, a force that incessantly surged within him. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind, and driven nearly to madness by the torment, Shaoran fervently summoned every ounce of strength he could muster, aligning it with the healing energy to dispel the foreign force that hindered the healing of his wounds. This alien power appeared less domineering than the one used by Aizen against Baiyu. Perhaps the healing energy was, in fact, a remedy Aizen had intended for his own recovery when he clawed his way out of the chaotic void. Thus, the process unfolded with relative ease. However, as Shaoran felt the foreign energy dissipating within him, he found himself at a loss when attempting to mend his body. His form had been cleaved in 2, each half lying separately, rendering any attempts at healing futile. Compounded by the alien energy, his body was on the brink of collapse, and he could only draw upon a meager supply of chakra, reliant on the strength of his spirit. Yet, his physical being was nearing its limits, instinctively succumbing to a state of dormancy. To put it simply, his consciousness was awake, but his body lay immobile. When Shaoran realized this dire situation, despair threatened to overwhelm him. He could distinctly feel the dwindling healing energy within, knowing that regenerating a lower limb was out of the question. Once depleted, he could not fathom whether he would be able to reattach it when his body regained mobility. Fortuitously, at that moment, the gray wolf appeared. Coincidentally, as the gray wolf approached, Shaoran heard the words indicating that the wolf would collect his remains. Amidst the darkness enveloping his body, Shaoran's consciousness registered the gray wolf's voice, and he sensed the presence of his own body nearby, silently contemplating. Regardless of whether you are human or spirit, I shall repay you. I will strike you to the brink of death. After all, I am no demon. Chapter 38. The Solo Annihilation Cannon in the Darkness. A pair of pure white pupils suddenly blossomed, their brilliance so dazzling that it seemed to draw one in, threatening to absorb both body and soul. These eyes quietly observed the figure of Grey Wolf, who was collecting the divine tree's fruits with both hands. The figure possessing those ethereal white pupils was none other than Hoshido, miraculously restored through the healing potion of Aizen and a series of fortuitous events. As the divine fruit detached from the crown of the tree and soared towards Grey Wolf, Hoshido began to rise slowly. Initially unaware of whether he had been severed by Aizen, Baiyu, or both simultaneously, he now found his body miraculously healed, rejoined. If someone were to stand behind Hoshido at that moment, they would witness a tendril connecting him to the divine tree. The divine tree, which had been in a frenzied state due to Hoshido's bisecting, had now fallen into a quietude, its roots rapidly retracting towards Hoshido. He intended to absorb the ten-tailed beast born from the divine tree back into his internal sealing space. The ten-tailed beast lamented. The outside world is still too unkind to me. I want to go home. Boo-hoo. In its divine tree form, the ten-tailed beast was indeed powerful, easily draining energy from the likes of Ubuchuan without exerting much effort. However, this power came at the cost of many capabilities, as its enhancement for Hoshido was not as potent as when sealed within him. Thus, upon awakening, Hoshido's first priority was not to punish Grey Wolf, but to reclaim the ten-tailed beast. After all, bolstering his strength with a buff was paramount, regardless of whether he would soon dominate or be dominated. The difference between having a buff and not was significant. Despite the ten-tailed beast's cooperation, Hoshido's speed in retrieving it could not match Grey Wolf's rate of collecting the divine fruit, primarily due to the vast distance and the immense size of the tree. Just as Grey Wolf boasted about demonstrating the power of science to the world, Hoshido could no longer contain himself. In a decisive moment, just before Grey Wolf could grasp the divine fruit, Hoshido summoned the limited energy within him, raising his hand to unleash a repulsive force that sent Grey Wolf crashing against the barrier opposite him. You are Grey Wolf, aren't you? I heard you intended to collect my corpse. After sending Grey Wolf flying, Hoshido coldly uttered the words he had heard while trapped in darkness, simultaneously using gravitational manipulation to seize the divine fruit. Grey Wolf could hardly fathom this turn of events. He was so close to securing the prize, yet it had slipped from his grasp. As he rebounded off the barrier and fell to the ground, he swiftly sprang back up, turned, and reached for his weapon, executing a quick triple motion. At that moment, the now-facing Grey Wolf beheld those white pupils and exclaimed, "It's you. How is this possible? You were supposed to be slain." Little did Grey Wolf realize, Hoshido's miraculous recovery was largely thanks to the very kick he had delivered earlier. If only I had realized. It is solely due to my own ignorance that I wonder whether Grey Wolf will regret the decision to sever ties. Defeat is inevitable. Though Grey Wolf was astounded to see Shaoran appear at such a critical moment, his actions were not delayed in the slightest. Almost immediately after uttering the words, "It is you," a barrage of high-energy compressed energy projectiles erupted from his firearm, forming a laser-like line that surged towards Shaoran in less than a second. Having faced formidable opponents like Ubuchuan and Aizen, Shaoran had acquired considerable skill. Thus, the instant he grasped the divine tree fruit, he unleashed chakra from his feet, propelling himself with the speed of teleportation directly into the towering canopy of the divine tree nearby, merging seamlessly with it. Consequently, Grey Wolf's volley of energy projectiles merely struck the vacant ground where Shaoran had stood. True to their name, the high-energy projectiles unleashed a cacophony of explosions upon contact with the earth, creating a deep crater, while the crimson shield set by Aizen rippled like water under the shockwaves of the blasts. Clearly, had it not been for Aizen's protective barrier, Grey Wolf's barrage could have irrevocably altered the terrain. While the crimson shield absorbed the residual energy, it contained the explosive force within, allowing Shaoran, who had integrated with the divine tree to reclaim the ten-tails, to maintain the tree's canopy as protection. The rampant energy shockwaves were effortlessly disregarded by him. But the same could not be said for Grey Wolf, who found himself tossed about like a stubborn bone in a pressure cooker amidst the chaotic energy. Crack. Snap. In the tumult of the violent energy, Grey Wolf was ultimately propelled like a cannonball through the gateway he had previously carved open, crashing down onto the ground. His circular shield, at that moment, proved its worth, gouging a deep trench 2 meters wide and 1 meter long into the earth. As he finally came to a halt, Grey Wolf noticed numerous cracks crawling across the surface of the shield, accompanied by a relentless cracking sound. Eventually, with a resounding explosion, the shield shattered into countless fragments. Dizzy and clutching his head, Grey Wolf struggled to rise, one hand pressed against his mouth to stifle the turmoil within him. As he gazed at the scene within the crimson shield, in an instant, his large, anime-like eyes appeared to be stained, with blood vessels rapidly spreading across the whites of his eyes, transforming his pupils into a deep crimson, as though he had witnessed something utterly unacceptable. Reaching behind him, he retrieved a glowing red object and hurled it to the ground, where a cascade of liquid-like energy began to envelop his form. A piercing roar erupted. Silence. That is mine. What did Grey Wolf see? He witnessed that within the crimson shield, the divine tree had been entirely absorbed by Shaoran in a matter of mere breaths, save for the small portion ensnared by Aizen's trap. If it were merely this, it would not suffice to drive the Grey Wolf to madness. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the filial son has also learned to be cautious. Anything that has not yet entered his own stomach is deemed perilous. Thus, The moment he absorbed the essence of the divine tree, he promptly consumed its fruit. Firstly, he feared the emergence of some bizarre entity that might seize him again, and he harbored no confidence in reclaiming himself thereafter. Secondly, after the arduous battles fought thus far, he required sustenance. No matter how formidable his physique, it could not sustain itself indefinitely without replenishment. Although the filial son deemed it only natural to consume the fruits he had sown, the gray wolf remained unconvinced. It appeared effortless for him to arrive here and unravel the schemes of two formidable figures. Yet how many sacrifices and exertions had gone unnoticed? After laboring tirelessly, was it not outrageous for someone to attempt to reap the rewards? In an instant, the gray wolf was enveloped in a dazzling suit of armor. Raising his arm to transform it into a cannon aimed at the filial son, energy coalescing into visible beams of light at the cannon's muzzle. In a heartbeat, as the filial son recklessly devoured the majority of the divine fruit, the frenzied gray wolf roared, "Single unit annihilation cannon. Die, you bastard." As the filial son savored the divine fruit, he suddenly felt as if he were being observed. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the land beyond the protective shield. His eyes, once pure white with no discernible pupils, now contracted like ordinary eyes, narrowing through the swirling dust. He beheld a colossal figure, cloaked in gray. Raising its hand towards him, clad in vivid crimson, it resembled a harbinger of death wielding a scythe, poised to strike. An oppressive aura enveloped him. An unmistakable scent of death. Chapter 39. After the dust settles, damn it. This was the first thought that crossed Sharon's mind upon seeing the translucent glass or shield of the crimson mech revealing the gray wolf within. He never anticipated that the menacing gray wolf would turn around and deliver such a shocking surprise. There was no escape. Death was imminent. This was the final thought lingering in Sharon's mind. It must be said that the threat posed by Grey Wolf's singular annihilation cannon was unparalleled in history. It was not to say that the previous strike, which had cleaved him in two, did not pose a significant threat. Rather, the circumstances were entirely different. The prior attack had been stealthy and lethal. Sharon had been dispatched in an instant, without any chance for experience or reaction. However, this time, he was confronted with a genuine terror. Sharon felt as though he were being targeted by some unseen force, an immense and unimaginable pressure bearing down on him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. He scarcely had time to appreciate the enhancement brought on by the divine fruit he had just consumed. All he could muster was a desperate lunge to the side. "Hurry, hurry, I must evade." Simultaneously, Sharon incessantly shouted within his mind. Everything transpired far too swiftly. Before he could fully dive to safety, the cannon atop Grey Wolf's mech had already unleashed a brilliant beam of light. It is often said that the speed of thought surpasses all else in this world. Yet, reality now revealed to Sharon that this was not the sole truth. The swiftness of thought may not be as rapid as once believed. Before Sharon could even form another thought, his entire field of vision was engulfed by that dazzling radiance, obliterating everything in its wake. In that moment, he felt as if the entirety of existence, the colors, sounds, the earth and sky, mountains and valleys, rocks and dust, were all consumed by a singular beam of light. High above, in the boundless sky, byway and lawn and remained tightly entangled. Having soared beyond the troposphere, pierced through the stratosphere, and bypassed the ozone layer without pause, breaking through the mesosphere and thermosphere, ultimately reaching the outer atmosphere. They were now teetering on the edge of the exosphere, with the expanse of outer space looming just beyond. The figures of Bai Wei and Lanran had long since become imperceptible to the naked eye. Each appeared as a colossal gravitational point, surrounded by a myriad of auroras and various cosmic radiation. The visible and the invisible coalesced, their immense entanglement and collision distorting the light within a 10-meter radius around them. Should an outsider manage to pierce through the layers of space and gaze upon this scene, they would behold only two massive entities of distorted light, ceaselessly colliding. At this elevated stratum, the air has become exceedingly rarefied. Each collision, for this very reason, astonishingly fails to transmit even the slightest sound downwards. The only discernible peril manifests when Aizen and Bai Wei clash. In the midst of their confrontation, a multitude of inky black fissures erupt, resembling a vast expanse of shattered glass. In moments of utmost danger, numerous irregularly shaped shards of glass cascade around them like snowflakes. However, as yet another collision looms, a resounding roar reverberates through the atmosphere, clear even at the height of dispersion, accompanied by a dazzling light that overwhelms the inherent brilliance of the planet. From Bai Wei and Aizen's perspective, this radiant glow pierces through a corner of the planet, illuminating the desolate cosmos beyond. Sensing this unexpected occurrence, both Baiwei and Aizen instinctively halt their respective actions. After a considerable pause, they regard the planet beneath them, which appears as if a celestial canine has taken a bite out of its round form, leaving a world incomplete. They cannot help but exclaim, "Truly, this is the world of bottom-tier martial arts. How utterly fragile it is." Yet, despite their musings, they share a tacit understanding and transform into two streaks of rainbow light, pursuing the source of the phenomenon. Meanwhile, the mech of Grey Wolf is enveloped in a shroud of crimson arcs, which dance upon its surface like mischievous sprites. Uncertain whether it is energy or some other factor, Grey Wolf gasps heavily within the cockpit, fixating his gaze on the ruins ahead. The landscape has devolved into an indescribable wasteland, wherever the cannon points. It is either a plain or a basin. In the direction indicated by Grey Wolf's cannon, a fan-shaped area remains as flat as a pancake, with smooth terrain and a sky so void that one might question the very existence of air. As the dust settles, though the echoes of the roar still reverberate through the earth, a cough disrupts the stillness, as if the world has been revived and set back into motion. In the distance, at the edge of the fan-shaped expanse, the soil stirs slightly, and from the dust emerges a figure of a child, around 8 or 9 years old. After a brief struggle, the child collapses back into the earth, and were it not for the vigorous rise and fall of their chest, one might doubt the child's survival. This figure is none other than the last-minute survivor, Xiaoren, who narrowly evaded the main cannon's wrath. However, although Xiaoren has lived to see another day, it has come at a significant cost. Had it not been for that fleeting moment when Xiaoren harnessed his body's latent potential, conjuring an elliptical shield with the Tao-seeking jade to protect himself from the single-soldier annihilation cannon and deflect the assault, his fate might have been sealed. However, the filial being underestimated the annihilation cannon while overestimating the urgent condensation of the Tao gem. The 6-layer Tao gem shield he conjured was swiftly pierced and shattered into fragments by the annihilation cannon, fortunately granting him a fleeting moment of time. He barely managed to deflect his vital body parts, yet the time was still insufficient. Even with the evasive maneuver, he ultimately sacrificed his entire right shoulder along with a significant portion of his right thoracic cavity. Had he delayed his movement by a mere instant longer, it is likely that his head would have met a similar fate. Enveloped in dust, he lay like a clay effigy amidst the debris, with several unidentified organs silently spilling from the gaping wound in his chest, shrouded in a layer of dust that obscured their nature. Whether they were fragments of lung lobes or other organs remained indiscernible. Blood, akin to a gentle stream, mingled with the soil, rendering its color indistinguishable. His once resplendent eyes now stared vacantly into the pitch-black expanse of the starry sky. Chapter 40. Departure. Although Xiongren did not actively exert control, the formidable power of the divine tree's fruit began to manifest within him. This potent yet gentle force commenced the process of extracting his latent potential to mend his body, which resembled a tattered rag. At this moment, Blue Dai and Baiyu arrived, positioning themselves to form a quadrilateral perspective alongside Xiongren and the Grey Wolf. Their arrival interrupted Grey Wolf, who had advanced halfway with the intent to deliver a final blow to Xiongren. Perhaps out of caution or due to the realization that the divine fruit had already been consumed by Xiongren, Grey Wolf halted the propulsion of his mech upon seeing the two newcomers. Blue Dai surveyed the ravaged ground, which rumbled ominously, likely on the verge of collapse, and glanced at Grey Wolf, whose eyes glowed red as he fixated on Xiongren. He then turned to observe Baiyu, whose face had turned a shade of deep blue. Contemplating, Grey Wolf likely sought to benefit from the confrontation between Baiyu and me. Although I am unsure how Xiongren managed to shed the foreign power I had infused within him and recover, it is evident that the situation has thwarted Grey Wolf's ambitions. What could have caused Xiongren's sudden resurgence? Blue Dai was genuinely intrigued. Nevertheless, the divine fruit holds no utility for me, and it has not been claimed by Baiyu either. That alone suffices for my contentment. With this thought, Blue Dai adjusted his attire, which was adorned with a white base and black edges, and feigned nonchalance as he addressed the visibly troubled Baiyu. It seems, Baiyu, that we need not continue. I underestimated Grey Wolf and his companion. To be candid, the divine fruit is merely a bland delicacy to Blue Dai, who possesses the ability to continually transcend his limitations with the crumbling jade. The outcome of whether it is ultimately obtained by Xiongren or Grey Wolf bears little significance to him. However, for someone like Baiyu, the implications are vastly different. Baiyu is aligned with the path of cultivation. The immense energy and the laws of nature contained within the divine fruit are akin to the fabled 9-turn golden elixir of the supreme old master. granting a cultivator a preordained status in the realm of the Great Luo. Contemplating this, Blue Dye suddenly felt as if the burden of the crumbling jade had dissipated, especially upon witnessing Bayu's intense gaze fixed upon Xiangren, which further elevated his spirits. It was indeed an intriguing day. I have heard that even if such entities containing the laws of nature are consumed, they can be recreated through special means, much like in alchemy. Haha. Suddenly, Blue Dye's abrupt remark shattered the heavy atmosphere. Originally bearing a countenance of despair and desolation, Hinata Xiangren's eyes darted in alarm. Oh no! Xiangren, who had been lying still, gazing at the stars in a feigned state of death, felt a jolt of realization at Blue Dye's words. Particularly, as his gaze swept quickly over Grey Wolf and Bayu, observing their contemplative expressions, an alarm bell rang loudly in his mind. In this moment, Sharon harbored an intense hatred for Aizen. If mere glances could slay, Aizen would have undoubtedly met 1,000 gruesome fates at Sharon's hands. Unbeknownst to Sharon, there was another, even more embittered soul lurking nearby, Bai Wei, whose scowl betrayed his disdain for Aizen. Surely, as a practitioner of the mystical arts, Bai Wei could conceive of what Sharon failed to grasp. It was merely the intensity of their prior confrontation with Aizen, combined with a sense of trepidation, that had prevented him from leaping forward at once to seize Sharon and drag him back for alchemical purposes. However, Bai Wei could no longer afford to concern himself with Aizen. For on the other side, the formidable Grey Wolf appeared to have been ignited by Aizen's words and was charging towards Sharon with fervor. Come to me willingly, little one. The mech, enveloped in crimson arcs of electricity, propelled by its anti-gravity drives, unleashed an astonishing velocity, almost instantaneously materializing before Sharon. Without uttering a word, Grey Wolf launched a grappling claw towards Sharon, evidently intent on capturing him before Bai Wei could intervene. One must commend Grey Wolf's swiftness. Yet there existed another who was even quicker, so rapid that Grey Wolf's mech could not respond in time. Just as Grey Wolf unleashed the claw, Bai Wei inexplicably materialized before him, utilizing an unknown method of translocation. The sudden appearance of Bai Wei was ferocious, wielding a stick of indeterminate origin. He struck Grey Wolf's mech with a force akin to a parent chastising a child, sending Grey Wolf hurtling through the air, obliterating countless ruins and boulders, ultimately crashing into the earth. Only then did Bai Wei utter a chilling declaration, "Seek death, and be gone." As Grey Wolf's mech transmitted this grim message, he found himself forcefully embedded into the ground. Warning. The mech's power apparatus has suffered catastrophic damage. Irreparable. Warning. The exterior systems of the mech are damaged by 58%. Thermal weaponry systems are 100% destroyed. Warning. Energy core has been destroyed, with less than 10% of backup power remaining. Warning. 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 The star core's energy shielding has been compromised. Immediate repairs are impossible. Self-destruction probability at 50%. Warning. 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 The star core's energy shielding has been compromised. Immediate repairs are impossible. Self-destruction probability at 60%. Warning. 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 The star core's energy shielding has been compromised. Immediate repairs are impossible. Self-destruction probability at 70%. Damn, Bai Wei, just wait and see. I shall return. Grey Wolf, forcibly snapped back to reality by the relentless barrage of warnings, grimaced at the sight of the mech he had painstakingly constructed at great expense. Suppressing the urge to fight desperately, he cast a venomous remark before abandoning the mech, returning to his original world without a backward glance. Warning. 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 The energy core of the stellar nucleus has suffered damage, rendering it irreparable in the short term. With a self-destruction probability of 100%, a tremendous explosion erupted from the mecha, which had been buried in the ruins beneath the ground. An energy device, relying on the stellar nucleus as its core material, detonated catastrophically. Although this stellar nucleus was of an ordinary nature and had been relentlessly exploited by the Grey Wolf for an indeterminate period, the magnitude of the explosion was nonetheless terrifying, even if one disregards the residual explosion of the stellar nucleus. The shockwave released in an instant from the massive volume of the nucleus being excessively compressed is of apocalyptic proportions on any unprotected planet. Moreover, since the Grey Wolf was directly thrust into the depths of the Earth, this shockwave initially struck the planet's core. The menacing words of the Grey Wolf, disregarded by both Bayu and Xiaoren, seemed to pass through one ear and out the other. However, the explosion of the stellar nucleus represented a genuine threat. Possessing immense power, Xiaoren, having previously reconnected with the remnants of the divine tree, found its roots already widespread beneath the ground, though in a state of decay. The remnants could still absorb the elemental energy of the world through their roots to regain vitality. When the explosion occurred, the first to suffer were indeed the roots of the divine tree, which sensed the impending destructive shock. Xiaoren, disregarding the staff wielded by Baiyu, plunged directly into the earth, seeking to evade the attack while also accessing the Tao-seeking jade buried beneath. As Xiaoren immersed himself into the ground, he activated the Tao-seeking jade to envelop himself once more. Although he doubted the reliability of the strongest defense that those around him frequently mentioned, now was not the time for alternatives. The Grey Wolf's unreasonable actions were truly beyond comprehension. As the dust settled, Xiaoren, encased in the Tao-seeking jade, floated amidst the starry sky, contemplating the desolate expanse that remained. Cough, cough. No, I should flee first. It's always the same. Xiaoren scanned his surroundings, noting the absence of Baiyu and Lanran, and quickly deduced that now was the time to depart. If he waited for their reaction, escape would likely become impossible. With a swift mental command, he activated the cross-dimensional function of the chat group, preparing to teleport back to the Naruto world.